Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be with you all today, and a very, very warm welcome to BSI's annual data privacy event. And thank you to the BSI and its fantastic events team for organising and hosting this event. Returning for a second year, this webinar today will debate and discuss key data privacy issues through interactive panel discussions, case studies and keynotes. Please ask your questions in the chat. Specifically, we'll cover the new ISO 27002 standard, responsible use of data, data protection both under GDPR and in the UK, digital identities, vendor risk management, and the online safety bill. Plus, we'll host a lively discussion at the end of the day on the issues around privacy and the metaverse. We hope you'll gain an invaluable summary of the key issues currently affecting privacy and data, and the opportunity to discuss the issues with our experts today. A post-event copy of all presentations and a recording of the webinar will follow. And Tim McGarr, the sector lead for the digital area within Knowledge Solutions in BSI, and I will be your chairs for today. So without further delay, I'd like to invite our keynote speaker to share her opening thoughts. Sarah Wrench, Global Data, AI and Industry Solutions Director for Avanade, is an award-winning data leader in the UK and has presented to UK Parliament and represented UK Department of Trade in South Korea. Recently, she was awarded the top 100 Yahoo Finance Outstanding Role Model Exec List and the UK Top 100 Most Influential Women in Tech. Well done, Sarah. Sarah also has experience building various data systems across the full data lifecycle. Over to you, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm super excited to be the keynote. I hope everyone can hear me okay. So today I'm going to be covering about everything from humans to machine learning bias and how to manage risk and develop equitable models. Now, some of the content I wanted to cover today, whilst I had a fabulous introduction there, is just reintroducing myself as someone who's worked in data for a very long time and had to align with many different regulations right across the board, and equally had to build systems to align with that. When you can see on the facial recognition software, this was taken, I was very happy, had some very similar people who looked like me, but then showing bias towards the models because actually those people, in fact, I've never met them before and don't look anything like me. And also my age is, I'm slightly older now, but due to COVID, we still use this picture, remembering the good old days when I look slightly younger. Now, interestingly, my day job involves me building various AI and regulatory systems. What you wouldn't know from this is that actually over the years, I've also learned magic. Now, part of this reason I'm going to go into shortly, but just to give the backstory of working at Avanade. Avanade is a company that's owned by Microsoft and Accenture, and it has one of the largest number of data and AI specialists in the world who focus on Microsoft systems and technology. Now, the key thing to note is that whilst we're all Microsoft specialists, we also diversify in the things we build. So I've used many different tools and systems over the years. I happen to sit in the data and AI team, where we help specialize in the data platform modernization, AI and IoT, and intelligent automation. All of this has to align with various regulatory standards, and some of them we often think about how we can make sure that we're following the rules in line with all the ISO standards and even the data privacy regulations. But I wanted to tell you a little bit about some of my personal experience and the importance of emotional intelligence. Now, normally, if we were presenting this in person, I'd demonstrate using a card trick some of my experience. Sadly, I'm not going to be able to do that today. So if anyone wants to Google Sarah Wrench and TEDx, you can watch my first TEDx on the magic in the machine. The reason this was so important is during my early 20s, I had worked for a foreign exchange company, helped them manage my first major data migration project onto the Microsoft cloud. The project had been very successful. I built my first team. And unfortunately, perhaps I was too efficient, and the company ended up being sold. You know, I'd taken the company to earn and ended up earning about 1.7 million after doing this data migration piece. Now, obviously, we had to align with various regulatory standards, and everything was working perfectly. When they sold the company, however, I did not personally benefit as I didn't have any shares. So interestingly, overnight, I went from having a job that I loved, having a team that was brilliant, and having done a massive data migration project successfully, to having to look for a new job and go for a series of interviews. Now, sadly, in these interviews, I didn't find that people believed necessarily I had done what I'd done. In my first interview, despite passing the technical tests and various different kind of questions and requirements, I was still rejected, and found that the person ended up calling my old boss to confirm that I'd actually done what I said I had, to which my boss said, you shouldn't work for them, they're not the right person. Interestingly, I decided to do card tricks, which often have machine learning algorithms behind them, to try and demonstrate and build emotional intelligence and emotional rapport with the people interviewing me. Luckily, the story doesn't end too badly. After 6 interviews, I managed to gain 6 job offers. And what I then realized is actually the card trick was helping me demonstrate my self-awareness, my social awareness, self-management, and empathy. And the reason that emotional intelligence became so important was the firm I went on to work for was actually a virtual agent firm. Whilst behind the card trick sat a simple algorithm, this went on to represent how to help overcome some human bias using different techniques that many people use in sales and things like that. But one part that has become very important is the job I ended up taking was building virtual agents. In the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see Amelia, which was the virtual agent that I was building various AI and machine learning algorithms for. It also used something called paired emotional intelligence, which was where her facial expressions would also reflect the emotions. The challenge we now have is that we're designing various AI systems to reflect human behavior, and where we can then have a bias. As you'll notice in the screen, there's 3 images of women who happen to be white, which doesn't reflect people from diverse backgrounds. But the benefit of the image in the middle is actually it's a picture of Julia White, one of the executives from Microsoft, who's been specializing in voice recognition and AR VR technology. This is really important because rather than showing an image that's meant to represent someone, this is in fact showing herself being projected. And also what the technology is helping overcome is some things like language and communication challenges. As while she was speaking in English, it was able to use natural language processing to then communicate in Japanese. Again, we see how technology is helping break the bias and change stereotypes and enable people to connect better. So just to give us a bit of backstory on the kind of AI and bias, what's enabled us to, even though algorithms have been around since the 1800s, we've actually reached the status today where, cloud computing, cheap processing power has enabled us to take us from legacy systems right the way through to quantum computing. I won't dwell too much on this, but the reason I give the backstory is to think about how long that AI systems have existed, but equally also consider that this amount of time has meant that bias can also sadly exist. And the 4 pictures in front of me, I'd normally ask it to a group, what bias can you see in the image, or what do you think is wrong? Normally I'd pause, allow people to respond. Here, feel free to type in the chat if you can tell me what you think image 1 on the top left is showing. In fact, actually it was only up until the late 2000s that crash test dummies were actually tested on male body sizes, therefore meaning actually women were 50% more likely to die in fatal car crashes. We then have things like the bottom left-hand corner, where room temperatures, again, were based on the average of men. What that often means is women are often colder in the office than their male colleagues. Finally, iPhones will never get larger than they are today, mainly because they'll be too big for male hand sizes, but often are already too big for men anyway, men and women already. And then bottom left, historically, the devices in the car were actually based again on male voices and prototypes. So the voice recognition software in many cars originally didn't recognize women. We know that AI is being used in various systems, and hence all the different ISO regulations and things we need to consider. But sadly, it's how do we overcome these biases that are embedded within them to ensure that we're not negatively impacting our communities? As someone who's built various AI and ML and data assets over the years, I give a quick snapshot of some of the things I had to consider when building them. Again, data privacy and security was something I had to consider. Data governance, security, and auditing and training was just one of the many solutions to it. Building AI systems, with compliance, regulations, updates, I had to consider the local and global impacts and continuously carry out reviews, checks, and due diligence. the accuracy of algorithms, and something which I go into explain a bit more, but things like building challenger models and testing existing algos. And then considering things like complexity and explainability and figuring out which algorithms are the best and most explainable. And you can see by the diagram below, I give some examples of what are explainable models, things like linear regression, logistic regression, decision trees, versus like models can be used to explain things, so feature importance. It's not worth dwelling too much on these details, but the key part was for every challenge that AI and ML at building the assets built, I need to come up, make sure I was considering all the solutions. Now, some of the machine learning risks are shown on the screen right here. I touched on a high level of things like algorithmic bias and model bias, and I won't have the time to go into all of them, but things like feature engineering and hyperparameters and production readiness all must be considered. I gave the example where human bias had somewhat of a negative impact on me, but actually what we have to consider is how we make sure that the regulations are implemented to make sure it protects humans when we're using things like models and algorithms. I'll build on that examples. To give the examples of the bias in models, there's sample, measurement, algorithmic bias, and bias against groups or classes of people. Now for this can be amplified by using machine learning models. To give you one example where I was working for a bank, I noticed that a random forest model had been developed, and it was meant to be detecting money laundering activity. But the issue with it is it had been built to structure it, so it was basically using the fields such as occupation, which was then skewing the output, when actually using something like country would have been much better for predicting the risk of money laundering. The negative output was actually it could have then unfair detections on non-fraudulent pieces of outputs. The benefit for me is then I could easily then think of ways to then counter this by using the correct model. Another example was when I was working for a bank, is thinking about algorithmic bias. And two approaches for dealing with the model and algorithmic is building challenger models. By doing so, you're able to then decide what constitutes fairness and choose the and look at the different definitions below, from demographic blindness to demographic parity, to ensure that whatever algorithms or models you've chosen are the right ones to be built. I talk about also the importance of DEI, including inclusion and diversity, embedded in the teams later on. But to give you an example of how risk management solutions are also linked to this, as we start to look at all the different risks, from credit risk to operational to cloud, I won't go into all the details of all of them, but we have different regulations that help us comply with each of these across the ISO board. One thing to note is what we've seen in terms of the trends of changing in risk management is there's been like an explosion in the depth of the regulation required. And then there's been a change in the kind of customer expectations, because we can see more and more technology being adopted. The challenge we also then face is there's new risks arising, such as model risk and things I previously spoke on. When we see the opportunity, though, we understand that new frameworks are being introduced, and we're having to now overcome like massive legacy systems of data. The challenges they also face are things like the technology is siloed and they're unable to see some of the problems within their own data. The reason the risk management solutions are helping deal with this is by migrating to the cloud, we're able to use new technologies such as cloud-based systems and Apache Spark to process the large volumes of data, and also be able to serve the data for multiple use cases. We're now able to use things like pre-built models and algorithms to accelerate that kind of risk management process, and it's something that I do on a daily basis. Things like machine learning, MLflow bring kind of transparency to that model development. So these are just some of the examples of where risk management is kind of growing. An interesting statistic is actually now we're using an increase from 7% of AI adoption to nearly 19% by 2020, and this is continuing to grow, partly due to the large volume of data and the need to align with regulatory alignment. The importance of it, though, is making sure we kind of standardize, automate, and simplify the kind of risk management process across all the different business lines. We talked about some of the different risks before, and what we've then gone and done is built different accelerators to help this. This could be scripts or pieces of code that can be reused and leveraged by different parties to ensure we've got regulatory alignment, to ensure actually it's the best and most efficient use of code being used. To give you just one example, say we pick on cloud risk. Currently, there's many companies trying to migrate from those legacy systems to the cloud. their challenges are the same, where they're trying to take the data from different data sources. Sometimes they have inconsistency in the data structure. Sometimes they have problems with the load time and the frequency. And sometimes it can spend a lot of time trying to comply with different regulations. So trying to make sure this migration and the processing of the data is the easiest thing. At Avanade, we help build what we call the metadata ingestion framework. The reason this helps our clients is because you can easily take the data from the legacy systems to the cloud, and then basically push this onto a Delta Lake, enabling that data to then be properly manipulated and deployed as per its requirements, whether it's for regulatory use or by business lines. I won't go into too many of the details, but what it's helped do is enable people to transform the data, create data profiles, and even address some of the data quality standards which are required in line with ISO 27001 regulations. If anyone is interested in a demo, feel free to contact me. I don't have time to do it now, but in short, I can get even more technical than what I have just been speaking about for the last 5 minutes. And if you're lucky, I might even show you a magic trick. But to bring it to life, working for one bank, they were having problems where they were having to manage the rapidly changing risk environment. They had a huge upkeep in terms of their infrastructure and workload and needed to cleanse and process that data. They were trying to overcome the complexities in deploying the machine learning models and the data science initiatives. And what they were also trying to do is align with the IFRS 9 regulations, making sure that they were able to ensure that the customer risk of default prior to loan origination was making sure it was compliant with the regulatory need. Now, when we deployed the metadata framework, it enabled that ingestion and enabled it to get onto the Delta Lake, which meant they had fast, reliable pipelines. They weren't having to rewrite and reuse code because actually they were able to leverage what we'd built and use our SME skills. Some of the benefits of this was that we were able to then use software like Databricks to enable the data sources to be processed. And those included things like financial statements, compliance data, various different data sources, the benefit of which means that not only have we helped them migrate to the cloud, process the data, maintain like regulatory compliance, but also enable the opportunity to kind of really leverage the full use of the data and provide it to the data users as per their requirements. What technology has really helped us do is manage the risk across the full data lifecycle. Whilst no technology is perfect, what it has enabled though is better access to the data and the ability to maintain a kind of modern risk management kind of capability, helping adapt to the rapidly changing risk environment, whilst also enabling consumers to have better understanding of what the data is showing them and handle it accordingly. In terms of ethics and social implications, we have to be careful to consider all the impacts that it's having. Now, many people might think, oh, well, why do we need to worry about the impact of AI and the risks? Well, for the very obvious part, we've now seen the 4-day week being introduced, partly to help change, AI helps improve people's lives, but we also have to think about, well, how people's jobs will be impacted. How will people deal with the legal responsibility? And I know some of the talks will go on to talk about that today. What are the negative sides of the bias and errors that we talked about earlier? And some of the things like cybersecurity, like how do we address some of the weaknesses? The key part for me is thinking about how do we make sure things are equally, there's equality and equity in everything we do. When I was presenting at the AI APPG Parliament, I was reviewing some of which was brought together MPs, AI businesses and top universities to agree like the best practices for kind of like the UK AI code. And they created a kind of 5 key points, thinking about everything from like AI should be developed for the common good. It has the principles of intelligibility and fairness, and things like it should not diminish the data rights or privacy of individuals. The key takeaway for me from presenting at the AI PPG, interestingly, was making sure we had that diversity in the room. How can we pass laws and regulations if we haven't actually got a diverse team sat right in front of us? Myself, when I sat down in the room for the first time, so you'll see in the picture on the top right, sadly, the team was not as diverse as it should have been. Interestingly, that enabled me to bring my own team, including a large number of women from all different backgrounds, into the room to share their perspectives and thoughts as well. Recently, I returned to Parliament actually presenting at PIC4 event, talking about how we equip more people to get into technology. The reason it's so important is you need to make sure we have diversity of thought, better problem solving, and help build things like those challenger models to help combat the bias in the models that we talked about. The other part, some of the takeaways from the event, also talking about governance and things like responsible AI. We talked about how it's important to consider the impact on personal, societal, environmental, and programmatic, and how we can make sure we can commit to this. At Avanade, we've been helping different clients, support them with thinking about ways in which we can be responsible with anything we build and consider all the positive and negative outputs that may be impacted by anything we have put in place. We've done things like build the responsible AI strategic alignment, responsible AI control frameworks, AI assessments, and even helped with AI control implementation. Again, I haven't got time to go into all the different assets we've built, but if you'd like to follow up with me, feel free. Now, finally, I've covered some of the key areas from risk to model bias and things that we need to really be considering when we're building these systems. But how do we break it? Well, coming back to what I slightly touched on before, the importance of equality and equity. Now, the reason I end with this is because this is probably the most critical part to building in systems that are in line with regulatory guidelines. Equality is ensuring everyone is given the same opportunity regardless of their background and circumstances. Equity is giving people what they need in order to make things fair. These two are not the same, and often people need to understand the importance of this when building these systems to ensure they're built in line with regulatory components. How we've been ensuring that we do this is by making sure we carry out various I&D training. The reason this is as important as building any models or any piece of technology is because we need to consider our own bias. Considering I may not be the keynote speaker today if I had not been given the opportunity 10 years ago to sit in front of you and pass various exams and have the opportunity, we might be missing out on, say, models I've built and different things. We need to reflect on our own biases and think about how we can be better allies. We need to consider the impact we can have on our teams, others, and how we can influence that. And this is not just starting at the bottom, it comes from the top, from the very organization changing itself. To give you an example of Avanade, and I welcome anyone to contact me if they'd like to follow up, we looked at how we engage with the dominant groups, as well as driving systematic change across all levels of the company. We've rolled out a specific I&D program, which has been proven to be helping not just us, but also helping impact other people within the community and society. Some things that I always say is like, whether you come from a tech background or not. Myself, I started off by studying African studies and anthropology. Now I'm a global data and AI director. It's so important for everyone to educate themselves and have access to that training. There's now free resources, things like Microsoft Learn, which enable you to learn the skills and train independently if you have access to the computer. The sad part is there's still a digital divide, and there are those who don't have access to that. So what's important is that we invest in enabling people to have greater access to computers and systems. Avanade have recently donated to things like Computer Aid, making sure laptops are being repurposed. So I encourage companies to do the same and make sure they look for opportunities to give back to the community, whether through volunteering or networking. A second part of developing your own AI or DI skills is take advantage of meeting new people and networking and partnerships. Some of the best things that I've done have been part of networks such as Developer, which is a women in tech group which had over 15,000 communities. Through that, I got the opportunity to present at Downing Street and Parliament. And I've also been given the opportunities to then use the DEI skills that I learned through it to help give back to the Avanade employee networks, myself being part of the LGBT network called Prism in Avanade, the exec senior sponsor, and equally supporting people in the community from different backgrounds, intersectional backgrounds to myself in getting into tech. We recently ran something called the Techinista program, which enabled women who'd gone on who'd had to take leave, whether due to being a carer or parental leave, to return to work and then get back into being in tech by offering paid training and opportunities to learn from others through mentoring and scholarships. One final point is on the emotional intelligence and DEI inclusion, is that it's not important just for humans, but to make sure it's embedded in all AI machines. It runs all the way through from designing the AI models and systems right up to the UX design to making sure it's inclusive. EQ is critical for diversity, equity, inclusion. Things like empathy, self-awareness, social awareness. And that's why it's so important to use those DEI frameworks, whether through coaching, learning, training, and even promoting allyship to make sure that you're in line with all the regulatory standards. Just to close, as I mentioned, emotional intelligence, diversity, inclusion, and equity, and tech skills has led to better risk management, AI systems, and change. I welcome anyone to ask me for any more of the technical details on anything I've talked about today, or even have a deep dive with me on model bias. But for me, I hope your takeaway is that in order to build systems that are in line with regulatory compliance, you need to make sure you start by making sure you have diverse teams. Any questions?
Fantastic, Sarah. That was super insightful. Thank you so much. A question that's come in is, what do you recommend as the minimum basic governance documentation that should be maintained when venturing into this space, from your perspective?
I think it's quite important to, if you're talking about, say in the instance of models, to consider, building up, kind of a model library and making sure that it's continuously being documented. So as an example, if you're considering production readiness, whilst I didn't go into the details, it's important to make sure a model inventory is being, share my webcam's just coming up. Making sure machine learning models being documented. I'll give an example. Once you've got the machine learning inventory in place, what you can then do is put in place a series of kind of validation policies, practices that you can continue to learn from each model that's being used in the different departments. And finally, that needs to continuously be monitored and make sure the models, the performance-wise, are really enabling the team. But I think that it's really critical to align with the regulatory standards there, because what you're also doing is making sure that anything that is being used is being checked to ensure it's not being used unfairly.
Wow, thank you, Sarah. And any thoughts on best practices to document the prevention of bias within AI? A tricky one.
It's a complex one. The reason I always use the IND frameworks is because I believe it starts at all levels of the business. I believe you need to have, an approach from the top down, from the leadership in the company, to say that we believe embedding DEI right from the top all the way down. But equally, the employee networks enable employees. So each employee must go on various training. There must be very rigorous kind of standards and reviews set in place to make sure no one's being discriminated against. You continuously have to check the models, the outputs, and be sure that you're not being biased against any different categories, which is easier said than done. Certainly, it's one of those things that we continuously strive for. But as we're kind of implementing more technology, we have to then make sure we have things like AI boards and people who are independent coming in and doing reviews. And hence why it's so important to actually have the regulatory standards and the BSI and all the governing bodies to actually make sure that someone's checking that people are doing it correctly.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sarah. That was absolutely fascinating. And I'm sure many of us will be listening to the recording and taking notes afterwards. That was absolutely fascinating. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will help us unpack controls and attributes with the new ISO IEC standard 27002. Sabrina Feng is Group Head of Technology, Cyber and Resilience Risk, Managing Director of the London Stock Exchange Group. Prior to joining LSEG, Sabrina was Group CISO at Equinity, where she set up and matured its group security function and delivered a transformational program. Sabrina actively participates in ISO standard drafting activities and is also a guest lecturer for the Master of Science in Information Security at the Royal Holloway, University of London. Over to you, Sabrina. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy, and good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I'm very excited to introduce you to the new edition of 27002 that was published early this year. I hope for this audience, 27002 does not need introduction as being one of the most well-used international standards on information security controls. In the next 30 minutes, I'd like to give you an overview of the changes to the new edition of the standard. What a journey it has been. As the editor, I'm very pleased with what we have achieved with the revision project. And I believe the third edition of 27002 is a modernized, simplified, and versatile new edition. So before I give you an overview of the new edition, I'd like to briefly take you through the journey of producing the standard. Let me control the, okay. Learning how to control the slide to say, I mean, the revision started from the study period in October 2016 at Abu Dhabi. I became the rapporteur of the study period, together with Swiss expert Peter Weiss and Swedish expert Jan Brodell, where we asked for contribution towards producing a design specification of the standard. And then at the second meeting at Hamilton, where the current document structure is starting to emerge, at Berlin in October 2017, we had the final design specification, the outline document, and together with a new work item proposal to start the revision project. And this is where we settled the structure as you see it today. At Wuhan in April 2018, French expert Alia and Argentina expert Veronica joined me as the editors, and we produced the first draft. Then at Uk, the second working draft, Tel Aviv, the third working draft, and following by Paris, our first committee draft. And little did we know, it was the last time we met physically in person and for a long time, but the work continues. We had 3 more meetings on Zoom, produced second CD, the DIS, the FDs, and we had some of our most productive meetings, resolving thousands of comments through Zoom. It was especially worked well for me personally, as I was able to chair the meetings at the comfort of my home, and when I was 6 months pregnant. It has been a tremendous 5 years, and we had 10 meetings, produced 2 working drafts, 2 committee drafts, resolved over 10,000 comments from roughly 200 experts from more than 30 national bodies, experts from Working Group 1, Working Group 4, SC7, IEEE, and industry bodies such as ISF, ISACA, and many others like NIST. It is the knowledge and the experience and expertise from these experts from different industries and countries and trade organizations and academic institutions are what make me so confidently say we have produced a great new edition of 27002. It is modernized, it is simplified, and it's versatile. So now let me take you through the changes in the new edition of the standard. Let's start with the title and scope. We have moved away from the term code of practice and simply called the new version of the standard information security controls. And the scope of the standard is better aligned with the ISMS standard, pointing out that it is firstly as a reference set of generic security controls, and secondly, it's designed for use within the context of ISO IEC 27001 information security management system. And thirdly, we can also use standalone for implementing controls based on international recognized best practice. And last, for developing organizational information security management guidelines. Now going into the controls. Now moving on to the key changes of the standards, the controls. So in the new edition, there was 93 controls are organized in 4 clauses, compared to the second edition where there were 114 controls are organized in 14 clauses and 35 categories. In previous revisions, lots of time was spent to debate around these clauses and categories, and they were used by users. They may not fit into the context, every organization and every industry. These categories are simply the way to organize the controls. So we decided on a very simple 4 clauses structure, which we call these categories themes, and namely organizational controls, people controls, physical controls, and technological controls. And the 93 controls include 11 new controls and 24 merged controls and 58 updated controls. We will take a look at this in a bit more details later on. Determining the controls is one of the most difficult discussions during the revision. Some with very robust debate and challenges from the experts, but we have managed to reach the consensus with this new set of controls in 4 clauses with up-to-date guidance text. We think users will find it more relevant, useful, and simpler. Just to share a few of the key considerations. Firstly, we found that the second edition has heavy focus on preventative controls, but light on detective and reactive controls. So we intended to have a good balance in this new edition. Secondly, it is important to emphasize that information security is not just a technical topic, but covering organization, people, and physical controls. So you can see there are a large number of organizational controls in the new edition, for example. So thirdly, we found that there were many controls in the second edition that are closely related, and one cannot operate without the other. So in the new edition, we aimed to merge these controls. Now let's take a look at the control structure before I move on to the details of the 93 controls. There are 2 main changes of the control structures. First, we introduced a new concept called attribute. Each control is associated with 5 attributes: control types, information security properties, cybersecurity concepts, organizational capabilities, and security domains. The purpose of these attributes is to allow the controls to be filtered, sorted, and organized for different audiences. The results of such filtering are referred to as views. However, these attributes and their views are only examples. Organizations may disagree with one or more of them and create their own attributes. I will spend more time later on this, and I think there are a lot of opportunities to make the most of the attributes in the new edition. Second change is the use of purpose for each control instead of an objective for a group of controls. So now you see each control have a purpose rather than a group of control meeting a particular objective. And this really simplifies the standard and gives the users more flexibility on determining the controls that is relevant to the organization. So the majority, so these are the list of the updated controls. Majority of the second edition controls remains relevant, but they need revision to bring it up to date with the latest best practice and remove the reference to obsolete technologies. So for example, we added the consideration of bring your own device in remote working control. I did more guidance on the consideration of biometrics in authentication control. I did consideration of Agile in the secure development life cycles. And we believe this updated guidance text will add great value to users who use the standard and supporting their implementations. So here are a list of the controls that have been merged. The controls have been merged when two or more controls are inseparable in practice or otherwise closely related. So an example in the addition to controls are for policy and review. An organization cannot review a policy that it does not have, and it cannot keep a policy up to date if it does not review it. So these two addition to controls are therefore inseparable, and we have merged them in addition 3 of the standard. Another example is the merge of the addition 2 controls for an organization for assets inventory and ownership of assets. While the purpose of having an asset inventory is knowing what asset an organization has, and another is being able to assign responsibility for looking after the asset. So they're very closely related, and asset inventory without assigning ownership is incomplete. Therefore, these 2 controls from addition 2 are merged into 1 controls. So now here are the list of new controls. I won't go into the detail of each one of them, but I want to highlight a number of privacy related controls that have been added to the standard, given the topic of this conference. So as you can see, 8.10 on information deletion, 8.11 on data masking, and 8.12 on data leakage prevention. So these are a number of privacy-related controls that has been added in addition to the existing controls that helping improve privacy of consumers. The threat intelligence control concerns the gathering of information about information security threats so that appropriate actions can be taken. And the guidance talks about the strategic, tactical, and operational threat intelligence. Another one, information security for the use of cloud services, is given a special treatment because of its prominence in the everyday computing these days around cloud usage. So now I will take some time to talk about attributes. As mentioned earlier, attributes are different categorizations of controls from the themes to present a different views of controls. I want to emphasize the use of attributes is not mandatory, and organizations and industry bodies can create new attributes that are specific to the organization or industry bodies. Now let's take a look at this in detail through some examples. So each of the control in the new version of ISO IEC 27002 has been associated with 5 example attributes with the corresponding attributes value. So control types and information security properties, they're fairly straightforward and commonly used categories. And with the introduction of various cybersecurity frameworks in the industry, we introduced the cybersecurity concept attribute as an example, which is aligned to NIST cybersecurity framework and the ISO 27101 cybersecurity frameworks. The operational capabilities attribute is a view similar to the second edition clauses, where we say that there are 15 common operational capabilities in information security management. And the last one, security domains, is aligned to the ENISA's framework on minimum security measures for operators of essential services. Gives example on a major market, in particular, interesting the categories on resilience give us more insight into our 27002 controls. So let me run through a quick example of one attribute. So an organization or industry body, they can simply use a web-based technology or database or spreadsheets or any tools to do this. I just used a very simple spreadsheet, and you can really facilitate that. It just illustrates that you can create a view and look at the relevant controls that's specific to a particular topic you're interested in. So, but more excitingly, an organization can define its own attributes with different values to address specific needs in the organization. So, for example, you can have a value for different regulations. For example, GDPR. You can look at the maturity of the controls, ownership of controls. You can also have controls linked to the different risk event or scenarios. We also see there might be great opportunities for the industry bodies or associations to create attributes and values that pertinent to a particular industry or a type of organization. And this will really drive the standardization, consistency, and the sharing of best practice. So for example, we could create attributes that's relevant to privacy and looking for all the controls contribute to the improvement of privacy of consumers. So now I will run through a few other changes very quickly. We have included up-to-date terms and conditions in the standard so that users do not have to go to a different standard, i.e. 27000, to look for the meaning of the terms. And we have updated these terms so the standard can be accurately understood by all of its users. There are no normative reference anymore with this change. We introduced the subheadings in some controls where the guidance text is too long and can be structured. And here are on the right-hand side of the slide is an example of how this is used in the control. So finally, there are two new annexes. Annex A explains how an organization can use the control attribute concept and define its own attributes. And Annex B presents the correspondence between the controls in this edition and the previous edition of the standard. So that was a very quick whistle-stop tour of the changes. I hope it will help you to navigate the new standard. And I really urge organizations and industries make the most of what the new edition of the international standards can offer. I want to save quite a lot of time for Q&A. But before I do that, last thing, I just want to do a bit of plug. Standardization brings huge value for users, organizations, industries, and communities as a whole. by participating in standard development, you are at the forefront of the driving the industry forward. You know, there are huge amount of standardization work going on, like the previous topic around artificial intelligence, the ethics of AI, and many other topics. But the one I'm really most interested in is this IST 33 for information security, cybersecurity, and privacy protection. There are 5 subcommittees, and you know, these are the UK's mirror committee that contribute to the international standard drafting at the international level. So if you're interested to be a technical expert and you want to join BSA as a standard maker, you could register online or contact Ms. Joy, who helps with this working group. So that's all I want to say. Thanks very much for your time and listening. I hope it's helpful, in particular for those who knows ISO 27002 well, but for those who don't, I hope this intrigued you interest and to take a look at it. So I'm gonna open for question if this works. So
there are indeed questions, Sabrina. Thank you so much. So let me kick off with the first one that's come through. We've talked a lot about 27002, and you've referenced IST. Any idea when ISO 27001 will be revised?
Excellent question. So, so there, I think there's 2 elements. So, I think the person who asked the question knows a lot about the standard. As you know, that Annex A of 27001 are the list of controls from 27002. So as the publication of the new edition of 27002, obviously there's a misalignment of Annex A with the new edition. So work is ongoing to publish this new Annex A for ISO 27001 that will fix the misalignment issue. So you will have a new Annex A with existing control content of 27001, so users will have this complete updated standard. And then I guess the second aspect is a full revision of the whole 27001. So so the project just being started and kicked off. So again, it will go through all the rigor of a ISO standardization process, as I mentioned earlier, like how 27002 is drafted. So it will go through the study period, the working draft, the revisions, etc., etc. So you will hear more about the full revision of 27001 as the revision project progress, and will following the same processes. So it will be another at least 3 years, I guess, for 27001 to new edition of 27001 to be published.
Fantastic, thank you. And 2 related questions that have come in. The first one references data management, which, as you rightly pointed out, is crucial for organizations, both to mitigate risk and also to enable. How do you think audit and risk management frameworks need to be adjusted with new standards coming into play?
Yeah, no, very good question. So, as an introduction, I work in risk now, although, I started with from very hands-on cybersecurity background and experiences. So, my experience through the industry is whether it's, the first line cybersecurity data expert, or the risk function, or the audit function, or the external audit function, they all coming through should base on a standard set of control set. So those are the key, and it's the foundations. So, whether it's new regulatory requirements, GDPR, or others, operational resilience, or many other regulations, they all based eventually you can link them back to a set of controls that's relevant to the purpose and the topic of that particular regulation. I think whether it's audit, it's risk, it's regulators, they all need to think about, the purpose of what they do, and then link back to a set of controls that will help organization to meet those objectives. So, when I advise organizations, I would say, well, never reinvent the wheel on this. You need to do your manage your organization's data security and relevant risk, thinking about a set of controls that's required. And then when there's a new regulation come up, rather than just go, think about, tick the boxes, but think about what you already have and what are really needed for the organization to meet the new regulation. So think about the intent, not the letter of the law, if that makes sense.
Fascinating. Definitely, thank you. The questions are coming in thick and fast for you, Sabrina. The next question the next question we have is, the concept of attributes is a really useful addition.
Yes.
Will this persist as a standards methodology across all ISO documentation?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. So, I mean, the way standard draft is per committee or working group, or SC stands for standard committees. So each committee would be, they're responsible for a set of standards. So we came like when we review when we did the revision project for 27002, we came up with this attributes concept within this committee. Obviously, if the users, the industry feel it's a useful thing to have, we will have to go to the ISO management and to discuss it with the other committee. But we can only make decision on the standard we are responsible for. But we have to go through the ISO management process, I guess, to demonstrate and to show, and maybe other standards would like to adopt it. But as you said, we are seeing a lot of interest around the attribute, not so much on the examples we have put in the standard, but the potential for industries and trade associations, because previously there are lots of organizations will have well, not previously, but even today, organizations face very similar challenges and problems. Similar link to the previous question around new regulations. So we can totally see that even regulators could start using this, and trade associations or industry bodies, they could develop a new attribute to address particular needs. So for example, new regulation come out, we can see a industry body and working with industry participants develop a set of attributes associated with the new regulation, and that will becoming be used by all the organizations who need to meet the regulatory requirements. So, you know, it's reduce overhead and driving consistency, driving industry best practices, and helping the industry to get better together. And that's in particular important, I guess, for topics such as cybersecurity, data privacy, because, you know, as a society, we're almost as good as the weakest link. You know, we can only, as a community, protect all the consumers when all the business within this community can, you know, uplift their standard and all start to protect that consumer information. So definitely we're seeing lots of need, and I urge industries and trade associations to really think about the ways to make use of the attributes.
Wow, thank you very much, Sabrina. I'm hoping this might be the last question. Do you think the new version of ISO 27002 2022 is trying to be more focused on privacy management? And do you think that is one of the main purposes in terms of its updates?
Yeah, I wouldn't say is the main purposes, but it's certainly one of the key considerations. So when we look at the control list, we wanted to make sure that we are addressing the need around information security and the protection, and privacy is a key element to it. And we recognize there are a number of controls. You know, the industry has developed and progressed hugely, but the standard has stayed where it was when it was published in the previous version. So, you know, we wanted to make sure, A, we reflect what's being, you know, what the industry has developed over the years. We also want to drive the next, you know, we want to lead the way, you know, we want to be at the forefront and the pioneer. And we certainly think privacy is one of the key considerations. As you can see, some of the new controls around cloud, you know, obviously it's very, very important. It's so part of what we do. So we added the cloud controls. We see the controls around reactive controls is less. So, you know, the topic around resilience, right? So, you know, it's not just about prevention. We can never prevent everything, but can we detect issues early enough and respond effectively enough? So we added those monitoring, detection, and reactive controls. So, you know, there's various different considerations to serve the user base, but obviously privacy is one of the key considerations.
Thank you, Sabrina. One more final question. Is there a transition period for the phasing out of the old version of 27002?
Yeah, so this is more of a compliance question than a standard maker, so I'm a technical expert. So I think 27002 is not a a requirement standard. So when you get your certificate, your certificate is against 27001, which has an annex compared to the controls. So, you know, there isn't a transition period as such because there's no need to transition 27002. We simply replace the older version with the new one. The question is more around your 27001 certification and whether it's, you know, compared to the current Annex A or the later version, the new version of Annex A. So you should just follow the guidance that published from BSI around this. So when the, you know, on the exact requirements. So I won't comment on something, I may not be completely accurate, but BSI can give you the accurate information around this.
Fantastic. Well, perhaps Tim can help later on in the afternoon as he chairs the session in the afternoon to give it further insight on the standards. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sabrina. That was super insightful, super helpful. And I note that you put a call out for experts, and I look forward to seeing many of our audience and panelists take you up on the offer. The more voices and the more creative brains we have around these standards, the better they will be and the more fit for future they will be. So thank you so much. Now, I'm delighted to welcome our next speaker, Stefan Schupert, a partner at Hogan Lovells, to help us understand key organisational impacts of data protection for the UK and the EU. Now, I've known Stefan for many years. He has over 20 years experience in this area, supporting organisations develop and implement successful privacy and data protection programs. With a background in both German and US law, Stefan has a deep understanding of what to expect and require for the international transfer of data and what it takes, importantly, to convince regulators and to ensure that regulatory requirements are met. Who's Who, Legal Information Technology, have called him one of the foremost IT lawyers in the world. We're very lucky to have you today. We can't wait to hear your thoughts, Stefan. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Evie. And on a personal note, I'm a partner in a UK law firm and at the same time with my feet firmly grounded in the European Union. So you will see my heart in the UK, my feet in the EU. I'm bridging the gap that that's a task that we also look here for privacy reasons. Let me quickly guide you through the program of today. So first, I'd like to go through the current legal framework in the UK and explain a bit the differences with regard to the European framework. One of the key topics is really the data transfers between the European Union and the UK. And that will also lead then to the international data transfers to third countries. And to make the picture complete, I will also talk about the further perspectives that we are currently looking at in the UK. So let's start with the current legal framework. This weekend, I went to the Rolling Stones concert in their European tour, and I was really marveling at these rock stars playing for 60 years, more or less, the same keys and tunes. And I was really wondering about my fate as a privacy lawyer, because that's a completely different picture. Not only that you don't have 60 years, but it's changing every year. And whereas in the EU, we have the GDPR since 2016 as a piece of legislation, now in the UK, we have the Data Protection Act 2018 in its revised version after the post-Brexit regulation took effect with the version applicable since 1st of January 2021. And in addition to the Data Protection Act 2018, there's the UK GDPR that remained as retained EU law. What does it mean? So it's more or less the body of the European GDPR, but adapted. Very helpful means of analyzing the adaptations of the so-called Keeling schedule. That is really a very handy tool to assess the changes. The actual act is rather cumbersome to read. So what are the changes? It's mostly technical changes in these amendments where there are reference to EU institutions. There's now a reference to the UK domestic institutions. And where there's a reference to the EU member states' national legislation in the EU GDPR, there's now in the UK GDPR a reference to the Data Protection Act 2018. Let me give you a very simple example. Everybody knows Article 8 GDPR, where there's also a reference to national laws when it comes to the consent age for children. The UK GDPR refers that, other than the European GDPR, to Clause 9 of the Data Protection Act 2018, where it references, the 13 years minimum to give consent. And where there are references to national DPAs, the UK GDPR refers to the ICO. So if you look at this, there are no material differences between the EU and the UK GDPR. The adaptations are really on a technical side. One important point is the applicability. And if you look at the provisions, both in the European GDPR and in the retained GDPR in the UK, you will see that the wording is pretty similar. So there are basically 2 points that trigger the applicability of the GDPR. It's either to have an establishment of the controller or processor, or if there's no establishment, there's nevertheless applicability where there's an offer of goods or services, or there is a monitoring of the behavior of individuals. So where this seems to be quite a parallel wording, it nevertheless means that for each of the jurisdictions, you have to be very clear, where do we have an establishment? So for instance, for a UK entity, it is the most important challenge to establish, do we have an establishment in the European Union, or do we, without such an establishment, only monitor, for instance, behavior of individuals in the European Union and therefore have to apply European law? So this applies in both directions. If you look at the question of an establishment, what each UK organization has to verify is whatever you have as an operation in the European Union, does that qualify as an establishment? And a very good guideline for that is really the guideline 3/2018, the opinion 3 from 2018 from the European Data Protection Board, where it analyzes what qualifies as an establishment and gives rise to the applicability of the European GDPR. And why does that have an importance? Because if you deal with the European Union without having an establishment, it means that as a UK organization, you have to nominate a representative. And that could be of importance for any UK organization, because the question of whether a representative in the European Union is appointed is something that European regulators look more and more closely into. I just included the reference to a recent fine handed down by the Dutch Data Protection Authority for the lack of a non-EU entity appointment of a local representative in the European Union. So it seems to be a very formal requirement. Okay, we as a UK organization, we are selling our products in the European Union, or we have a website where we monitor the behavior of individuals also from the European Union that navigate through our website. But we don't have an establishment in the European Union. But appointing a representative is really more than a formal requirement. It's really the contact point for the European regulators. And if you do not appoint such a representative, this is really seen as a violation of European laws that could trigger fines. One important aspect to realize is, what is the advantage and what is the downside of the representative? The advantage of the representative is really that it does not expose you to more liability than without such a representative. So I sometimes hear comments, oh, if we have a representative in place, would that expose us really to more scrutiny or higher liability? I always say no, the opposite is the answer. If you appoint a representative, you show compliance with the law. So it really, even if there's an issue with the European regulator, it eases down the approach that the regulator will take. However, it is important to understand the difference between a representative and an establishment. Let's say you have some kind of affiliate within the European Union, and such affiliate in the European Union acts as a distributor. Then we often get the question, is the distributor now our main establishment in the European Union, or should we just appoint it as a representative? The establishment in the European Union has an advantage, because once you have an establishment in the European Union, also the one-stop shop mechanisms will apply. So that means that if your distributor as an affiliate, let's say in the Netherlands, is an establishment, then only the Dutch authority would have the power to regulate your activities throughout the European Union, even if you are processing data in many countries in the European Union. So having a establishment might have some advantages over the mere appointment of a representative in one of the European member states. So looking at the fact that there are no material differences between EU GDPR and UK GDPR, the question arises nevertheless for the applicability, and you will see that there are overlap issues where you say, okay, I might have an establishment, but I also process data without such an establishment. This will lead to a situation where you have to face a situation where both EU and UK GDPR apply cumulatively to the processing of the data that you have. So an activity, as I quoted as an example, through your distributor in the Netherlands might still fall under the UK GDPR because you are the UK controller of the data processed there, but it could also fall under European Union rules because you are selling products to customers in the European Union. And looking at this cumulative approach of both UK and EU law, what's the consequence for you? The most important is a need for action when it comes to your documentation and privacy notice. Because in this situation, it would be very important to make it transparent and very clear in your documentation and in your privacy notice which law applies to which processing activities, so that the UK law would apply to your activities as a UK-based controller, but that you would also apply the European GDPR law to the activities where you sell products to customers in the European Union or where you monitor behavior of customers in the European Union. And if you appoint an EU representative, that should also be very clear from the documentation that you have in your privacy notice and in the documentation. And in our experience, this is a kind of self-finding process where you say, oh, but the rules are the same materially, but nevertheless, it is important to make sure that the distinctive applicabilities of the two different pieces of legislations are made clear. Let me say it's also important, if you look at the future and where the UK law might take small or material deviations from the EU law, it will be important to make transparent which law applies to which circumstance. Now, looking at the data transfers between EU and UK, That was something of quite a headache at the beginning of the discussions, what would happen post-Brexit. At the end, I think it has been tackled in a very pragmatic way. Very clearly, for every UK-based organization, the EU would be a third country, as the UK is now a third country for the European Union privacy regulations. The general requirements apply, and they are dealt with really in a identical way in both the UK and in the EU provisions. You can transfer data to a country outside your own jurisdictions if there is an adequate decision, or if there are appropriate safeguards like binding corporate rules or standard contractual clauses. How does this now apply in the specific context of UK and the European Union? The good part is that for the transfers from the European Union to the UK as a third country, we have the adequacy decision of the European Commission dated 28th of June 2021. This is applicable for a period of 4 years, so until 2025. Does that mean that we have peace for this 4-year period? I have to include a small caveat. Even if we have the adequacy decision, this adequacy decision can be attacked. It can be challenged in court, as we have seen by the Schrems activities against the adequacy decision with regard to the United States. So even if there is now a formal adequacy decision, that does not necessarily mean that it would stay. And the EU Commission can also review the findings, and that's in particular important if UK law will change in the meantime until 2025. So the adequacy decision is certainly based on the current status of legislation in the UK. For the UK organizations that want to export data to their European affiliates or to service providers, there's an adequacy regulation that includes the European Economic Area and all countries that are covered by European Commission adequacy decisions. So for data transfers between the European Union and UK, we can say that there is still a free flow of information. So based on the adequacy decision, there's no need for additional means. A small caveat for immigration data, but this will only relate to a very small fraction of the data, but for the bulk of the data, the adequacy decisions help materially in the transfer of data. So data transfers can be based on this adequacy regulation, and only if there's no adequacy regulation, so if it doesn't go to the EU or to some of the countries listed here, we need the additional measures like standard contractual clauses or the UK binding rules. So let us look at the international transfers. So no longer transfers between UK and European Union, but transfers to third countries like the US. In the European Union, we have the new standard contractual clauses that result from the European Court's decision in the Schrems II case. These have been published in June 2021. For countries, for organizations operating from the European Union, there are certain transitory periods which are, however, tighter than applying, for UK entities. For EU entities, we can no longer conclude contracts incorporating the old SECs, but for any new contracts, EU entities now have to know the new SECs. But to the extent that there are still old contracts in place, they only need to be revised until December 2022. Different the situation in the UK. Certainly, even in the UK, there are still organizations that use the old EU standard contractual clauses. In addition to that, there's the International Data Transfer Agreement published by the ICO that was designed to replace the old European standard contractual clauses. However, as a reaction to the new clauses published in June last year, there's also the so-called addendum. So it's an international data transfer addendum that can be used by UK organizations in addition to the new European Commission SECs. What does that addendum mean? I mean, the addendum has mostly technical amendments. Let's say in case of contradictions between the standard contractual clauses and the UK national law, it states that national law of England and Wales will prevail. And it also has rules on choice of law and choice of forum, where law and forum of England and Wales is selected. Otherwise, there are no material differences from the new standard contractual clauses. I talked about the tight deadline for European entities. Now, for UK organizations, the deadline to adopt the new SECs are a bit more relaxed. So until September of this year, it is still possible to enter into new contracts on the basis of the old European SECs. And then there are transitional periods for adopting new versions, either the IDTA or the addendum plus the European standard contractual clauses. What do we see in the market and what's our recommendation? I mean, to the extent that you do international business, what we see is really that most companies are going for the UK addendum and the new European SECs because that offers really the one-size-fits-all solution for business having to comply with both UK GDPR and EU GDPR, and is a very manageable approach. The alternative IDTA is preferable for organizations that are only UK based and that do not have a need to also comply with European regulations. A different mean is are the binding corporate rules, and as an addition to complexity here, we have BCRs also under two regimes. We have the BCRs that are still authorized under the old privacy directive. And for those who were around at that time, will still remember that data transfers under the old BCRs need to have a national authorization by the Data Protection Authority. This case has been dealt with here by the ICO. And then there's the situation where the BCRs have already been adopted under the GDPR. To make a complex story very simple, the point is that most of the companies that had BCRs approved within the European Union can easily use the approval for the European Union also for data transfers from the UK to third countries by providing the ICO with the UK version of their BCRs. So this should also give an easy way, an easy solution for UK organizations that export data both from the UK and from the EU to third countries. So if you look at the data transfers to third countries that are not subject to an adequacy decision, the standard recommendation would be either using the SECs based on the new SECs with the addendum, or to use the binding corporate rules, either approved by the ICO or approved by European regulator, and then annexed with a UK version of the BCR without further approval need. So let's look for the last minutes at the further perspectives. I mean, nothing new to you. We have the reform of the UK data protection law at the horizon. Since September 2021, we have the proposals for reforming the UK data protection law. what was the purpose? The purpose was to have a common sense approach to privacy, not box ticking. I like this quote very much. So the point is really to have a modified version of privacy that is more pragmatic. You can see this when you look at the topics of the proposed reform. It's really reducing burdens on businesses and boosting trade and reducing barriers to data flows. And it really attempts to create a bridge between two approaches. First, being more pragmatic, but then also, and that's the second major bullet point, still to maintain the EU adequacy. So it means, how far can we go in changing the GDPR in the same time maintaining adequacy? I think that the approach certainly makes sense. So if you look at the proposed reform of the UK data protection laws, you have reduced obligations on data protection officers, data protection impact assessments, and the records of processing activities. I think a very good approach is the whitelisting of legitimate interest situations where the anonymization of data or the use of data for product improvements would automatically qualify as justified by the legitimate interest. The other points are probably on the more on a point where there could be very different views whether email marketing should really be liberated, but I think it's a good approach in looking where GDPR can be applied in a more pragmatic way. So we expect the government response to the consultation process very shortly. My evaluation is it could be a good test case for what really makes sense under the GDPR for the UK, but still, maintaining the adequacy to ensure the free data flow between the UK and the EU. So let's summarize. I think privacy in the UK and EU GDPR context is still a very manageable task. It is important for UK organizations to update and make transparent their documentation and concept for data flows and which law they are applying to, and also the means of transferring data. The UK reform could lead to a more pragmatic approach and in the same time maintain the adequacy, because adequacy means not that the law must be identical, which is now more or less the case, but that it more or less creates the same level of protection. And now and in the future, we see that companies with GDPR compliance throughout UK and the European Union will not face material additional administrative burdens. Thank you very much.
That was fascinating. Thank you so much, Stefan. Very insightful, as always. We do have time for one question. And that question is, from your perspective, does Article 46 apply to data transfers to Australia, in your view?
Yes, it should cover the transfers to Australia from the UK.
Excellent, fantastic, thank you. And one more question. In your opinion, what should be the biggest watch outs for privacy teams in the next year, 18 months, from an EU and UK perspective, given how the legislation is going? Any particular tips or profile areas, priority areas that they should be focusing on?
I think the first point will be to maintain an approach that is possibly as uniform as possible for privacy, because even if the UK data protection reform bill will introduce certain liberalizations of privacy regimes, that could be very advantageous to organizations operating only in the UK, I think the use of a double standard for the UK and then for data that fall under the EU regime could create an additional burden for the organizations. So, even if there are new changes, I would be very careful in quickly jumping to it, but really assessing it. And we have to see the world is not only limited to the UK and the European Union. We see that privacy regulations are more and more frequent and expanding throughout the world. And I think the real challenge is to find a privacy regime that applies on a global level and that creates a sufficient level of compliance in all the major markets where an organization operates. And I think that will be the greatest challenge in the next 12 to 18 months.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. And I suppose one other question or just a thought that I have, you mentioned SCCs, you mentioned data transfers, and I know Mary will touch on it in more detail. But from your perspective, do you think it's worthwhile noting the opportunity to legitimize intra-group data transfers through a global intra-group data transfer agreement as well, as part of a consistent theme to mitigate risk and enable seamless data transfers intra-group, not with third parties?
I think it's an important point because the bulk of transfers of personal data for internationally operating organizations will be intra-group transfers. And in our experience dealing with regulators in that field, regulators are expecting that internationally operating groups have a state-of-the-art intra-group agreement in place where they deal with this, and that the roles, who is the controller within the group, who is the processor, are we joint controllers, that the groups are aware of their respective roles, and that this is reflected also in the transfer agreements or in the documents referred to by the data transfer agreements. So yes, it's, I think, apart from the privacy program and your privacy notice, I think it's probably the second or third document that you should have, in your documentation.
Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Thank you so much, Stefan.
You're welcome.
That was absolutely superb, and I think we've all benefited from that. And probably there will be more questions coming throughout the day. So we're very grateful for your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, our next speaker, Anthea Davies, is a privacy and data analytics guru. I've had both the privilege and the pleasure of working with her, and I can't wait to hear her thoughts and perspectives in our next case study, examining value creation through responsible use of data. Now, Anthea specializes in privacy and data and analytics law, with a particular focus on the collection and use of data and analytics within the pet care business at Mars. Prior to that, she was hugely successful as Senior Privacy Counsel for Europe and Asia, and prior to that, advised global clients in private practice across a broad range of industries, including big tech, Internet of Things, and AI. Over to you, Anthea. Look forward to hearing all about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Evie. Just checking that you can indeed hear me.
We can indeed.
Great, thank you, Evie. As Evie mentioned, my name is Anthea Davies. I am a senior counsel in the Mars Pet Care Data and Analytics team. As Evie mentioned, I focus on legal advisory around collection and use of data and analytics within the pet care business. This covers both human and animal data, so my work covers, among other areas, privacy laws, of course, but also veterinary regulations and codes, intellectual property, general commercial, and more. Now, one great perk in working in a pet care company is that I get to distract you with photos of cute dogs and cats. And as you may have spotted on the previous slide, our pets, such as my dog Quinn, are absolutely encouraged to appear in our professional photos. Yes, I can take him to the office, and yes, he is far more popular there than I am, although I don't suppose that's difficult when you're in-house legal. Now, before I start on the substance of this session, value creation through use of data, and particularly given I make everyone else in my team say this before they present anything externally, the views I express in this presentation are my own and do not represent those of my employer. So now to the substance. You're probably quite familiar with Mars chocolate products. However, I often find people are quite surprised to find out that we have quite a strong presence in the pet care industry. Yes, I always get the comment, isn't chocolate toxic to dogs? Yes, it is. And I can assure you that the chocolate and pet businesses are kept very, very separate. In any case, you may have guessed from the pet-friendly working policies at Mars, we believe that pets make the world a better place, and our purpose is a better world for pets. Mars Pet Care serve millions of pets and pet owners around the world. We have over 100,000 employees and over 50 brands, some of which you might recognize from this slide. In addition to pet nutrition brands you may know, such as Royal Canin, James Wellbeloved, Pedigree and Whiskers, Mars Pet Care covers comprehensive veterinary care, both primary and specialist, diagnostics, wearable health monitoring, DNA testing, and pet welfare in more than 130 countries. And with this diverse data that we gather across our brands, we have an opportunity to individualize pet care, create new science, and be a force for good for pets all around the world. So I like to think Mars is certainly contributing to a few of the good things in life, chocolate and puppies featuring pretty highly on my list in that respect. With that background, today I've been asked to provide some real examples of the power of data and how it is being used to create value for consumers and businesses. Given my role in pet care, I will be drawing on examples from the pet industry that use animal data as opposed to human data. It is nevertheless illustrative of the benefits of data and the application of data analytics processes to demonstrate value across many disciplines and industries. And I think the first thing when we think about this topic is talking about what we mean by value. It's actually one of the hardest questions to answer and even harder to quantify. Naturally, when you consider value, particularly in a business context, the mind invariably interprets this in a monetary sense. And even if we do restrict it to a simple monetary consideration, are we talking about value creation in its own right, or are we talking about efficiencies and savings? Are we talking about both? And of course, how hard is that to measure when quite often DNA is serving other parts of the business? So where do you actually attribute that value or that cost saving? It's an incredibly difficult question to answer, and one which the data and analytics industry as a whole very much grapples with. I attended a conference last month with nearly 2,000 attendees from across the DNA industry, and a constant refrain in many of the sessions was the challenge posed by quantifying in dollar terms the value of DNA. At the same time, there were also many examples discussed throughout the course of that conference, and certainly in the wider community, in the way that data and data analytics can be applied to create value in other ways. So a couple of the examples were that another FMCG company who was at the conference spoke about using data and analytics techniques for supply chain analysis. Now, beyond the obvious metrics such as efficient supply, predicting and avoiding too little or too much of anything, both at the manufacturing stages and delivery to end retailers, the use of data and analytics allows them to ensure they are fulfilling their social responsibility and environmental commitments. So the way they do this is that they ensure raw materials are sourced from outside protected habitats and environmentally protected areas by applying data and analytics techniques to satellite imagery of their supplier catchment areas. In the current world market, these issues are important as they are so intrinsically tied with reputational and social conscious commitments expected of modern companies by their consumers. It all turns on that question of trust and doing the right thing. This is increasingly, again, in terms of particularly environmental commitments and social responsibility, increasingly being reinforced by regulatory intervention, which in many cases needs to be evidenced, thus showing the value of DNA in that context. Another really interesting insight came from a Formula One team that spoke at the conference. And yes, I will admit, I have recently become absolutely hooked on the Netflix series Drive to Survive. So this one was particularly interesting, although not entirely relevant for my role in pet care. In any case, they use, within the F1 teams, they use advanced data analysis from thousands of sensors on the car in real time to gain greater insights on many aspects of the car, the track, and the weather in any given race. They are getting so granular that service life and performance of each component of the vehicle can be predicted to better inform race strategy. Do they max out this part for a strategic advantage in this race? Will this part make it to the end of the race if they use the extra energy needed to overtake the next car? For F1, value is measured in hundredths of a second and championship points. They will sacrifice performance in the next race for championship points in this race, and are better informed by using DNA as to when to make that call. Finally, the BBC last week published an article about the use of AI in elite tennis and how that was key in identifying that most points were actually won from shorter plays where a player hit the ball just once or twice rather than in longer rallies. This ran counter to conventional thinking and subsequently shifted the way players then approached training and practice to focus on and refine the aspects of the game where the most points were won and less on longer rallies. Yes, less entertaining for us, but I imagine the players more than appreciate the quicker win, shall we say. So some examples in the wider realm of the alternative ways of looking at value within the DNA space. Within our work at Mars Pet Care, however, there are two examples that I'm really excited to share with you. The first of these is our Pet Insight project. Now, in the Pet Insight project, a Whistle Fit monitor, a smart collar-worn device similar to a human fitness tracker, and if you're looking at the screen, it's the little green thing on the dog's collar there, is attached to your dog's collar and captures information about your dog's behavior around the clock, which you can then view through an app. Very exciting in its own right, particularly if you're the type of person that enjoys fitness trackers and the information that can tell you. However, this one goes a little bit further in that pet owners can also submit videos of their pets doing certain activities while wearing the Whistle monitor. Using this data and through the application of machine learning techniques, we have built algorithms that detect when dogs are exhibiting certain behaviors such as eating, drinking, scratching. This then provides a picture of normal canine behavior. We can then also use that data to detect previously unseen patterns or changes that could be early indicators of changes in well-being. For example, increased levels of scratching, which may be an indicator of a dermatological issue, often before owners have even noticed anything unusual. The value here lies very much in real-time updates, uncovering hidden insights, early detection, enabling early intervention, individualized healthcare, and benchmarking of healthy behaviors. Now, I will forever be in awe of our vets in treating and diagnosing a patient that is unable to speak to them, to tell them where it hurts or where it itches. Animals communicate through movement and behavior, and generally instinctively won't outwardly exhibit pain or discomfort until it gets quite bad. And that's very much a throwback to the natural instinct of the wolf pack mentality, where signs of weakness might see an animal excluded from the pack. In this context, the Pet Insight project offers insight in greater understanding the often subtle, non-verbal cues that our pets might be in need of some help from us, far sooner than we might otherwise notice. And as a pet owner myself, that's hugely reassuring that I can be alerted to the fact that, for example, my dog Quinn is a little bit uncomfortable and might need to go to the vet because he's developed a skin issue or perhaps is just not feeling quite right. Another area where we have focused our efforts in terms of DNA is in the area of diagnostics and radiology. So X-rays and cell analysis, in other words, for example, to assess cancerous cells. Now this has traditionally been performed manually, both X-ray assessment and cell analysis. And that means a trained radiologist or pathologist will look at each X-ray or cell image and assess what they see based on their training, making an assessment, writing up the findings in a report, all done manually. It is a time-laborious process, not to mention the potential, despite how carefully one is trained, for human error, difference in opinion, subjectivity. Adding to this, there is a lack of veterinary trained radiologists, and that's global, and a huge year-on-year increase in demand for radiological and diagnostic reads by vets. We're all aware of the pet ownership boom that has occurred over the last couple of years, and that has meant that our vets, who are highly trained, and vets generally, highly trained, have seen a huge demand on their resources. I know certainly trying to get my dog into a vet sometimes proves a little difficult, given the number of new pet owners in London. What we did within Mars to alleviate this problem is that we used millions of radiology and pathology images of animals and their corresponding findings and diagnoses as certified by trained veterinary radiologists and pathologists to develop two tools which use machine learning and AI to analyze X-rays on the one hand and diagnostic test images on the other. The tools are provided to veterinary hospitals to assess the image using machine learning, which initially assesses the X-ray or pathology sample and then is able to produce a report using natural language processing. That is, the computer or the program, the algorithm, writes a report that can be read by a human in the same way that we would read a report written by a human pathologist. And that lists the findings, their probability, and recommended next steps. That all happens far quicker than it would if we had to rely on the manual processes. So we're able to get the results of the X-rays and the biological reads back to the treating veterinarians and back to pet owners far sooner. So not only does the value offered by these projects address a skills shortage in a highly specialized industry, but it also means the turnaround times for diagnoses and subsequent treatment are much shorter. For a pet owner who is worried about the health of their pet, this means less time worrying and wondering. So again, a huge value there in the sense of certainly not monetary, but just ease of mind. All that said, and with these examples in mind, both the ones we are doing in Mars Pet Care and the broader examples I explained earlier that I had sort of picked up in the last few months going to various conferences, I think I would be hard-pressed to find many who would argue that there are significant benefits arising from the responsible practice of data and analytics processes. But of course, you can't get those insights if you don't have any data to analyze. So if we cast our minds back to 2018, and yes, I appreciate that an awful lot has happened in the world since, certainly in 2018, when it came to anything to do with personal data, there seemed to be a near constant refrain in the broader population of no, because GDPR. This poses something of a challenge when it comes to gaining insights from data. No data, no insights. However, just as a toddler eventually moves on from constant and emphatic declarations of no, I must profess the hope that we've similarly matured and moved on in the space of 4 years. In undertaking our work in the pet care space, what has really been borne out is that many of our pet owners are excited to share information that may help other pets. It's simply a case of, quite frankly, not being shady about it. We explain what we need, what we're doing with it, and why. In much the same way, a key enabler in not only countering cynicism about the nefarious use of personal data, but encouraging consumers to share that data that leads to insights for their own or a collective benefit, is to get them to buy into the value you are looking to achieve. It's why it's important that value is characterized and communicated in all of its forms, not simply seen in monetary terms. And of course, accompanying that value exchange, and I do use exchange very intentionally, data is valuable to a company, so it's incumbent upon us to deliver value back. Accompanying that value exchange, there needs to be a high degree of transparency and a commitment from the organizations to act responsibly. Coming back to that don't be shady comment. In saying responsible, I absolutely mean legally and ethically. That pretty much goes without saying at this point, but it goes further than that. Responsible use of data means undertaking best efforts to deliver that value and those outcomes, that mutual benefit, that exchange, by honouring the investment consumers have made in providing data to deliver on that value. In this context, the fundamental principles that underpin privacy, purpose, transparency, security, accountability, and so on, principles that can be seen as simply a checkbox or at worst a barrier, can actually be key enablers in building trust with consumers to deliver the data needed to fuel insights and value. The key is that companies, the whole company, not just the legal department, not just the DNA team, must recognize them as the enablers they are and work with them, rather than begrudgingly seeing them as a mere compliance checkbox or a barrier to work around. So, with that said, I've preempted questions on dogs in the office, and that yes, chocolate is toxic to dogs, but I'm very happy to answer any other questions you have for me in the 10 minutes or so I think we have left, if I've timed it right.
Oh, Anthea, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for your absolutely informative case study. And I'm hoping that perhaps Quinn might make a guest appearance. And we do wish you continued success in this area. Now, you touched upon controls. You touched upon the importance of communication, transparency. What do those translate to for professionals in this area to take on board as they embark in similar projects, whether with highly regulated data or less regulated data or not regulated data, but just as a matter of good governance, because it is a level of maturity as well, organisationally, and it's incumbent on us as professionals to help organisations on that journey.
Absolutely, and I do have to apologise, Evie. Quinn is at daycare today, so he won't be making an appearance, I'm sorry. But in terms of the controls and the measures that companies should have in place, I think it very much all hinges upon that transparency piece and about that knowing what you want to do. I think there's very much, people in DNA get excited. I'll be the first to admit it. People get really, really excited about what they can do, not necessarily what they should. So I think it's about having a very, very clear set of guardrails at the outset about what we should be doing, how we're going to do it, how we're going to communicate it, and having very clear guardrails around this is why we do what we do. And I think that really helps to keep the North Star. And then, of course, having the I think my team is quite sick of me hearing me say the word, we need governance. We need to put some governance around this or that process or this new thing that you want to do. So governance is a real thing, but I think it's really just characterizing it as, guys, this is the rules of the road. This is how we do it here.
Fantastic. And any major pushback or warmly embraced internally?
I think, as I said, you always get a little bit of, but we can do it, so we should. So I think I always find that the key is in explaining why. So absolutely, there are people who get excited and want to run down the roads and test out their new toys. But when you explain to them, perhaps not, let's just slow down on this one, guys. And you explain the reasons for that. The reception is nearly always positive and nearly always, okay, we get it now. And I normally win some friends, which is always a good thing for in-house counsel to say.
And thank you. And finally, any tips for young professionals or younger versions wanting to get into this field and follow in your footsteps? Any hints and tips?
Okay, hints and tips. I think, it goes without saying, when you go into any area, just be a sponge when it comes to information. Absolutely. One of the big things that I have done with the team when I entered the DNA team was just sit and understand how things work technically. I don't come from a technical background. I come from a legal background, so I can explain the law. But when it comes to understanding coding and understanding how algorithms work and why they do what they do, I absolutely fell on my sword and said, guys, I'm in your hands, teach me. So I think that's a really big one, is just understand the subject matter that you are working with and use the ability to learn from the experts in the field that are not legal. I think the other key thing, or the other key skill for anyone looking to get into this space, is learning how to translate legal concepts or compliance concepts or anything like that in a way that technical, or the normal person on the street, but particularly people with a technical background in coding or in analytics, will understand. And I think that's been the real key. Sometimes I do feel like I'm speaking in another language when I'm speaking to some members of the team, but developing that skill to be able to translate is absolutely key to success in this area.
Thank you. And I think you probably answered this next question that's just come in as well with the answer you've just given. Any tips on demonstrating governance, about governance being about enabling innovation, not curtailing it?
Yeah, I think it does come down to that translation piece and translating it in a way that they understand. I always find if you start to analogize, certainly the bank analogy that I think I've used in the past, where you associate personal data with money, suddenly you get everyone understanding that we need to look after it. That's been a real key in sort of switching the logic or turning the logic, and people then understanding the need for governance in this area. It's about making it real and making it personal for the people that you're working with.
Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Thank you so much, Anthea. Unless there are any other questions coming through, I'll just check the chat. Nope, that is it for now. We are so on time. Thank you so much, Anthea. And thank you to all our speakers so far this morning. We're going to take a short 10-minute break now and come back on air at 11:30 for the remainder of our morning speakers, have some lunch, and then come back for the afternoon. Anthea, thank you so much.
Good morning and welcome back to the BSI conference, The Digital World, Privacy and Data. Hopefully you've had a good 10-minute break. I am Tim McGarr, the Sector Lead for Digital from BSI, and I'll be chairing the remainder of the day. Before we get on, I'd firstly like to thank Evie for doing such a brilliant job of chairing the session this morning. For all our speakers, their biographies are online and you can see their fantastic achievements there. Please also keep sending through the questions so we can ask our speakers them in the sessions. So for our first session after the break, which is on data sovereignty and the concept of data insecurity, we have Max Beaverton-Palmer, Director in Internet Policy Unit at Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Max, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Tim, and thanks very much to the organisers of the conference. It's been a fascinating morning so far. I'm just trying to click through with my slides. I'm not sure I'm able to do that at the moment. And now I do. Thank you. Okay, so I'm talking today about the politics of data from detection to sovereignty. In 2017, The Economist published a front page headline, the world's most valuable resource is no longer data, no longer oil, but data. The leader discussed in detail the dominance of tech platforms, their monopolization of user data, and I think it marks a watershed moment for the slow turn against the tech giants. From 2010 onwards, they moved from being digital darlings to privacy invading pariahs, and probably something that's yet to be reversed. And it's probably more deeply embedded in public conception than it's ever been. But I'm not going to speak about the regulation of tech giants, but rather what the Economist article shows for me. I'm really sorry, I'm unable to click on the slides at all. Thanks. So I'm not going to speak about the regulation of tech giants, but rather what this Economist article shows for me is the salience of an idea in the public conception. So this idea is that data is the new oil, and you would remember this is a long time after GDPR. So this concept of data as the new oil is data is something that's being mined or exploited and turned into wealth that is accruing to somebody and not to somebody else. It's a powerful idea that seeks to reduce the complexity of the data economy to something that the person on the street could understand, or more importantly, something that a politician could understand. And the key word here is exploitation. I'm sure that many of you listening will think that 2017 sounds a little late to mark as the advent of data as the new oil moniker. But if you're attending this conference, you probably know a fair bit about data already and heard this phrase years before. 2017, for me, is, I suggest, when the term caught the political imagination. And by political, I mean it's when politicians and leaders around the world figured out data was something they should care about and have an opinion on. And that's what I'd like to talk to you about this morning. My central argument today is that the politics of data and the way politicians characterize data is not only fundamental, but it's becoming ever more important as questions of digital become interchangeable with every other political and economic question. And the language and the politics of the language are incredibly important in the way we are going to construct the future models of data protection, data regulation, and exploitation of data for the public good. And if we don't tackle some of these narratives about data and get the right narratives in place, then we'll lose significant public trust in data, and we'll lose the ability to really maximize this amazing resource for the public good. And in this, the public and private sectors are intricately interwoven, and trust in digital services matters wherever you are. And this isn't simply a call for better data protection regulation, but an argument for better political communication about the stories of data. And that's important because the real world real life implications are huge. Data exploitation means value accruing, or new forms of value accruing to individuals and companies, able to improve people's lives and address big problems like climate crisis or inequality, and also means building trust in public and private services and institutions. And in the UK, as a sign we're behind in our political culture, it's astonishing in 2022 that we still don't have a truly digital department, and we still group our digital issues and government alongside culture, media, and sport. And economic fraud and harms has only just been added to the draft text of the online safety bill. So next slide. I've got a little interactive bit here. So if you want, there's one question on this Mentimeter slide. So it's a real test to see who's still listening to this. So I've got some data I want to share with you that we, on a survey we conducted last year. So if you go to scan this QR code or go to menti.com and enter the code, you can answer the question about your trust in personal data, and I'll reveal the results later on. So you may be asking, why does the Tony Blair Institute care about this, or what is even the Tony Blair Institute doing? So clearly we were set up by the former Prime Minister Tony Blair, and what we deal with is two things. One, with policy for the future, and advising countries and governments around the world on things like good governance and particularly technology governance. And we're around approaching 500 people now, operating in over 20 countries, writing policy on things from macroeconomic policy to technology, and funded by a mixture of individuals and philanthropic foundations. And we care particularly about my area, which is technology policy. We believe that there's a fundamental disconnect between what we'd call the change makers in the world, the people producing technology, and policy makers. And there is a fundamental gap of real exploitation of technology to the benefit of citizens around the world, and really a massive communication problem between technology industry and politicians that we were seeking to address. We also, as I said, work directly with countries around the world on issues like digitization, which we see as a fundamental part of the development path. And I'm director of a unit in the Institute that looks at internet policy. We work around things like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, future of regulation, and we do that with a view to thinking about the politics and the applicability of the technical subjects, both technology technical and legally technical, into the political realm, to convince people and to kind of arm leaders with the ability and knowledge to use innovations out there to improve society. So we want to build trust through better political dialogue and framing, representing and that means in data protection terms, kind of making sure that you represent a country's interests in the construction of their regulation. And so what we've got on the next slide is some data we conducted with partnership with Cambridge and YouGov last year on 26 countries around the world, asking questions about globalization, globalism, cybersecurity, AI, data protection. And it's a fascinating insight into what people think about personal data. So this first, so I'm going to go through a few of the findings of that research. So this first slide really shows that personal data is actually, for trust and use of personal data is pretty low around the world. Only 40% of people trusting hospitals, the organizations charged with looking after people's health with their own personal data. But there's clearly a contrast here between kind of government institutions and then the very, very low trust in social media platforms and online search engines. On the next slide, we can see what this picture looks like in Britain specifically. So there's a bit more trust in hospitals in Britain, probably due to trust overall in the NHS. And by the way, this research was conducted in September last year. But even lower trust in social media platforms and online search engines. Which I think is we've grouped these together because I think use of data and exploitation of data may seem different for public sector organizations and private sector organizations, but actually they are, I think, intrinsically linked to how much people feel they can trust any of their data being used by any external authority, and therefore how much they actually share the data. On the next slide, what we've done is group a picture of what it looks like in terms of trust across the G7, some of the most advanced economies in the world. And I think for this slide, what jumps out at me is the different sense of like political cultures and how they might inform trust in different areas. So I think governments which have a higher degree of trust amongst the population probably have high degrees of trust in their institutions with public data as well. In Germany is a particularly interesting one here as well, because a lot of our modern conception about data protection comes from the GDPR, and the GDPR is I guess a uniquely German cultural invention as well in terms of the approach it takes to privacy and the rights of an individual. And Japan is a kind of outlier in a lot of these questions. It's a kind of very interesting one, which I think dates back to conceptions about like freedom in the 80s, which I won't delve into now. So on the next slide, we've looked at whether young people are more likely to trust their personal data, being trust institutions with their personal data, and you can see that young people are more likely to trust the older generation, more likely than the older generation to trust social media, but less likely to trust government. And I think this is kind of really interesting as it shows you kind of slightly worrying trends for the culture of data and the exploitation of that data, which is going to be fundamental in all of our future economies amongst young people. And on the next slide, what we've done, I think, is a really interesting analysis here, which is separate out the 26 countries we looked at into free countries, part free countries, and not free countries in terms of a measure of political and social freedoms, things like freedom of the press. And I think for me, this is kind of really fascinating that part free countries perceive greater control over their personal data across all institutions, which is fascinating because I think if you think about what social media companies actually do allow you to do in areas of the world that are less free, just enable you to communicate and share information, which is historically, in the last couple of decades, been more free and more open and less restricted than other areas of life and interactions with institutions. We did conduct some of our survey in China, but the editors of the survey for China are particularly strict, so none of the technology questions or any of these questions like trust and personal data were ever reported there, or were allowed through the censors. On the next slide, I think this is for me one of the most interesting slides, that fundamentally when we talk about exploitation of data, what we mean is really the trade-off between the use of that data for the use of the data, or sorry, I've just lost the slide. What we mean here is the trade-off between the data being exploited and seeing some value accruing to you, or the data being exploited and you seeing no particular value, or seeing actually, in the case of social media, that there is significant harm. And I think the advertising industry has got a lot to answer for in this, and I've kind of tried to think quite deeply about the advertising industry and its impact on the more broader data economy. And one of the perhaps not very insightful insights is that advertising is very annoying to lots of people, and it is dragging down the rest of our data economy in lots of ways. On the next slide, I just want to talk to you about what I think that data shows, and so what we're left with after an examination of kind of political culture around data and people's actual views around data is a question about ownership and control. And we have a lot of words to describe data in terms of control, things like data protection, data privacy, and even in our survey we've framed the question of one of control as if we were giving up an asset, but perhaps there's more underlying this. And the issues that from our survey, the rest of the survey suggests that people do actually care about things like surveillance, privacy, fairness, representation, security, and manipulation. And this leads me to one of the kind of like political topics that's coming up we're seeing a lot around the world at the moment, which is the concept of data sovereignty. And it's something at the Tony Blair Institute we're hearing a lot from the governments we work with, which is this concept of data sovereignty and control, both at a government level, really at a government level, of the data that's generated within your borders. And I would suggest slightly unhelpful narratives about that control of that data, which is leading to an under-exploitation of a really valuable resource. And these are clearly highly technical concepts, but they are highly technical concepts that are used increasingly by non-technical people or politicians. But what are these overarching governance models that we hear a lot about? To just go slightly more technical on the governance models. So on the next slide, we've set out a little flow diagram about what we think, what we hear from countries about the narratives about control of data. So as you can see, countries are worried about the exploitation of their data for very legitimate reasons, both from losing control of that data for the economic benefit of their own governments and their own citizens, to foreign countries or to multinational corporations. But they're also worried about human rights and the security of that data and the vulnerabilities it creates, and fundamentally the inability to capitalize on it, which I'll come back to, which leads them down to a kind of path of and focus on the political discourse on data control, and which often comes under the heading of data sovereignty, but there are other models of data control and data governance that often come up. So what are these models? So data localization is probably the most restrictive model of data management. refers to mandatory legal or administrative requirements stipulating that data can be stored or processed within a specific country or jurisdiction. Data residency refers to physical or geographic location of data. An organisation, government body, industrial body, or an individual business can specify the geographical location they choose to store their data. And data sovereignty refers to the jurisdictional control, the legal authority of the data, which ultimately determines which country's laws will govern or be applicable to the data. And data sovereignty really is concerned more about legal jurisdiction than geographic physical borders. But the term data sovereignty itself is often misused as a broad, all-encompassing term with loose definitions. And data sovereignty has traditionally meant that countries have jurisdictional control or legal authority of that data that's stored and processed within. Data sovereignty traditionally meant that countries have full control, or that data is only processed within their country. However, there's a real risk here, risk about development, a risk about putting your national resources to the benefit of your citizens. Data's value is limited if it's not used. If you don't generate the data, then you can't exploit it. If you don't share it, you can't get those positive externalities from mixing data sets. If you don't have proper analytical methods in place, you can't turn that data into insights. And if you can't get insights from your data, you can't make better decisions as a government based on those insights. And ultimately, what we actually care about politically is you can't improve outcomes for the citizens, or improve processes, or create innovative products and services. Obviously, we'll be talking here about several concepts of data, data sharing as well. And there's a lot of risks from data sharing, including privacy risks and cybersecurity, lack of global cooperation. But actually, collectively, what we need to think about is making sure those benefits can be truly realized. So what does good data sovereignty look like? I'd probably suggest that the GDPR is a good example. Article 3 of the GDPR is a good example of data sovereignty, which extends the scope of the regulation beyond the union's borders, so that if you look at the EU citizen, you use that service elsewhere in the world, use a service elsewhere in the world, your data is still covered. And what is a more problematic example of data sovereignty? Well, this is the US Cloud Act, which is, interestingly, kind of the cloud in this context means the Clarifying Lawful Overseas Use of Data Act. And it permits US authorities to access the data concerning the users of their service is offered by companies based in the United States. So that means any service provider under the jurisdiction of a US court is obliged to disclose the contents of communications or records within its possessions. And so that means under the new law, the fact that data is under control of a US service provider is sufficient for US authorities to require its disclosure, which bypasses classic international mutual legal assistance procedures. And this poses a lot of risk to lots of countries around the world who don't want their data subject to arbitrary access by a foreign power, and removes the trust that governments might have in the real power of kind of cloud services to look at their data and to analyze their data or store their data and generate those insights and outcomes. And there's a real economic and development imperative at the moment around the world. Less than 20% of low and middle income countries have modern data infrastructure, and is therefore unable to exploit that data. The good news, there are like some more innovative approaches to data sovereignty as well. Estonia has launched the world's first data embassy in partnership with the government of Luxembourg. Estonian data and systems are stored in Luxembourg's government's owned data center, And the data embassy is an extension of the Estonian government cloud, meaning that the Estonian state owns server resources that's not in Estonia. And these will be used not only for data backup, but also for operating critical services. And it's really interesting because this is kind of outside of normal diplomatic relations and something completely new under international law. It's fully under the control of Estonia and has and the embassy has the same rights as physical embassies, including immunity. Estonia also has full jurisdiction over the data, and Luxembourg officials are prevented from entering unless they have permission, which could set a very strong precedent for other countries concerned about data security. We've seen this particularly in the war in Ukraine, where there's a real risk that if you store data on servers or in data centers within your borders and you're invaded, that data could be accessed. But how do you make it safe? Or perhaps data embassies storing around the world, or perhaps there's a humanitarian escrow for vital government data that can be created. So data sovereignty is this kind of thorny political concept that's causing politicians to perhaps enact policies which mean that you only store data within your own borders and not really fully realize the benefits of the cloud. On the next slide, there I would suggest there's kind of 4 things holding back: maximizing data, which is discussed earlier in the presentation, trust and privacy, transaction costs that we haven't gone into, competitive concerns, and lost financial opportunity. So as a kind of as an antidote to data sovereignty, I'd like to introduce a kind of new political concept of data insecurity on the next slide. At the beginning of the presentation, I spoke about the need for governments and industry to tackle narratives around data and trust in data head on. And I've been thinking a lot about this concept of kind of food insecurity, which is experienced by a lot of the world, 800 million people in the world. It's the state of being without reliable access to sufficient quantity of affordable, nutritious food. And one of the interesting and counterintuitive things about food insecurity is that most of the 800 million people worldwide who are food insecure and who don't get to eat enough are in fact farmers. So they're producing a lot of food, but the supply chains or lack of investment, poor infrastructure, bring that food to market, and unfair trade policies mean that they don't end up having enough themselves. And so perhaps there's a kind of modern concept of data insecurity. Anthea in the presentation just before talked about a value exchange of data that's very important to provide to customers, to realize not only the economic value of that data, but the social value, to, in her examples, finding out where when your pets are ill or need medical treatment. But there's a much broader challenge here for us globally, that as forms of data collection become more important and more available around the world, drone technology to analyze farming, like mobile phone technology and apps which enable kind of much more remote data collection in some of the poorest places in the world. There's a lot of people who are becoming rich in data and data generation, but poor in realizing the impact of that data. And these people are often incentivized towards further data collection. So data insecurity is the inability to realize the value of the data you generate to yourself and to your community. And so you might apply, for example, if you're using a social media network as much of your agricultural labor. And its resolution, the resolution of data insecurity is, I'd suggest, intrinsically linked to solving this data sovereignty conundrum, to providing the right data infrastructure and the right international agreements around data sharing, which enables developing countries to leapfrog what the rest of the world has done in terms of data protection, and truly generate value to citizens. Knowing something is valuable, that something about you or related to your person is valuable, but you are unable to exploit it or gain any tangible value to it, is a significant political risk for lots of governments, as well as a kind of a moral failing. Just to sum up, we started with this idea of data, data being the new oil, but I've actually liked the analogy that data is like water. I've seen various people in the Huffington Post and Orion Innovation talk about this. So data needs to be clean and safely available to all. We need to strengthen the plumbing for everyone, and we need to move from a model of control of water to a temporary stewardship and shift away from these models of data control to see data as this amazing reusable asset that you might have stewardship over a period of time and have an obligation to return those benefits to the creators and the broader global community. So on the next slide, thanks very much for listening to this. I'm happy to kind of discuss any questions or to hear people's insights, but do reach out to me. We are always looking for new insights and to commission new work on some of these topics. So reach out to me on Twitter or LinkedIn, and I will message you back. Thank you very much. Oh, and I will post the findings of the survey on the Mentimeter on Twitter later. But people mostly trust large banks and very, very low trust in online retailers.
Thank you very much, Max. If you could just turn your camera on, about 10 minutes for questions. So the first question we've got is something that I also thought about as going through around the trust survey. And the question is, does it differentiate between lack of trust due to assumed exploitation and that due to lack of competence or investment in governance and security? Because when I saw the survey results, some of the firms that, if you deal with cybersecurity, you'd expect to have very, very good security, like social media, the search engines, were quite low down in terms of trust. So, I mean, because normally we see sort of privacy and cybersecurity as two sides of the same coin, but it seems like people are concerned about privacy but not cybersecurity. Is that kind of your perspective on the survey results?
I think that people probably, I do think in the policy discussion they are two sides of the same coin, but I think the cybersecurity and privacy are probably quite separate from, in lots of people's conceptions of it. This survey is not deliberative, so it doesn't necessarily go through that kind of analysis. We ask more about cybersecurity in terms of kind of restrictions on internet shutdowns, in the case of a kind of cyber attack, which is more of a kind of macro warfare than individual risk. But I think we can kind of clearly see that those companies that have invested the most and probably done the most promotional activity around cybersecurity and data protection are still fundamentally not trusted. And I guess what I'm saying in this is that the narratives that you tell about data and the control that people perceive they have is as much as important as the control they might actually have over their data. And in our use of online services, we either experience data privacy in I guess 3 ways. 1, really annoying cookie banners. 2, fraud. Or 3, very hidden features at the back end of lots of online services, which is where you can control your data. So these aren't particularly positive narratives about data, and actually better a non-creepy return pathway of people's data, perhaps not on an individual level, but more of a kind of societal level, would be a way of increasing trust throughout the system rather than just particularly with governments.
Okay. So another question we got through, which is, does the data control and model fit in with the concept of FAIR principles of findable, accessible, interoperable and reusable data to ensure that public data can be accessed efficiently in research, communication in the provision of crucial products and services. And sort of thinking back, probably some of the issues earlier on with usage of, say, healthcare data in the UK and elsewhere. So what's your perspective on the use of FAIR principles and data control?
From a non-legal and non-technical perspective, I think the use of the healthcare data in the UK is particularly interesting, and the case of the Royal Free and Deep Mind and the fine on the use of data, I think by the Information Commissioner, is an interesting example about how on the one side it was a very extremely egregious breach of data privacy and consent, but actually in the longer term, these things that DeepMind is doing, particularly with protein foldings and use of data, and the kind of sharing of data between public and private sector is incredibly important to addressing all the healthcare challenges we have. And so there'll be people much better qualified to answer the specific question about whether those things are analogous, whether those concepts work. But politically, I'm actually kind of I'm surprised there's not more politicians talking about the kind of real power of technology in those instances to kind of improve better kind of cancer care, improve better patient treatment. It's a deep, complex topic about kind of failures in NHS data systems, but there is a kind of broader macro political narrative that we just don't have yet about the kind of power of data to really transform people's lives.
Yeah. Now, as an aside, we have another conference on healthcare data tomorrow, so hopefully some of that will also be covered then. Something else that you were talking about that really interests me is around the sort of political motivation about dealing with managing data and data privacy. And I've been dealing with this area for quite a while. And one thing that has really surprised me is the fact that there is, as your survey points out, there is mistrust in how data is used, but there's still not really it seems to me there isn't a pull from the public to have their data better managed. There is a pull from politicians, but I mean, are you perceiving that as time there'll be more pull coming through, or are you surprised by the lack of pull from consumers around better management of their data?
I think it's kind of quite an esoteric topic to lots of people. So I think we only in our worlds we're seeing what AI can offer you in terms of using individuals' data to provide insights. But I think it's quite difficult to, I don't know if anybody uses kind of any password managers, for example, and the number of accounts that you might have and details of accounts across different services is kind of mind-boggling. Trying to protect that is really difficult. So it's one of those that people kind of switch off of. But I think I guess in terms of your question, I am pretty surprised, and I often think of it in terms of what are these digital potholes? What are so potholes are something that local politicians particularly care about, because you're driving down your street and you just kind of constantly hitting that pothole. But there's a great website of local politicians pointing at potholes, but it's and just shows you how important it is for local politics. But there are these big digital potholes, online fraud and fraudulent text messages. And I'm sometimes surprised that we kind of there isn't more of a call for people to address that, because anecdotally we all know people who've been scammed by a fake Royal Mail text message. But and it is something that kind of governments can legislate to do something about, or create obligations on many people in the chain to receiving that text message to do something about. But there's no real. I'm not quite sure why it hasn't been quite exploited as a political topic. Perhaps it's too detailed and too boring, perhaps, for people to really want to march in the streets about them.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully we'll also cover some of this in the session on the online safety bill as well later on. So probably the final question we've got that's coming from the audience is, what are your thoughts on sovereign states working together to counter the dominance of large tech organisations, i.e. EU regs, stroke GDPR, and the potential impact on UK separating from this to a greater or lesser extent?
So, as I said during my presentation, I think some of the most innovative forms of kind of data governance both exist, one in like privacy enhancing technologies, but two in these international agreements around like data sharing and data embassies. So I think there's a real problem from the UK across all areas, diverging from EU regulation, just to do the sheer complexity of it and what's called the Brussels effect. So the idea that Brussels regulation that happens in Brussels applies around the world by default because it's one of the largest economic blocks that thinks about these things. And so when we're advising countries around the world, I think we would advise kind of a greater cooperation around data protection policies. So we're kind of very interested in what the African Union is doing as well around coordination around data protection and ratification of those agreements in countries in order to kind of boost data sharing capacity. That answers the question.
Yeah, it's an interesting one how, as you say, GDPR is pretty much the gold standard around the world, and it could be that the EU AI Act could have the same effect as well. So, which will cover some of the things you mentioned, I think. Max, thank you very much for that fascinating presentation. And we'll now move on to our next speaker, which is get the slides up, please. So, talking about international data transfers in 2022 and beyond, we have Mary Pothos, Chief Privacy Officer of Booking.com. Mary, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone. Thanks, Tim. I am so happy to be here today, although I would definitely have preferred to have been here in real life. So hopefully next year that's an option for us. But today I really wanted to share some of my thinking and experiences in the world of international data transfers. I'm asking the team to drive my slides. Thank you very much. But as you may or may not be aware, my connection to international data transfers started many years ago when I was still a junior in-house lawyer at Visa Europe and was taking care of regulatory matters, including data protection. The year was 2004, and a colleague in the team asked me for my help. They were negotiating a contract with a vendor in the US and wanted to know whether to go for standard contractual clauses or the vendor's preferred safe harbor provisions. I can't really explain why, but I was always a bit skeptical of safe harbor, so always argued for SCCs. And so it seems that 18 years later, we are still having the discussion and the debates around international data transfers and how to best manage them. Next slide, please. Today, I wanted to talk about where things stand on international data transfers in 2022. And I'll do this by giving a brief overview of the main options, but really talk specifically about the top three that we, as privacy practitioners, tend to face every day. And they are standard contractual clauses, or SCCs, including the new UK IDTA, PCRs and Privacy Shield. And then finally, I want to round off by sharing with you just some ideas of what I imagine we may be looking at in the future. Okay, next slide, please. Let's kick off. Robert Caju, a Belgian informatics engineer and computer scientist who, together with Tim Berners-Lee, developed the World Wide Web, once said, "When we have all the data online, it will be great for humanity. It is a prerequisite to solving many problems that humankind faces." See, even back then, it seems that Robert, and most probably Tim, had a vision that data sharing and data availability could achieve great things. Although I suspect that neither of them were thinking of the rules and the restrictions which have evolved, nor would they have had any idea that one of the biggest problems, which especially EU-based practitioners have had to grapple with, has been how to provide the right legal framework for allowing data to flow in order for it to become great for humanity. Next slide, please. So what does an international data transfer look like in 2022? Next slide, please. I am going to be very shameless today, and I'm going to be very Eurocentric and focus on the mechanics of how data transfers are identified and addressed under the GDPR. And I want to talk about four main areas. The first one to note is adequacy. Adequacy is achieved when the European Commission recognises a country as, in quotation marks, adequate for data protection matters. And it means that companies can store and or process, transfer EU personal data in these countries without the need for any additional requirements. However, the European Commission has so far recognised, I think, only around 10 countries, including Argentina, Japan, and now the UK, as adequate, but crucially, not the United States. But it is a great option if you are transferring data to one of the lucky 10, as then you don't need to take additional steps. But in the absence of an adequacy decision, we have appropriate safeguards, which is something else to consider. This is where the controller or the processor should take measures to compensate for the lack of data protection in a third country, achieved by way of appropriate safeguards for the data subject. Now, such safeguards could include things like making use of binding corporate rules, standard contractual clauses, which I will go into a bit more detail later, ad hoc clauses, or other certified mechanisms which are authorised by a relevant supervisory authority. And so we have that as an approach to consider. Next slide, please. The other one to also talk about is binding corporate rules, or BCRs. BCRs is the recognised mechanism which is established for intra-company or intra-group data transfers, and I will also talk about this in a bit more detail later on in this presentation. And finally, the fourth area is around derogations. There are two aspects to this. Article 48, which establishes the conditions for recognising and enforcing decisions from third country courts and administrative authorities in the EU. So, for example, an extraterritorial judicial order to transfer or disclose personal data outside of the EU will not be recognised or enforced unless it is issued on the grounds of a valid international agreement, like a mutual legal assistance treaty, for example, between the relevant third country and the EU or the member state. And Article 49 outlines the derogations that most of us are familiar with, such as consent from the data subject to the transfer or necessity for the performance of a contract. But as we know from the EDPB guidelines on derogations and probably some other regulatory decisions, the options under Article 49 are the exceptions. And there is an expectation that these must be interpreted restrictively so that the exception doesn't become the rule. So where does that leave us? Personally, I think, practically speaking, there are three main options which we tend to lean towards in the current environment, and I'm going to discuss those on the next slide. The first one which we are most familiar with is the standard contractual clauses, or SCCs. On the 4th of June last year, the Commission finally adopted a new set of SCCs, replacing the old ones, which predated the GDPR. There was a serious need to bring the SCCs in line with not only the EU's legal framework, but also to make sure that they were able to work with the realities of how companies procure services, the complexity of data sharing arrangements in the modern environment, and the digital economy. In addition to following the requirements of the GDPR, the new SCCs also address the deficiencies identified in the Schrems II decision by incorporating critical provisions dealing with requests, for example, for access to data by public authorities. These revamped SCCs contain specific provisions which are meant to cover potential requests by third country governments or authorities to access personal data that's been transferred, taking into account the very high bar that was set by the ECJ in its Schrems II judgment. And of course, it isn't a privacy conference unless Schrems II is mentioned. So for those of you playing privacy bingo, you're welcome. But in all seriousness, the form and scope of the SCCs was also updated through the use of a new modular structure, and the scope was extended to cover instances of processor to processor and processor to controller transfers, something which had been talked about for many, many years, but had always failed to be delivered. Well, we have them now, so I guess it's better late than never. But you can't operate something like this in isolation. And so just a couple of weeks ago, on the 25th of May, the European Commission released its hotly anticipated guidance for the new SCCs. The Commission has also developed a set of Q&As as a source of practical guidance on the use of SCCs. Although interestingly, there seem to be some gaps here. So, for example, there's no news on transfer impact assessments. I think a lot of us will be aware that the performance of transfer impact assessments is one of the biggest challenges we currently have as companies when complying with the requirements for international data transfers. So some people may have expected a little bit more detailed guidance on transfer impact assessments under the SCCs. However, the Q&As more or less only refer to the already existing guidance of the EDPB on supplementary measures for international transfers. So now, not only do we have to document the risk assessment when adopting the set of standard contractual clauses, we also have, when necessary, to implement additional safeguards, including technical measures like encryption with strong encryption keys and policies, so that it brings the level of protection of the data transferred up to EU standards of being essentially equivalent. I'm going to take a little pause because if you were feeling tired just thinking about the work needed in trying to adapt for the changes the new SCCs brought, then you probably won't like my next slide. Yes. If any of you engage in transferring data of UK residents to a third country, then there's a little bit more for you to do as well. So on the 21st of March this year, the UK approved new cross-border data transfer mechanisms to deal with one of the fallouts of Brexit. And there is another word for your conference bingo card. There are two new things to become familiar with: the International Data Transfer Agreement, or the IDTA, and the other is the new International Data Transfer Addendum, which can be added to the EU SCCs and is now known as the UK Addendum. So the UK IDTA is essentially to be used for data transfers from the UK to the rest of the world, whereas the UK Addendum can be folded into the EU SCCs template to deal with the EU-UK transfers. Next slide, please. And here's a sort of a little timeline of how things have been unfolding. So while the new standards are effective from March, the compliance clock really starts ticking from the 21st of September this year, with the expectation that companies must start to use the new standards for new contracts by then. And although the need to update existing UK transfer agreements is by March 2024, the fact is that by the end of this year, the new EU SCCs must be used. So that adds some complexity, and potentially some companies may decide it's easier and more efficient to start adopting and making the changes much sooner. So enough about the SCCs. Next slide, please. And on to binding corporate rules. They allow multinational companies to transfer personal data internationally within the same corporate group to countries that do not provide an adequate level of protection for personal data as required under EU standards. Now, BCRs have been around for many, many years. In fact, I have to confess, I submitted my first BCRs application to the ICO in 2006 and my second in 2015. It predates the GDPR, that's how old it is. But where are we today on BCRs? I think people need to be aware of the advantages and disadvantages of BCRs so they know how to put it into the right context today. So let me start with the disadvantages. The expense and difficulty of gaining approval to BCRs applications is still very much a reality. Some companies have had their applications under review for over 5 years, and it is a sore point. But it is very much dependent on who your lead authority is and how busy the queue might be. It's not the same in every single jurisdiction. It does vary. This is probably why the number of approved applications is still relatively small, even after so many years of BCRs operating. But there are advantages if you have the patience. BCRs can provide a framework for a wide variety of intragroup data transfers. It generally avoids the hassle of having to implement and maintain lots of data transfer agreements between individual group members, and it sets a high standard for data protection compliance. But I think the thing I like best about BCRs is that because you have to jump through so many hoops to get approval, it is a very clear demonstration of your company's commitment to privacy and raising the bar to the best standards possible. And personally, I am very much in favour of BCRs for those reasons, even with the hoops of fire that you have to sometimes jump through. Next slide, please. And finally, we come to the US situation. I was actually going to call it the US problem, but I don't like to be negative. As I mentioned earlier, the US is not recognised by the EU as an adequate jurisdiction. But over the years, voluntary frameworks such as the earlier Safe Harbour and the more recent Privacy Shield programs were designed to help companies manage transfers from the EU to the US with more simplicity and more ease. I don't like to repeat myself, but I will. And in 2022, the Court of Justice of the European Union invalidated the EU-US Privacy Shield as a means to transfer EU personal data across the Atlantic, also known as Schrems II. Happily, though, on the 25th of March this year, the European Commission and the United States government announced that they had agreed in principle, and I'm sort of doing the air quotation marks as I say that, on a new transatlantic data privacy framework to enable flows of personal data from the EU to the US in compliance with the adequacy standards set out by the Schrems II decision. Both parties will now draft legal documents to reflect the agreed principles. Now, the framework will require participating companies to self-certify their compliance with certain data protection obligations, also defined as the Privacy Shield principles, when transferring European personal data to the US. It doesn't look like the Privacy Shield principles will change under the framework, which is great because that might make the over 3,000 organizations who've maintained active Privacy Shield certifications feel a little bit better. But unlike the Privacy Shield, the framework is expected to include some new things: a new executive order codifying US government commitments to reform its signals intelligence activities, which always slightly freaks me out, but there you have it. And to provide for things like enhanced privacy and civil liberties safeguards and oversight of US intelligence authorities, and binding safeguards to limit access to data by US intelligence authorities to what is necessary and proportionate to protect defined national security objectives. There is also going to be a new two-tier redress mechanism to investigate and resolve complaints from Europeans relating to access to data by US intelligence authorities. Although I do wonder, like, how would a European know that this was happening? But that's just another question. The mechanism will include a data protection review court, which will be made up of individuals chosen from outside the US government with full authority to adjudicate claims and direct remedial measures as needed. So as I mentioned, the next phase is to draft legal documents to reflect the agreed principles. Now, if we use the example of the Privacy Shield legal documents, these took around 6 months to draft, way back when. So we can only imagine it might be the same for the framework, although there will be, I think, quite a lot of pressure to finalise the arrangement as quickly as possible. I have not heard any recent updates on progress since the March announcement, but it's fair to say that most companies should just continue to rely on other suitable transfer mechanisms when transferring EU personal data to the US. And of course, for many, this will continue to be the SCCs together with performing transfer impact assessments. So nothing new yet, but I think we will continue to watch this space with very, very strong interest. Next slide, please. So where do we go after 2022? Next slide, please. When I think of what is coming next, these are the 3 things that spring to mind for me. The first one is more activism. On the 23rd of May, actually a lot of things happened in May, and May was a very busy month, but on the 23rd of May this year, Max Schrems published an open letter on the future of the EU-US transfers, and in it, he expressed his deep concerns on the outline which had been agreed to in principle by the EU and the US in March. My expectation is that activist groups such as None of Your Business will continue to take action and will continue to challenge either new measures which might be adopted or mechanisms which might be deemed adequate by the EU for many more years to come. So I don't know, we might have to watch out for the possibility of a Schrems 3, but I don't like to make predictions. So let's just keep an eye on that one. The other thing I question is the role of supervisory authorities and the European Commission, and whether there will be disagreement or lack of support for a new transatlantic agreement. The Danish Data Protection Authority has already issued a notice on the EU and US agreement on the new transatlantic data privacy framework, saying the agreement in principle is not yet so concrete that it makes any difference to organizations that transfer personal data to the United States. I think in the end, there is always some political agreement, but perhaps this will not materialize so easily over the next months and years, as we saw with Privacy Shield. So I think we will just need to wait and see what comes of that. And finally, is there going to be more localization? I think Max just mentioned how governments are trying to exercise more control over their data in their countries. And it seems that more and more laws are being created which point towards data localization being becoming a real thing, becoming a real reality. This is the complete opposite of what I think Tim Berners-Lee and Robert Cajot had in mind. Instead of the free flow of data, which supports greater awareness, understanding, and of course, commercial efficiencies and operating models, we just seem to be going backwards in some respects rather than moving forwards into a more educated and enlightened information future. I think the challenge, at least in the near term, is that companies will need to build for these situations of, these data islands that are springing up in different parts of the world. So finally, the message that I want to leave you with today is be under no illusion. The rules for international data transfers will likely keep changing and evolving for many more years to come. And all companies that have invested in meeting any new requirements will just need to keep updating their approach as and when necessary. I think the key things are to be flexible and be ready. So my final thought is that I think this means that we as privacy practitioners are just going to continue to be busy for a very, very long time. But at least I think I can say for most of us, we won't be bored. And I just want to say thank you and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Mary. If you could just turn your camera on, please. So we've got about 5 minutes for questions. So one that's just come through is basically, where could you get information, where can organisations find information about to help them guide through the changing landscape of SCCs and UK IDTA? Is there a good guide out there, or are there good firms to help them?
It's probably a combination of things, actually. We use various sources. We actually have access to the tool Data Guidance, which we find really helpful for keeping us really up to speed on this ever sort of changing landscape. We also use IAPP, but essentially, being signed up to a lot of the law firm briefs are actually a really great way of being able to understand, as and when things come through. Because I mean, I wasn't kidding. A lot of stuff happened in May. There were a lot of new publications, guidance, etc. And so it's actually really challenging to be able to keep on top of all of the new things that are coming through. So they'd be my recommendations.
I think I should also mention that we have lots of standards around privacy and data protection and governance, but I think for that particular question, they're not necessarily going to help with those things. Just in terms of all those things that are coming through, how on top of it do you think most organisations are? Are they aware of all these things that's going to happen in the short term? Do they? We obviously, data protection is quite mature as a sector, but are organisations all over this at the moment?
I would say generally, people do have a good feel for the fact that these changes are coming through. I would say probably, though, that we're at different levels when it comes to how ready are we to be able to deal with and address, for example, the updates that we will need to be making to our templates, the way in which we are now rolling out and performing these transfer impact assessments that I was just referring to. This is something that I think is at differing levels, and it also depends on your organization's risk appetite. I think that different companies have different views on how much and at what level they want to be addressing these things, in which sort of categorization of their third-party relationships. Who are they going to tackle first? Is it their high-risk vendors, their medium, their low? Is it going to be all of them? I think it really depends on the size of your organization and how you, decide that you're going to address this in a particular way.
One sort of last question, related to your last point about data localization. It strikes me in the last few years, probably 5 years, is much more focused around regulating tech and regulating nationally. So whether that's the crackdown in China or what's happening in the EU or the UK or elsewhere. I mean, do you think that's a temporary thing, or do you think the trajectory is much more regional and local regulation and much more work for the likes of yourselves?
Tim, I'm generally an optimist in life, right? But I've got to say that especially with some of the political situations we are seeing in different geographies around the world, with actions that have happened in Russia and the Ukraine, and just generally, I think the uncertainty that has been forced on us because of things like sort of the geopolitical climates. I'm concerned, I'll be honest, that we're just going to see sort of an increase on this sort of these sort of the creation of data islands, and for me, I think that the way in which governments are trying to actually create these fences to try and make it incredibly controlled isn't working. But the people who are actually dealing with the burden of trying to make it work are the companies, and this is where I feel sometimes we're a bit stuck in the middle. Trying to actually come up with solutions to address these new requirements that are being created at a regulatory level, but that actually have no bearing on how things operate in reality. And I think that this is going to continue to be a challenge for us as we move forward.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to end on a sad note. I wanted to end on a happy note.
Well, hopefully the optimistic case will come through. Thank you very much for that fascinating presentation. And yes, I hope the positive will come through. So thank you.
Tim.
Thank you. So for our final presentation for the break, we have Anna Valor, Group Senior Privacy Counsel and Privacy Leader for the Avon brand at Natura & Co. to discuss a case study on vendor risk management. Anna, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Tim. It's a pleasure for me being here. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Valor, and thanks for your time today. The purpose of the next 20 minutes together is to walk you through a vendor risk management case study, because the vast majority of us are reliant on vendors to support our data collection and processing activities. Let's get started. Tony is a member of the sales team at Corporation X, and he had a great idea for a survey that he thinks will really show how the business can increase sales over the December festive season. For that survey, Tony and his team has done some research looking for a vendor who will design and run the survey on behalf of Corporation X. Tony found a very cheap vendor, Spygame, who promised an in-depth survey, which will give the business a much more accurate picture of customer demographics in order to be able to target certain individuals and groups better in the future. Spygame is a UK headquartered company with all its IT infrastructure cloud-based in the United States. The geographical scope where Tony wants to run the survey is the economic European area. Spygame will gain access to the company databases, which will have the customers' data who previously purchased online, but also all those have opted in to receive marketing information. Spygame proposed to write up the survey, which will include questions around what products people most want to see for the upcoming Christmas season, but also will ask questions about the customer's age, gender, earnings, and race. Spygame would also like to include a 10% discount code for anyone who completes the service. The discount will be for other Spygame's clients' products. Corporation X data privacy team is available to assist for such projects in identifying key personal data risk and controls that need to be embedded in the project. Let's look at the issues with the approach suggested for the surveys and how the vendor may be recommended to approach the delivery of the service. Tony wants to hire Spygame to deliver the service to Corporation X, who as data controller and final responsible for the data in their care, but need to assess the level of risks and mitigations which may be necessary for running the survey. Conducting a privacy due diligence will help Corporation X to identify proposed risks and mitigations and also documented them. It needs to be conducted before Spygame is onboarded. Keep in mind that it's always better to ask early in the project and take account of the privacy risk and requirements at the outset. Contractually, the vendor, Spygame, should be able to represent and warrant that they have an appropriate privacy program in place to reduce and mitigate the risk which may come up. As part of that third-party risk management and due diligence, Spygame shall agree to participate in a privacy by design procedure, which will include a data protection impact assessment that will be assigned to this project. This assessment will include the evaluation of the purpose and scope of the processing and how much data is anticipated so that we can ensure data minimization principle. The lawful basis upon which the data was originally collected to anticipate whether the data can be used in this way, including whether Corporation X have been transparent enough to customers with key information on what personal data would be processed and how. Spygame will undertake to implement appropriate measures for mitigating the risk identified. Spygame should undertake not to use the personal data for any other purpose other than providing the service instructed. However, Spygame suggested to give a 10% discount code to the participants for other Spygame clients. As an outcome of the DPIA, the privacy team will help Corporation X to identify which data should not be used for this broader purpose, depending on how the data was collected in the first instance, along with the notices provided to the consumers at the time the data was collected. Remember, it is important that the company respects the rights of individuals in accordance with its legal obligations, and we need to be able to demonstrate this. As said, Spygame headquarters and the team that will design and run the survey are based in the US, but all their infrastructure, servers, software, etc., are based in the US. The due diligence questionnaire Corporation X uses will identify the details of where Spygame's infrastructure is located, and that delivering of the services will mean an international transfer to the US. The due diligence procedure will trigger a negotiation to execute the appropriate legal instruments to govern the international transfer. We have heard from Mary all the details that need to happen, particularly when the transfer happened from the European Union. And that will help Corporation X to embed the appropriate guardrails during the transfer and make them a contractual obligation. Additional technical and organizational measures and requirements will also need to be executed as part of this vendor contract. For example, access controls and encryptions of the data, not only in rest, but also in transit. The conclusion should be that running an appropriate due diligence when using third party who are going to process personal information on our behalf will trigger the due diligence, need to trigger that due diligence. Also, an applicable data protection impact assessment and controls and contractual safeguards. The goal here is to identify the key privacy risk and red flags when the business is selecting vendors and to ensure appropriate mitigation prior to initiate the project. In summary, running an appropriate due diligence shall help us to identify if the processing is intrusive or excessive in terms of the data that is collected, the use of personal data for other purposes beyond providing the service instructor, execution of appropriate legal instrument and safeguards for international transfers, notifying Corporation X promptly if a data subject has requests from an individual regarding the personal data that is received by a spy game, and assisting Corporation X with responding such requests as needed. Other safeguards that should be considered as a consequence of the due diligence in the contract is the returning or destroying obligations of personal data on a spy game service upon termination of the provision of the services. Contractual or statutory confidentiality obligations, as well as providing Corporation X with audit rights to ensure appropriate collection, use, and care of personal data. Corporation X should have the right to object to any selected sub-processors, but also cover sub-processor contractual obligations. Implementing and maintaining a spy game to assist Corporation X with all administrative, technical, organizational, and physical safeguards appropriate to the risks involved with the processing of personal data in the scope of the agreement. Also, it would be worth including a provision where spy game is obliged to notify Corporation X within a specific period of time that would be advisable being 24 hours in case a data breach occurs to any data subject in the scope of this agreement. Other controls that would be an outcome from the due diligence, and we have seen that would be particularly important in terms of changes and level of risks that may change because of changes in law, etc., is having the appropriate records of vendors. Also, we will gain key performance indicators to include DPIA completion and implementation, easy vendor tracking and monitoring. Ability for further privacy clauses updates if required, tracking compliance requirements, and also cross-checking records of processing. Implementation of remediation measures, and lessons learned. Overall, twofold positive impact of the above recommendations would be value creation, increasing the customer trust, potentially richer personal data insights, and increase brand reputation. Also, we will be more flexible in terms of risk mitigation, minimizing the risk of incidents occurring with this vendor when the vendor is handling personal data, as well as minimizing the risk of enforcement actions, regulatory investigations, and potential fines. This is everything from me. Thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to take questions now.
Thank you very much. If you can send through any questions you might have. So a couple of things from me, don't mind. So, I mean, what you went through is a very detailed, well thought through process. I mean, how far do you think organisations are along the process of doing that best practice, and how much more do you think organisations need to do to achieve that?
It may vary a lot depending on the organization, and particularly with my experience, depending on the size of the organization. Obviously, there are different compliance standards and legal standards that may have an implication, but definitively all the organizations and corporations worldwide, particularly in European Union and similar standards, have the duty to audit and assure that the vendors that they use have the right level of privacy protections in place. So the best practice, in my opinion, is for organizations having a standardized threshold of compliance threshold. That would be very helpful, and obviously it we may need to have nuances depending on the jurisdictions that may be handled via exceptions, etc. But the more harmonized that we can be in terms of level of privacy protection, the better it would be for the company. Not only for making sure that we meet the legal requirements, but also, as I have said, for tracking all the existing contractual obligations with the vendors and being able to update and keep an accurate and update landscape for all the provisions that we have with vendors.
Thank you. So we've got a question that's coming in, it's quite a long one. I'll read the whole thing out. So we are currently running our annual third-party due diligence risk management program. An accounting package we use cites EU's SSCs as the method of GDPR compliance. As the current EU SCCs are valid until 21st of September 22, we have a potential risk. To keep our own compliance, will it be necessary to seek a new accounting package vendor in case we are unable to meet the GDPR compliance? With the compulsion of the UK government to make tax digital, we have some concerns that if we are compelled to change vendor, our costs for compliance with MTD will be disproportionate to the risk. Are you able to answer that question? I'm not sure I would be, put it that way.
I think that Anne-Marie has explained very much in detail that the corporation have been very burdened with the changes after SREM last year. Obviously, we need to minimize as much as we can the existing risk that we have, and obviously, I mean, I don't think that enforcement will happen overnight, but obviously there is necessary to have an action plan to meet all the obligations and being able, in case we get a regulator asking us what is our plan to get that mitigated and solved as soon as we can. Obviously, there might be other implications and changes in regulations and requirements that may impact our plans, but definitively we need to have something already planned for mitigating all those risks. I think that is very important.
Yeah, it sounds like from the question, this is the age-old problem whereby you have two regulations that tell you to do different things, and how do you then work with those as well? So the other thing that struck me, which I'd be interesting to hear more from you about, is it sounded like from your presentation that there were many things you have to do in advance of the contract, but then particularly from your last slide, there are a lot of things you need to do on a continual basis. So not just say you have the vendor, everything set up, and then work through it. So I wonder if you could expand a bit more about some of the processes you need to have in place to make sure that you are dealing with new laws coming through, dealing with any changes of strategy of the organization, how you ensure that all happens.
I tackle the due diligence as a good starting point for having a good record keeping in terms of the vendors, but obviously that would need to happen and follow up at the audit and tracking. This is what I meant when I referred to tracking and monitoring the vendors. To me, what would be necessary, obviously, is tracking that the actual conditions of that processing each processing doesn't change. I don't know, perhaps in an annual basis, perhaps 2 years, every 2 years is enough, by asking the vendor to certify that the services instructed still being the same, that they don't have access to any other different information, etc. This is something that need to happen public facing, I mean, in terms from the company to the vendor, but also that it is necessary to run some sort of audit internally with the engagement leader and the person responsible of that vendor, making sure that we still the service still being necessary for the company. And obviously, the critical point to me is that the more information that we can get, the stronger records that we may have for that vendor, that would help us a lot in terms of how we running all that monitoring. And obviously, we need to keep records of all that different exchanges of information, not only with vendors, but also internally, so that we can prove in case we receive a regulator that we have a plan, that we have a program, and we are tackling and tracking all the information that we have and following that it's still accurate.
Thank you very much for that. It doesn't look like we've got any other questions come through, so I think we'll sort of finish up there. Thank you very much for that very detailed case study. It's very useful. So thank you very much, everyone. We'll be having a short break now until 1:35 UK time, and this afternoon we've got many other interesting topics around the metaverse, the future of privacy enhancing technologies, and of course the online safety bill. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the BSI conference, Digital World, Privacy and Data. Hopefully you're all suitably refreshed. I am Tim McGar from BSI and I'll be chairing this afternoon. I also want to thank again Evie for doing such a brilliant job this morning. All of our speaker bios are online and please keep sending your brilliant questions through. So for our first session this afternoon, we have a discussion panel on the future trends in privacy enhancing technologies. This will be chaired by Paolo Balboni, founding partner of ICT Legal Consulting, and he'll be joined by William Malcolm, Director Privacy Legal at Google, and Mark Thompson, Director of Research and Insight at IAPP. Paolo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tim, and welcome to Mark and William. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm thrilled to moderate this very interesting panel. So let's start to introduce the topic. Privacy enhancing technologies, I would say in a broader domain of data protection and data security by design. So let me refer back to a recently published study by ENISA, the European Cybersecurity Agency. The study is called Data Protection Engineering, and it was published in January 2022. ENISA states in that study that privacy by design is neither just a list of principles, nor can it be reduced to the implementation of specific technologies. So it's not just about legal principles, as it is not just about the implementation of technology. In fact, it is a process involving various technological and organizational components which implement privacy and data protection principles by properly and timely deploying technical and organizational measures that includes privacy enhancing technologies. But then let's try to find a definition of privacy enhancing technologies. And we can say that they cover a broader range of technologies that are designed to support implementation of data protection principles at a systematic and fundamental level. In other words, PATS can be defined as coherent system of ICT measures that protects privacy by eliminating or reducing personal data, typically principle of data minimization, or preventing unnecessary and or undesired processing of personal data, so the principle of proportionality and fairness, all without losing functionality of the information system. So to keep a full functionality on the one side and respect privacy on the other side. But at the end of the day, I personally believe that we cannot only talk about the legal dimension or the technological dimension of privacy enhancing technology, or more generally, privacy by design. In fact, it is also very important to keep into consideration, and in the context of this discussion, some ethical questions. For that reason, with my other hat as professor of privacy, cybersecurity, and IT contract at Maastricht University, I have recently completed a study on the concept of data protection as a corporate social responsibility. And we actually published a paper in March this year, setting forth 5 principles and 25 rules, controls, which is called Data Protection as a Corporate Social Responsibility Framework. And guess what? Exactly in the first principle, we call organization to embed data protection, fairness, and security in the design of processes. And I will just quote the first 5 rules / controls before handing over to my esteemed colleagues, panelists. So the first rule is about keep data secure. So implement data security by design. Security in the design of the processing activities throughout the whole life cycle. Rule number 2, keep it user-centric. The organization shall actively empower individuals with respect to their data. Rule number 3, keep it fair. Organizations shall ensure that the fundamental rights to privacy and data protection are upheld by designing and developing systems that process personal data in a proportional, fair, and secure manner. Rule number 4, keep it loyal. The organization shall coherently apply the tenets of fiduciary commitment to data processing activity. And last, rule number 5, keep it solidary. The organization shall only apply business models that permit the fair, transparent, and secure use of data in a way that benefit society. So with this, I just want to introduce what I would like to be a multidimensional discussion around the legal, the technical, the ethical and socially responsible aspects of dealing and implementing PETs. Mark, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paolo. Fantastic. We got the slides, Paolo, because they're not coming up on my screen. It's by magic. Fantastic. Cool. Okay. So just bear with me. Apologies, I don't have control of the slides at the moment. There we go. Fantastic. Awesome. Thank you, Paolo. So we're going to have quite an interesting session today, covering what's a very topical issue at the moment, privacy enhancing technologies. But I just want to start by taking people kind of back a little bit and just looking at the world today. So in 2022, privacy has really never been higher up the political agenda, and data protection laws continue to tighten across the world in response to consumers and citizens concerned. And in fact, in the last day or so, late last week, we even had a US federal privacy law proposed, which is probably looks like, because it's bipartisan, probably the closest kind of law that's potentially ever kind of being proposed. So still lots of work to do on that, but you really are seeing the world change quite significantly. And countries are picking up faster and faster than most other laws. And looking back kind of 10 years ago, I'd have never expected that in 2022, 50% of the world's population would be covered by privacy laws. And importantly, if you group in India and China passing privacy laws, that puts about 80% of the world's GDP subject to a privacy regulation, which is absolutely kind of transformational. At the same time, we've seen a real transformation in the way personal information is being processed with the rise of AI, kind of smarter technology, centralization of activities, big data lakes, and really the advance of technology over the last decade. It's all resulted in ever increasing amounts of personal data being processed, and the risk corresponding with breach and either the regulation or just losing lots of personal information has grown kind of far beyond what would have been expected. But I just want to talk a little bit around kind of how much data is there, and unsurprisingly, quite a lot. But if I set a little backdrop and say there's around, give or take, 5.5 billion internet users globally, and about 18 billion internet-enabled devices, and about 9 billion mobile phone subscribers. So there are more mobile phone subscriptions than there are people on the planet, which is a bit crazy. It probably won't surprise anyone that in this virtual room that means a lot of data. But how much? Well, it's about 74 zettabytes worth of data was created last year. To keep it simple, that's about 290 billion, 256 gigabyte iPhones or Android phones. So an awful lot. And in an effort to try and manage this data at scale, some organizations are trying to look at how they can use technology to manage data protection more effectively, exploring technologies which are classed as privacy enhancing technologies to support greater increased data use, improve efficiency, reduce the cost of operation, and importantly, deliver great customer experience while at the same time reducing the risk profile. But what is privacy enhancing technology? Well, Paolo talked about kind of it a little bit. And just jumping back kind of to some of the regulatory stuff, it may surprise people that this concept's actually not new. So privacy enhancing technologies were first time it was kind of used kind of en masse was when the Dutch and Ontario data protection authorities recognized the role in technology in protecting privacy, and they coined the term pets. And this is about 20 years ago. But the best definitions of pets really haven't come out until quite recently. So 2015, we had the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity come up with the definition that I've got on the slide today, talking about technologies that support privacy or data protection features, e.g. technologies that make use of privacy design strategies or considered protection for privacy engineering. And it's gone like the kind of use of data, as I talked about, it's gone under a paradigm shift. So has the kind of governmental perspective looking at pets. So we've seen governments in the last few years launch a whole range of activities. For just a couple of examples I'm going to bring out now. In February kind of this year, there's a Pets Lab was launched by the United Nations Statistics Division. Kind of in February last year, we had the Promoting Digital Technologies Act, which was introduced by the US Senate, looking at kind of research, border deployment standardization. In December last year, we had the US and the UK announce bilateral innovation prize focused on advancing privacy technologies. So we've seen a whole range of kind of initiatives come out. And actually, there's been some activities where European countries are really starting to spearhead the implementation of PETS solutions. And just throw out an example of self-sovereign identity. In 2019, Germany and Spain announced a cooperation on building this ecosystem of user-centric digitalized identities. And another example is the ABC for Trust, an EU-funded research and deployment project looking at advancing kind of attribute-based credentials. So there's a whole kind of swathe of things that are going on. from a regulatory landscape, but actually from a vendor landscape, an awful lot has happened as well. So a wide range of technologies have been developed to try and address this changing privacy landscape. And there's been a real significant change in the number of vendors that have entered the marketplace. So the IPP's Tech Vendor Report has chronicled the rise of privacy tech in the marketplace. And 2021, amazingly, this had exploded to over 365 vendors that we had accounted for. And that's just in our study. If you actually look kind of across the world, I'm sure you'd find many more. These vendors deliver some sort of privacy benefit. And you can argue the extent to which these are kind of privacy enhancing technologies versus privacy enabling technologies. But this explosion in vendors has resulted in an influx of private equity investment. And where there's private equity investment, it provides a platform and a landscape for kind of organizations to really change the kind of theoretical into enterprise level practical solutions that can be used at scale. And we're really starting to see that come back to the forefront at the moment. So when we talk about pets, what sort of pets are there? Well, there are a lot. And I can't cover them all in detail in the time we've got. Plus, there are lots of new concepts and technologies emerging all the time, and variations of a concept being called something slightly different. But I'll provide an overview of a limited number that provides some significant promise, and some of the ones that we see kind of people being most interested in. The first is differential privacy, and the idea of differential privacy is to try and provide to learn as much information as possible about a group, while learning as little possible about an individual. And it's achieved by adding randomized noise to a data set. So the concept effectively is, if you've got a large data set, you add noise at the beginning. If you know how you generate noise, you can account for that noise at the end to ensure that you maintain the utility of the data and can analyze it in the same way as if it were real data at the start, if that makes sense. So an example of this is if you did a survey about tossing a coin and asked everyone to flip it once and record if it was heads or tails. Every time a result that was recorded, an algorithm will run, and the algorithm could generate 50% of the noise. And as you know, those mathematical kind of concepts that you've applied to it, 50% of the time noise will be added or whatever it would be. You can do that statistical analysis at the back end. Second one I'm going to cover is federated learning, and this is a decentralized form of machine learning. And the goal here is data minimization, and it works by operating machine learning models locally on the device. Only parameters leave the device, and in theory, no personal information. The models are trained to get that aggregated data into a global model and a server on the cloud. And a really good example of this, and I'm sure William can expand on it in much more granular detail, is Google, where they use federated learning on a number of their offerings, one being the Google Assistant. Third one I want to touch on was homomorphic encryption, and this one, if everyone's looked at the mathematical equations behind this one hurts the brain because it's very complicated. But effectively, it allows computation to be performed on encrypted data. It enables you to protect, in theory, and practice, if you get it right, data in use. It can be used for pseudo-anonymization, de-identification, anonymization. An example of this could be where an accounting firm stores customer data in the cloud, and they can change the account balance while it stays encrypted in an entrusted environment. So it's very sophisticated cryptography deployment, and there's a lot of use cases in this area. The fourth one is synthetic data, and this is artificially generated data that's done by an algorithm trained on a real data set. So the artificial data effectively replaces the real data set while producing the same statistical properties and patterns of that original data set. So you effectively have the same utility of the synthetic data set provides the same utility as the original data set and can generate the same statistical outcomes, but obviously the data set itself is just kind of synthetic or artificial data. The last one I'm going to touch on is secure enclave or trusted enclaves. And effectively, this is something that is actually deployed in quite a lot of solutions currently. And it creates a secure, isolated area inside the main processor. The enclave is encrypted, and the content of the enclave is unable to be read by code outside the enclave. There's a couple of examples of this. would be kind of Intel, software guarding extension, Apple keychain, and again, I'm sure William can talk a few examples of this. William, over to you.
Great, thank you so much, Pablo and Mark, for that introduction. Much appreciated. I hope you can see me okay. I think the webcam's now been shared. So I want to just basically, firstly, start off by thanking BSI for the invite. Great session, great group of people to bring together on this important topic. What I want to do is really two things. I want to talk a little bit about how these technologies can help us solve current tensions and challenges around the use of data and technology that we're seeing in the ecosystem and in society more broadly. And then I want to talk through a couple of practical examples of how Google is using pets to advance areas of our business. One is making advertising more privacy safe, and another is how we deployed privacy safe techniques in the use of contact tracing and use of Google Maps data during the COVID-19 pandemic. Before I jump into those, perhaps just a few general remarks. Google combines technology and insights from data to develop products that help people find directions, grow their business, or search for information. Investment in pets is now a huge part of that journey, and an increasing part of meeting user and regulatory expectations and privacy. Technological innovation really does hold the potential to help us unlock some of the tensions we see around data use in constructive new ways. But policymakers, regulated entities, technologies, civil society, academia, all need to engage in the rich and open discussion of the trade-offs that we're seeing in the space. In data protection, we talk a lot about privacy by design, but really privacy preserving tech is helping us move beyond that to look at privacy by innovation. And Google, as a science and technology company, is a key part of driving that. Our engineers take an approach that's rooted in math, science, open standards, and in fact, our teams are the source of much of the work that Mark just outlined. For example, we invented federated learning, a new approach to ML that enables processing of mobile devices without centralized training that Mark talked about. And we're sharing a lot of our best practice, having created the world's largest open source library of differential privacy algorithms. And many of these technologies have been developed not in the US, but in Europe, in our Google Safety Engineering Center in Munich. So these technological advances, the real promise of them is that they can help us cut the Gordian knot in a number of areas. For example, privacy and competition, upholding privacy and data protection values and supporting competitive and innovative markets. And we see huge value in data protection authorities and competition regulators working through some of these challenges together and looking at how the adoption of privacy enhancing technologies can help balance some of these tensions. So before I bounce into the examples, perhaps just a little bit more on those tensions. Look, as we ramp up the use of privacy enhancing technology and we ramp up the regulation of technology, the key to sensible regulation will be reconciling some of these social values and tensions. How do we limit data sharing versus promoting data portability, open access, and security? How can we encourage free expression, anonymity, and access to information versus seeking to promote socially responsible content? How can we put a stop to child sexual abuse imagery whilst ensuring that we promote values of confidentiality and fundamental human rights? And how can we limit online advertising versus making content democratically accessible through an ad supported ecosystem. So privacy enhancing technologies really do hold, I think, a huge part of the promise for how we can maximize the value of data, but deliver on the expectations of privacy regulators and users about how their information is used and processed by both governments and by technology companies. So let's then jump from those kind of framing remarks into some of the more practical examples. So I talked there about limiting online ads versus making content democratically accessible, and how we're doing that at Google, how we're deploying privacy enhancing technology in this space is through our Privacy Sandbox initiative, which in our view is key to the future of privacy safe advertising. I think it's clear at this point that cross-site tracking and the use of cookies is not universally clear to users and is not necessarily universally welcomed by users. And there are regulatory challenges. Privacy regulators are increasingly looking at this space. So the challenge in front of us is how can we change? How can we, acknowledging that third-party cookies are likely to be deprecated, we've made that commitment as a company, and acknowledging that we do want to move to respond to regulatory and societal concerns around the use of data, how can we use technology and privacy enhancing technology more specifically to move to a world where we can deliver the benefits of the online advertising system, support for publishers, support for content creators, whilst trying to ensure that we're protecting and preserving the privacy of individuals. And I think sometimes the beauty of privacy enhancing technologies is that if it's done right, we can deliver the best of both. And as I say, cut that Gordian knot. Our Privacy Sandbox initiative, in a nutshell, is a series of APIs, don't have time to go into them all today, but can flag them, that support advertising use cases. But by do so by using radically less data than is used today, more on-device processing, and less sharing of data around the ad tech ecosystem. And that kind of package of measures, that package of investments, and whilst putting users in control and giving them transparency over how data is used, in our view, will move us from where we are today to being able to have privacy safe advertising that supports rich content creation, but also delivers on the expectations of regulators and authorities. And of course, in the UK, here in the UK, we've had first of their kind in the world discussions with the Competition and Markets Authority and the UK Information Commissioner's Office about how we reconcile and how we make work the important dual objectives, if I can put it that way, of ensuring privacy protection and ensuring open ecosystems, which resulted in a set of commitments about which we made to the Competition and Markets Authority about how we develop this technology and how we collaborate with the ICO and the CMA as we do so. So the second example is the use of community mobility reports and exposure notifications during the COVID-19 pandemic. When the pandemic started, Google received requests from governments and public health authorities around the world asking us to share data about millions of people's location history to help track the spread of COVID-19. In response, Google and the data protection community, both here in the UK and around the world, had to evaluate whether location data from telecommunications companies and other sources could be legally and safely accessed to help meet that demand. So how did we go about doing that? Well, with our community mobility reports, we applied differential privacy, which is the Google industry leading technology to aggregate and anonymize data. And that allowed us to provide guarantees to users that they would not be identified and that their data could never be inferred. But we were able to share useful insights around traffic patterns, where people were locating and congregating, where there was drop off in activities, and the like. So providing useful data to allow planning of response efforts whilst not identifying individuals. And then the last example is, of course, our contact tracing APIs, where we gave health authority apps the ability to basically ensure that through a notification system that individuals could be notified with those who had been diagnosed with COVID they had been in contact with, or their phones had been in contact with, without revealing identity, and crucially without revealing device location, contact information, and by ensuring that data was never shared with Google and Apple, but was all centrally managed and processed on device. So look, I'll leave it there because I'm keen to get into a rich discussion and some questions, but maybe I can just close by saying privacy by design, privacy by innovation, the adoption of privacy enhancing technologies really is the next chapter of how we balance these important social tensions and deliver on the benefits of technology for society while ensuring that we have strong standards of privacy in place. It's really what gives me a lot of optimism that we can use data for the benefit of companies and markets and for the benefits of society, but do so in a way that is transparent and where those privacy trade-offs are built in to technological design from the start. So with that, I'll pause on the opening remarks and hand back to Pablo.
Thank you very much, William, and thank you very much, Mark. I think we set the ground for what I foresee to be a very interesting discussion. Let's make my role as moderator a little bit provocative to, try to get something out of this debate, something that is concrete. Mark, I listen with very much attention to the 5 examples of privacy enhancing technology that you mentioned. So differential privacy, federated learning, homomorphic encryption, synthetic data, trusted enclave. They all make sense. They are all good, but when we address this kind of privacy enhancing technology with our clients, they always pull back a little bit and say, look, this is going to entail costs, investments, changing our workflows. So it's not as easy as it seemed to, shift from what you were doing until yesterday and then transitioning into privacy by innovation, which is a concept that I really endorse and I really like. But privacy by innovation costs time, money, and also the willingness from top management of companies to go in that direction. So my question to you, Mark, is which are the challenges at the market level that you see in really implementing privacy enhancing technologies or finding the right paths for the needs of an organization?
I'll try and answer kind of the market and then the organizational thing after that. So I think part of the challenge of pets is there's a kind of a lot of different approaches to it, and the terms are being thrown around, and there's a somewhat confusion around what is a pet, what isn't a pet, and the different variations of something. For example, differential privacy is called different things as well. The secondary thing is, I think, the concept of state of the art also comes into play there, because state of the art for a global investment bank is not the same as state of the art for a kind of chicken farm. So the kind of where state of the art and what that means in environment is critical. I think the third point from a market perspective is there's kind of the lack of kind of clear regulatory guidance on it, the kind of diverging legal approaching, different views on when data is considered anonymized versus pseudo-anonymized, and some of the kind of just variants that are coming out from the different implementations of privacy regulations globally is causing a real challenge from a market perspective. I think when you talk about an organizational level, there's a lot. So I think the use cases for some of the pets are not straightforward. For example, most organizations aren't doing surveys on coin tosses. So how do you do this when you're looking at kind of bank account usage type data or viewing data on a kind of digital television provision box? Then when you look at just deploying them across complex technology landscapes, if you've got kind of 300, 500, 1,000 systems feeding into a data lake, how do you practically deploy this at scale? And it's not a 5-minute task. It can be very, very challenging, can be very, very expensive. And is there a return on investment there? And is there a business justification? The next one I'll touch on is business continuity. And there's a backdrop of enterprise resilience and business continuity. And these topics are really coming to force. And you saw it coming heavily from a financial services institution perspective, and it's now pushing much more into other industries. But what happens if something goes wrong? Well, if something goes wrong in a plain text environment, and it can be run on any computer, the recovery time objectives are more easily met. When you're deploying kind of complicated pets, this can be more challenging. I think there's a trade-off again around performance, kind of how much performance degradation do you have between the implementation of some of these pets, as well as some of these technologies are quite new. So what are the security considerations that are actually you need to surround these pets with? Are there any vulnerabilities within the solutions that they're kind of emerging? I think that the final point, and this is for me the most important one, is these solutions are generally not simple, right? They're new and they're complex. And how many people in the world, or how many people do you have that truly understand how the API works or the solution works, who can actually configure it, manage it day to day, and respond if something goes wrong from a technology perspective? So there's an awful lot there. The final point I'll add on an organizational level is I think we're kind of at iteration one. I'll argue iteration one from a pets. If you think about kind of enterprise level technologies in finance that have been around for 20, 30 years, the level of skills and expertise you would have had 30 years ago to bear what you need to now is obviously very different. So I think as these pets evolve, some of the challenges I've talked about will diminish over time.
Thank you very much, Mark. Let me just switch on you, William. You mentioned an interesting concept that by pets, actually, you are contributing to create the benefit both from the privacy and the competition point of view. And I think this is a very interesting topic that I would like you to elaborate a little bit more, having in mind this reflection. I mean, with Mark, we just learned that implementing pets is something that requires time, changes, money. There are quite a number of issues and obstacles. And when I look, for example, at Europe is composed by 70% from small and medium enterprises. And they definitely don't have enough money to keep up with GDPR compliance, the basic. And I'm just doubting whether they can even think about, improving their privacy posture, moving to privacy enhancing technologies or deploying privacy enhancing technology. And this is not a rhetorical question. I'm really interested in understanding how pets can effectively create more competition on the market when intrinsically they would require more investment, organizational and managerial capabilities.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of answers to that. I think, look, it's undoubtedly the case that the internet and online services have really been a driver for growth for small business, particularly coming out of the pandemic and particularly in Europe. And that acceleration, that ability to use the internet to grow has been crucially important. And what we're thinking about at Google is a couple of things. How do we maintain that? and how do we, but at the same time, respond to some of the challenges and concerns that have been expressed about the online advertising ecosystem, which fuels many of the independent content creators, publishers, and small businesses out there. And when we think about that, we know that not all small businesses have the ability to invest, which is why through our investment in creating APIs that they can use and access, we're trying to make a contribution. We're committed to deprecating third-party cookies because we think that's the right thing to do. But we're not just doing it instantly, because we recognize that would have an impact on publishers, on partners, on small businesses. So what we're trying to do is take some of that development challenge by developing APIs that they can access and can use to show relevant advertising that is still a way of monetizing the great content that they create for the world at large, but delivers on some of the privacy expectations that we're now hearing from regulators and users. So we recognize that, and we put a lot of work into making sure that we're providing open source data sets and providing a lot of the knowledge and learning that our research teams kind of innovate on out there in the public domain to develop it, to support SMEs and support small businesses. And the last point I'd make is really this. I do think fundamentally, it's not a question of should I? It's a question of I must. I do think that investment in technology will be crucial to meeting user and consumer expectations on privacy. And for businesses that serve consumers and want to meet those expectations and want to ensure they're basically developing the crucial trust that will be necessary to sustain their businesses over the long run, they have to both access the content that Google's creating, but they also have to make those investments themselves. So I hear it's difficult, but I do think the technology and the approach is moving on, and I do think it represents an important area where businesses have to invest. And one thing the sandbox does is it enables the user to be in control, and it enables the use of the data to be transparent to the user. One fear we have at Google is that the deprecation of third-party cookies leads to forms of tracking that no one who respects privacy would endorse or support, and that's why we're putting these investments into technologies that will be publicly transparent and will give users that control, so that small businesses can adopt them and continue to monetize the great content they create.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, William. So we could probably say that privacy is in fact becoming a business requirement, more just than a compliance requirement. And if we discuss privacy by innovation, innovation should be at the core of any business, regardless of the size. So in that respect, I think the idea is that there is not much of a choice. I think if especially a B2C online company wants to stay on the market, then investing also in privacy enhancing technologies. But in that respect, let me go back to you, Mark. You mentioned an interesting initiative, privacy equity investment, while you were discussing, and this is something that you do at IAPP. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Also, taking into consideration, this is for the audience, that we have seen in the past 2 years investment funds dedicating a lot of attention and a lot of budget to sustainable digital business. And when they look at sustainability in digital business, they look at not just compliance with digital regulation, but also socially responsible and sustainable digital business. And I personally think that part of that sustainability is made by PATs, or is made by more generally privacy and data security by design. But can you tell us a little bit more about that initiative, Mark?
So when I'm talking about private equity investment, there's been a significant shift on the way that investment funds and private equity have moved into the privacy marketplace. So if I go back probably 5, 6, 7 years, if you're doing any mergers and acquisition activity, privacy just wasn't in the mix. When I used to be back as a global leaders KPMG, I also used to look after the UK cyber M&A team, and we would get called into maybe 5% of deals to cover cyber and privacy. Cyber started to take off, but privacy still wasn't part of that. In the last kind of 2-3 years, privacy's really started to become kind of part of the M&A question. And with that, the private equity and investment houses have really started to look at the market opportunity around privacy, not least because actually they've suffered some significant issues across their portfolio where things from a privacy perspective haven't gone particularly well, or there have been breaches, or there have been significant issues which have caused them a devaluation in their asset. So they've really started to look at where can they make smart investments in privacy. So, and you'll see that for some of the big, what I call privacy enabling vendors, who are enabling you to comply with kind of GDPR, CCPA, other regulations through process orchestration and data scanning type solutions. They're now looking beyond that, and you're starting to see really significant investment in kind of all the things I've talked about earlier, synthetic data companies and various other privacy enhancing technologies, as they're looking at kind of where the next wave of investment from a technology will go from a privacy perspective. So it's a very significant shift. And what this has really enabled, is the organizations which were kind of 2 guys in a shed or 2 guys in a garage, as it be in California. It's really enabled them to then go, well, okay, now we can hire 20, 30 people to really take this technology to the next level, so it can be leveraged or utilized at an enterprise level. Now, the more competition there is in the marketplace, obviously the cost of those solutions will come down and make them more cost effective for those small and medium enterprises. But there still is quite a long way to go on this journey. You've also got organizations such as Williams, who are kind of opening up what they've done to the ecosystem, enabling those organizations to start to leverage some of this great work that's been done. And again, that is supporting all of this ecosystem to kind of evolve much more quickly than typically you would have seen other kind of things or the types of technologies evolve. So it's going much up a steeper maturity curve.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think it's a very noteworthy and interesting initiative. William, let me go back to you. When you were discussing privacy by innovation and you were discussing your relationship with governments, policymakers, regulators, and so on and so forth, I was thinking maybe this whole concept of privacy by innovation may also help reducing a little bit this increasingly rapid legislative activity in Europe around data, cybersecurity, and digital services. I mean, now I think it's like crazy. We have so many new legislation coming up or in the pipeline. I mean, just to mention some of them, of course, the Data Act, the Digital Service Act, the Digital Markets Act, or the Artificial Intelligence Act, and the e-privacy regulation, the NIS2 directive, the DORA. And these are actually heavily increased the regulation, both from the privacy and the cybersecurity point of view of the digital ecosystem. And I have to say I'm not a big fan of regulating, also because it takes a long time, and it's, as always, the result of political and economical agreement more than, the best legal solution possible. What do you think about that? Is there any chance that if the market shows that is able to somehow regulate themselves through privacy by innovation, will keep additional regulation coming up and coming out within the European Union and potentially around the world?
Yeah, so I think the two are complementary. There's definitely a place for increased tech regulation, and at Google we're committed to complying with the upcoming regulations and working to ensure that we're transparent about how we do that. Why I say it's complementary is that what I think technology can do is be part of that compliance solution, right? And it can help us rationalize some of the tensions that are undoubtedly evident in the laws that are being created, whether that's competition and privacy, security and privacy, content, access to information and privacy. So I think what the technology can do is go beyond simply seeking to reconcile those difficulties from a policy-based lens and say, okay, how can the technology be part of the solution? And I think that's powerful. Like, again, using some examples, Google Trends helps researchers and journalists around the world understand societal trends, right? So large data set of Google search queries that's anonymized and aggregated. So it's not personally identifiable, but yet there are more than 21,000 research papers on Google Scholar that cite trends as a data source when they're looking at, societal kind of issues. So it's less about, for me, replacing regulation. I think there's a vital role for regulation. It's more about helping us comply with that regulation and helping us manage through some of these tensions that exist. And I said right at the outset, it's important we engage, as in a debate, as society, as academics, as regulated entities, as competition and privacy and content regulators, around where the appropriate balances are. But what we're learning is that we can make that conversation easier and have more of a win-win if we make the technology do the work rather than make the policy lens do the work. And so complementary and important that they work together.
Thank you, William. Mark, I mean, it seems inevitable to, go more and more towards privacy enhancing technologies. We discussed before that there are some challenges, but leveraging your experience, your practical experience, if an organization is looking to implement privacy enhancing technologies, what would be a sort of sound step list in your opinion?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So I think the first thing is try to understand the problem you're looking to solve. So how do you kind of conduct threat modeling or attack research, or how would you say it, look at the potential risk and the potential impacts, to put it in a most basic sense. But if you're looking to deploy a pet, you're looking to solve a problem. Now that could be as simple as reducing risk, or it could be as something much more complicated, because you want to kind of undertake a JV and share data in a way you haven't done so before. But really, what is the problem you're trying to solve? Then really identify what is the kind of benefit, what's the confidential properties, what are the guarantees that are going to be delivered by this. So effectively a cost benefit analysis. How will this benefit you, and how will it help you reduce the impact and the corresponding risk of the problem you're looking to solve. The next part I'd say is look at the kind of regulatory requirements. What are the regulatory requirements in the markets you're operating in, and how would this kind of support the business case you're looking to put together? The other piece I'll say is to look at is to kind of, I always say, put the customer at the center of the solution. You think people always often talk about pets, and they talk about the cost benefit analysis and how it's going to reduce risk, but actually, how can it actually benefit the customer? How can it deliver a better customer experience, increase and enhance trust for your particular organization with that customer, meaning they're going to have a richer, more beneficial experience for them? Or how can it actually improve the customer journey, for example, to provide more seamless end-to-end? Again, giving you positive things is just being a risk reduction exercise. I think what you then want to do is try and quantify all of this. So quantify it from a risk perspective, a cost perspective, a reputational perspective, whatever your standard model in your organization is for assessing the benefit of something. But really try and make it broad so you can understand, will this actually help us improve trust or deliver an enhanced customer experience? So what does that look like in its totality without being too isolated and looking at just risk or just a cost benefit on a financial perspective? You've got to look at this much more broadly, because with pets there's much more nuanced things that you'll get out of it. Also, and when you're measuring it, look at kind of the longer term. So if you do something now, actually how will that help you longer term to deliver on longer term organizational strategic objectives, or put you in a differentiated place in the marketplace to help you deliver the new products and services in the future, where you are likely to need some form of pet enhancement in certain markets. Then you want to do the design. So design whatever you're gonna implement properly. Really make sure you understand the dependencies, the challenges, the things are going to be difficult. Build a sensible plan from an end-to-end with stage gates, and whether you're doing it in agile or waterfall or whatever approach. Really make sure you've got the end-to-end right, and then deploy it gradually. Is what I'd say. If you try and go too big bang with these things, you can get yourself in a little bit of mess. And you see organizations that have really gone and implemented pets. They're very, very thoughtful in their approach of how they've gone it. They generally started in quite a discrete niche area and see individual use cases and built out from there.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think this is a very important part of your experience to be shared with the audience, definitely. William, maybe just one last question. We have a few minutes, and I know that our audience is puzzled with respect to advertisements, and you know, there has been so many questions. So we see our clients asking us many compliance questions on, you know, how to participate in the digital advertising in a way that is compliant to the maximum extent, or try to minimize as much as possible the risk. We know that we have some significant decisions in Europe on different schemes on online advertisements. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Privacy Sandbox initiative, and what has Google done, you know, in order to react to those decisions and those changes in the regulations in order to make this very important part of the digital environment as compliant as possible to the legislation?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think I'd start off by saying we have a range of policies and tools for users of our technology, be they publishers or partners, to deploy around getting appropriate consent where that's required under law, and for cookies and for personalization and the like. But to push it back to the sandbox and to privacy enhancing technologies and the topic we're talking about today, we recognize that the ads ecosystem is changing. We recognize, as I said in my comments, that regulatory expectations and user expectations are evolving, and we're seeking to evolve to respond to that challenge. At the core of the idea behind the sandbox is really that we've publicly committed to the deprecation of third-party cookies, but we know that removing that without viable alternative pushes a path to the bottom, right? You have people engaging in more nefarious forms of tracking, fingerprinting and the like, things that are not complying, things that are pushing down the standard. So the answer can't be just to remove third-party cookies and support for third-party cookies without providing alternatives. And so what we're doing is making those investments. We're in trials now, looking at technologies that focus more on device processing, focus on not sharing information into the cloud, but still allow advertisers, publishers and partners to deliver relevant advertising to support the rich content in the ecosystem that they are creating. So I think we're doing our bit to ensure that we're responding to that challenge, and in line with today's theme, privacy and enhancing technologies and investment in these important APIs for advertising use cases, which I can signpost after the session, is a key part of that. Journey. So For us, one thing I will say, and it echoes a comment that Mark made. Mark talked about the huge investments that companies are making in providing management systems for data governance inside companies. I would flip that the other way around and say a huge thing that Google has done over the years is invest in management systems for users, the ability to control and understand how their data shows up in the services, and to have control and transparency over that. The sandbox is really a continuation of that journey and that mission. So, and at the root of it lies the belief that advertising is important for small business, and providing privacy safe advertising is important to fuel that content ecosystem. As I say, that's the journey we're on. That's what we're doing to respond to your question, to the challenges. For those who want to read deeper, I can signpost resources on the sandbox APIs and where they're at on the development journey.
Thank you very much, William. So allow me to wrap up this session before giving you 30 seconds with your very last remarks. So what I've picked up from my estimate colleague is that privacy by innovation is necessary to stay on the market, on the digital market. It's not a choice, even if you are a small enterprise. Therefore, especially when we look at the European market, which is made out of a significant portion of small and medium enterprises, it is very important for them to understand, together also with multinational, that investing on privacy will create a return on investment in terms of trust of end users, but also when we look at the financial institutions and private equity funds, they are also looking into companies and corporations that are socially responsible and, not to mention, compliant with privacy regulations. Luckily, there are very large players on the market, for example, Google, that offer a number of solutions that can be leveraged for enhancing privacy. And of course, this will be valid for Google and any other player on the market. Any company should carefully look into those solutions and try to have an independent judgment, regardless of what it is stated, because it's always very important to have an accurate assessment before implementing any sort of technology and solution, because liabilities are almost never shifted on the technological provider in terms of privacy compliance. I think we are witnessing a very interesting trend, which is a trend of triggering a virtuous competition on privacy, which I think it's very beneficial for the digital ecosystem. Mark, 30 seconds to close, and then 30 seconds to close to you, William. And I anticipate that. I thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and being here today.
Thanks, Paolo. 30 seconds, that's a tall order. What I will say is I think people need to come to the table now. I think pets provide great opportunity, and there are some challenges with them, but you don't want to be behind the curve when it all potentially takes off. William?
I'd say, like federated learning allows us to learn new words from people's keyboards without ever knowing who they are when millions of people around the world start using them. Differential privacy allows us to know if a restaurant's busy without knowing who's there. That is amazing power in that technology to provide utility and usefulness for society whilst preserving privacy. And I think we all need to look to solving the paradigm by making those investments in the long term. We can solve social tensions around the use of data through investment in technology. And I would just close by saying that blows my mind. That really blows my mind, that the power that exists in math and the ability to do these amazing things for the benefit of society, businesses, and users.
Thank you very much again. Back to BSI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paolo, Mark, and William. That was a very fascinating discussion. So for our next session, looking at the online safety bill, something that I'm personally very interested in and touched on many of the themes we've had today. We have Hayley Brady, Partner, Head of Media and Digital for the UK at Herbert Smith Freehills. Hayley, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Tim. I'm just going to try and, oh, here we go. So yeah, thank you very much. As Tim said, I'm Hayley. I am a partner at Herbert Smith Freehills. We have, probably like many of you, been closely tracking the progress of the online safety bill right from its inception. So my plan for this session is to go through the following: looking at who the bill impacts, the background to the bill and sort of why we are here today, and then looking at the current status and where we are in the life of the bill, which may feel like it's been going on for a while. And then I'll talk about some of the key aspects of the current iteration of the bill, and then a few sort of comments on, whether I guess we're going in the right direction. So the online safety bill apparently delivers the government's manifesto commitment to make the UK the safest place in the world to be online, whilst also defending free expression. As you'll probably know, that's something that has been contested by some, and hence one of the reasons why the bill has been in life for so long has been the varying views on what it does to free expression and does it actually get there on the safety point. That said, the bill was first published in draft in May 2021, and the government will argue that it's been strengthened and clarified since then. And even today, it does reflect the outcome of quite a lot of parliamentary scrutiny. So who does the bill apply to? So the bill applies to what are called regulated services. And the definition of regulated services is found in section 3 of the current bill. Regulated services are either user-to-user services or search services. And these are both services which have links to the United Kingdom and which also don't fall into an exemption list. So probably the kind of first important thing to note is this is all pretty broad. These definitions are drafted broadly, and if we look at starting with the territorial scope, a service will be deemed to have links to the UK if it has a significant number of users in the UK, if UK users are its target market, or if there are reasonable grounds to believe that there is a material risk of significant harm to individuals in the UK who use the service. So this is not just a platform that's headquartered or hosted in the UK. It does go broader than that, and therefore territorially that could pick up a wide number of online services, and I think that's why we've also seen interest in understanding this from platforms that are very much targeted at other markets, just in case they do fall into one of those other limbs. So then looking at what a user-to-user service is. So user-to-user service is a service which allows users to share user-generated content with other users. The definition does exclude content generated by the site itself and also content shared by those employed by the service. That said, it's still a pretty widely defined provision. It is obviously intended to catch the large social media organizations like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. However, as you can probably see, it is drafted broadly enough to also include smaller blogs, shopping websites, online gaming sites, and any other category of online platform which hosts user-generated content. And in some of the conversations I've had in the last few months from clients or potential clients who are interested in this, they have asked, on the surface, you may think, well, actually, what you're doing is so far away from a social media platform, but it still does have user-generated content, and it is likely to fall within here. I mean, we'll come on to talk about the categorization, and there is a distinction obviously between a larger social media platform and a small website that just happens to have a bit of chat functionality. And so we'll pick up on the categorization. Just to come back to the exemptions, as I said, there are some exemptions. These are pretty tightly drafted at the moment, and they are limited really to email, SMS, MMS services, limited functionality sites, limited functionality services, where users are very limited in what they can comment on. So commenting on site-generated content only, and not able to sort of have, I guess, free speech. Internal services like intranets are also excluded. And then the other category of services, in addition to the user-to-user services that also fall in the scope of the bill, are the search services. So these are services providing an internet search engine that are not user-to-user services. I think most of the focus on the bill, and certainly in the conversations I've been part of, have really been on the user-to-user service. And in a world where user-generated content is so prevalent, this potentially is very wide-ranging in terms of the amount of services that will fall within it. So before we look at some of the aspects of the bill, I thought it was, as I said, kind of just worth recapping on why we're here today. So the bill represents the culmination of a long process of policy development and consultation. An Internet Safety and Green Strategy paper was published in 2017. This looked at, amongst other things, the responsibilities of companies to keep users safe and the use of technical solutions to prevent online harms. That was in 2017. In 2018, following that consultation, the government announced that it would be publishing a white paper setting up plans for online safety legislation. That happened in April 2019. And on this slide, I've set out just some of the key findings of that white paper, and probably nothing there is particularly surprising. The findings that there is hate speech out there, and that's becoming quite prevalent on the internet and through online, terrorist content, bullying, misinformation and disinformation, which has obviously been something that's been a bit of a hot topic as well over the last few years. The inconsistent measures to protect users, I think, is an interesting one as well, because actually, there's obviously a lot of discussion about the bill. I think what I see discussed less, I guess, is that one thing it is trying to do is bring consistency across platforms, which personally I think from a commercial perspective is correct. And the white paper finding that we wanted to achieve that balance between protecting but also still maintaining freedom of expression. So as I said, in 2019 we had a new regulatory framework proposed to prevent online harms on the back of these findings that are on that slide. So the idea was that at its core would be a duty of care for service providers. And a consultation on those proposals closed in July 2019, and then in December 2020, the government said that it would be introducing an online safety bill. So then we've gone through that publication in May 2021 of the draft bill. That has gone through some pre-legislative scrutiny. There was then a report published at the end of last year, and then we've seen the government's response to that report published this year. And that brings me kind of neatly on to where we currently are today. And I appreciate we're now in June, but we're still at the same stage. So this slide shows where we are in the legislative process. As you can see, we're at the committee stage in the House of Commons. The third sitting of that committee stage is actually happening today, with the final sitting happening on the 9th of June. So you probably want to know what happens after the committee stage and what the report stage is. So if the bill has been amended through this committee stage, the bill will be reprinted again before its next stage. And then once that committee stage is finished, which, as I said, will be the end of this week, the bill will then return to the floor of the House of Commons for its report stage, where the amended bill can be debated again and further amendments proposed. So before we go into the key aspects of the bill, I think it is worth just really highlighting that there's still quite a lot of stages to go through here, and we've already seen quite a few amendments to the bill, and we may well get some more before it finishes its time in the House of Commons. So be aware of that. What I'm saying today is where we're at today, and things may move. So I'll start by talking about the categories of the services, because I've touched on this already, in that we have this categorization between 1 and 2, obviously split into 2A and 2B. So in any service that falls within the scope of the bill will be registered into categories. So category 1 refers to the highest risk user-to-user services. Category 2A is the search ones, and category 2B will be the lower risk user-to-user services. It probably doesn't take a genius to work out that category 1 services will have additional duties to category 2 services. And obviously, some of what the bill is trying to do is more aimed at those category 1 services. The bill that we've got today does not provide any clarity on where the actual thresholds will lie between a category 1 and a category 2 services. It instead focuses on a lengthy procedure for how the Secretary of State will determine thresholds in secondary legislation following research from Ofcom. And I'll talk at the end a bit around Ofcom's role here and how there is sort of so much to be developed really even after the bill has been finalised. But clearly that will be super important. Anyone that's near the line on, it's probably very obvious what is a very, very small, very limited user-generated content, and then what is a very large one. But there will be a lot that fall into the middle. So I think anyone in that kind of place will obviously be waiting to try to understand what more clarity we have on what exactly the thresholds of falling into 1 or 2 will be. So when deciding on thresholds, there is some guidance. So the Secretary of State is required to consider the size, the functionality, and any other factors deemed relevant, as well as Ofcom's own research on the relationship between the dissemination of harmful and illegal content and relevant duties for each category of service. So Ofcom will be given 6 to 18 months from when the Act is passed to complete its research, and any decisions by the Secretary of State will be conditional on reviewing those findings. Obviously, that's quite a long period of time and not particularly ideal, especially for tech platforms that scale fast and obviously want to understand, as they grow, do they tip into being category 1, and how then do their responsibilities change? So whether we see that changing slightly as we move through the process will be interesting, but I think at the moment that is where we are in terms of the categorization and how that will be drawn out. So in terms of illegal content, and anyone who's followed the bill will probably be aware that there's been quite a lot of discussion around illegal content, legal content but harmful. So illegal content is probably the easier one. As we would expect, the duties on in relation to illegal content are broader. So all platforms that fall in scope of the bill will be required to comply with the provisions that apply to illegal content. So they will need to tackle and remove illegal material online, particularly material relating to terrorism and child sexual exploitation and abuse. And you'll see there this concept of priority illegal content, which is where the sort of terrorism and a lot of the child sexual exploitation comes in, but it's slightly broader than that as well. So with illegal content, with priority illegal content, there will need to be the implementation of systems and processes, and really, we don't want users to be seeing that content. All the user-to-user services and search services will be required to mitigate and effectively manage the risks of harm caused by different categories of illegal content. The safety duties to tackle these risks include designing processes, as I said, to prevent individuals from encountering the content, minimising the length of time any illegal content is present, and have measures in place to swiftly take down illegal content where a platform is alerted to it or becomes aware of the presence of such content on its platform. And this is something that we already see in different guises in laws at the moment. And I think that concept of taking down and as soon as you become aware. So we would expect certainly the bigger platforms, I think they have this already in place anyway. So this is possibly a less controversial area, given this is illegal content, and that takedown is, in most cases, certainly the bigger platforms are already there. In relation to harmful content, so where we've got user-to-user services or search services that are likely to be accessed by children, these have an additional duty to protect children from content that is legal, but considered to be harmful to children, so they need to prevent children from encountering that content. In terms of the Category 1 services, these do have an additional duty to protect adults from content that is legal but harmful to them. And again, the mitigation measures would include the taking down, having processes to take down that content, restrict users' access to it, or limit its recommendation and promotion. And I'll come on it in a second, just to pick up on the legal but harmful content point. Protecting children, I've probably already mentioned a bit on children, just worth flagging that there is a legal requirement for UK companies to report child sexual abuse content that's on their platforms to the National Crime Agency, and that will form part of the bill. Additionally, any providers who publish or place pornographic content on their services will be required under the bill to prevent children from accessing that content. So criminal offences I won't go through, but obviously the slides are here and I've put the detail out there. So I'll move on to just on the legal but harmful content point. So as I said, in the Category 1 company, they must address content that is harmful to adults that falls below the threshold of a criminal offence. So Category 1 services will have a duty to carry risk assessments on the types of legal harms against adults which could arise on their services. They will have to set out clearly in terms of, in their terms, how they will deal with such content, and they will need to be enforcing these terms consistently. If companies intend to remove, limit, or allow particular types of content, then they should set that out in the terms and explain. The agreed categories of legal but harmful content will be set out in secondary legislation and subject to approval. The social media platforms will only be required to act on what will be the priority legal harms that are set out in the secondary legislation. So that does mean that decisions on what types of content are harmful are not delegated to companies or at the whim of a particular individual. On the plus side, it hopefully removes the threat of services being sort of overzealous and removing content because it upsets or offends someone when they are then potentially going into sort of impacting on freedom of expression, and ensuring that people do remain able to have challenging and controversial discussions online. This is probably, I think, the area that's been quite debated and discussed a lot, in that, is it right that we are taking a view on legal content that could be perceived as harmful, and obviously we go into a slightly more subjective area. So whether we could again see more change here, and I think even what we will see in secondary legislation on the categories of priority legal but harmful content, the Secretary of State will have the power to add and amend that, and obviously as life goes on, it may be that some things do end up getting added here. And there is an obligation on the services themselves to also report what they are seeing as emerging harms to Ofcom as well, and then obviously that could then filter back through into falling into one of the categories. So as I said, I think the sort of legal but harmful content is something that certainly anyone following the bill will be aware that it has moved quite a bit, and it could well move further. Proportionate measures. This slide just sort of sets out what the bill is hoping to do, and that is be proportionate in its approach to safety. So on the protecting freedom of expression, the idea is that it will safeguard pluralism and ensuring platforms don't discriminate against particular political viewpoints or other viewpoints. And then there are some exemptions around news publishers' content, and some of that falls into provisions we already have in IP laws. And the point, I think, is quite important around the sort of proportionality of what measures you're expected to take. And we'll have to see obviously how this plays out in practice, but certainly the idea seems to be that what we'll be expecting of a large social media platform in terms of the measures they have in place would be different to a small business that has a user chat functionality. You might ask me what you can do now to take steps to comply, which is a question I've been asked several times. And the key point is that there's still a long way to go before users, service providers, and other stakeholders are in a position to take concrete courses of action in connection with the Online Safety Bill. We can, of course, take some preparatory action, and many of the clients or other companies I've talked to have started to review their policies and procedures to identify potential gaps that will need addressing. However, one of the key pieces of the puzzle that needs to really slot into place before work can begin in earnest is the publication of the various codes of practice by Ofcom. These codes of practice will set out specific measures that regulated service providers can take in order to achieve compliance with their new duties. And in compiling these codes of practice, Ofcom must consult a range of stakeholders, including bodies who represent regulated providers, users themselves, children, those who've suffered specific harms, and the bodies with expertise in equality and human rights, the Information Commissioner, and bodies who've got expertise also in emerging technologies. So all of that consultation needs to happen before we're going to get the codes of practice. And I think what is important to make this whole process work is that we need all of those stakeholders to really contribute to Ofcom's consultations, so that we end up with a code of practice that ultimately underpins the bill that work. So in terms of the point that I'll end on, and try to end on a positive point here, whilst there's clearly lots of work to do, both in relation to the content of the bill and more generally in relation to online safety, and we've all seen some examples of online safety not necessarily being where we would want it to be, and I think most people also want to retain freedom of expression, so there's still work to do to get there. And one feature of the bill that I think the importance shouldn't be overlooked is the requirement on Ofcom to carry out annual research into and report on, so this is every year, 3 things. 1, public opinion around regulated service providers and the manner in which they operate their services. 2, the user experience of UK users, including in particular experiences relating to complaints handling. And then 3, the interests and experiences of UK users in relation to matters that are incidental to or connected with their own use of a regulated service. This mechanism is there to hopefully create a constructive feedback loop, which over time will help to achieve the bill and accompanying secondary legislation and the codes of practice, which are then workable for the widest possible range of stakeholders. And this goes back to the point that this bill and the resulting secondary legislation will very much be an evolving area of legislation even after they're enacted. So, as I said, it's being debated, discussed in the House of Commons today, and we've still got more to go. But hopefully, and I will try to be positive, the sun's come out, and hopefully we do end up with a bill and secondary legislation and codes of practice that do achieve and do put us in a good place in terms of online safety. So thank you very much.
So the first question is probably quite a difficult one. So it sounds like there's lots of uncertainty about the codes coming from Ofcom and further readings. But do you have an idea of very roughly when firms will have to comply with it? Are you talking the next 6 months, or is it potentially 2 years down the line?
I think longer than that. I think the idea is that we'll have, hopefully have got through the legislative process by some point next year. I don't think it'll be before that, and then there will be a process, obviously, with Ofcom as well, and the codes of practice. So I would imagine we're then talking another 2 years in terms of actually when it's then enforceable. And sorry, I don't know what's gone. It's very weird. I've actually moved to the office, and typically my technology doesn't seem to be working.
So in terms of also the timeline, so you mentioned earlier on that the desire for the UK to have leadership around this, and obviously it's an important area. It sounds like the delays have been for good reasons in getting legislation right. I mean, do you still sort of see the UK as being a leader in online safety, or is it more likely that others are going to take the lead now on this important matter?
I still think, you know, I don't think we've got anywhere else still. Certainly not, you know, well, yeah, I don't think we do have anywhere that's tried to do kind of what we are trying to do here in the UK. There are, like, we take the US. I think the US is interested and and I read quite an interesting article where the US, it was sort of an argument actually, the US could learn a lot from this, and whilst I don't think it would be quite the same and the way it would work, they're slightly different, and we have Ofcom, which is, you know, an independent body, etc., etc. But you know, there is nothing equivalent right now in the US that goes where this has gone, and obviously we tend in a lot of areas see the US moving forward first, and you know, in Europe, again, this goes further than some of what we've seen that's gone through Europe. I think the question might be, it has obviously been quite slow here, and it's been very debated on whether in this period of time where we're still moving through, someone does come and decide to do something much faster. Who knows? But I think at the moment, I still think we're probably further ahead, certainly as far as I'm aware anyway.
And it could well be that, you know, sometimes with such legislation, if you get it right and early, then it sets the bar for everyone else as well. So it may be the fact that this is becomes more globally set in place.
Yeah, I mean, the other place that I guess we have seen, you know, also do quite a bit in the online safety place is Australia, where they have introduced, I think in July last year, their Online Safety Act. It's a bit different to this, but you know, it's got similar aims in that it's protecting people from harmful online content as well.
And in terms of, obviously, there's been lots of discussion about the bill as it's gone through. And one of the things that, it's a question that comes back to me a lot when I talk about or asked about areas of standards, and the fact that, you know, the areas of technology move so quickly, whether that's, you know, cybersecurity or privacy or artificial intelligence or, you know, the metaverse, for example, the next session. And, you know, standards move more quickly than regulation and legislation. But even then, there's problems about keeping the pace. So, I mean, you mentioned about there would be a consultation annually, but do you think that it could be a case of when the legislation comes through, not long after, it could be out of date, and there could be new services that don't necessarily fit in with the bill. I mean, how do you think is the best way it can retain make sure it's up to date with the rapidly moving technology?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because in a lot of the stuff that the government has published on this, it's been sort of at pains to stress that everything's been drafted in a future-proofing way. And I think if you look at the way, I guess, the categorization and the user-to-user services, they have definitely refrained from referring to any particular technology. That said, we could enter a world where there's something it's not user-generated content, but it's still harmful, and then you are right, you wouldn't fall it within this. And whether, you know, there's a sort of amendment at that point, the whole thing is centered around the concept of user-to-user and search. And so, whilst I think they probably have done what they can in terms of future-proofing, something can't be 100% future-proofed because we just don't know. So I can't see in the next sort of however many years there necessarily being something that feels like it would fall so far outside of this, but yet still be what this was intended to do. But in the same way that we've seen in something like broadcasting and streaming services obviously came out. They don't fit really within broadcasting laws, and the attempts at trying to bring that in. Some of this legislation sort of goes on for ages and then does get out of date. So I think it's a good point, and it will be interesting to see how that plays out. As I said, at the moment there are, if you read anything, sort of various different government documents on this, they talk a lot about future-proofing, use the word a lot. The reality is they probably don't know either.
I mean, it is developed in such a way that, with the role of Ofcom and the various times you mentioned that the input of the Secretary of State, I mean, is there enough leeway to make amendments as time goes on so it can certainly adapt as things change as well?
I think there will be, and there is some. I think I mentioned the point around the Secretary of State definitely has the power to add more categories in the sort of legal but harmful content, and that is easier because that's really less technology driven. That's more just where society goes and what becomes harmful that may not be today, or a particular a topic that is known about now. But that's more specific, I guess, than overall. But I think, yes, in the same way that we see amendments and updates to legislation, if things need to be added, that will be able to be done. I guess it's more just if something so fundamental happened that it doesn't work for it, then we're in a slightly different situation. But yeah, given the secondary legislation and the codes of practice that still need to come out here, I think there will be amendments for many years.
Okay, thank you. Given we're nearly at time, it might be worth sort of finishing up there. So again, Hayley, thank you very much. As I said before,
thank you.
Yeah, I want to say to you something that I'm particularly very interested in, and I think it will make a huge change for the UK. So at that point, I think we'll leave it, go into the break for now. So we'll restart again at 3:20 with a discussion on privacy in the metaverse. I look forward to speaking to you all in 10 minutes' time. Welcome back to the BSI conference, the digital world, privacy and data. For our next session, we'll have a discussion on privacy in the metaverse. This session was chaired by Nora Neil-Lejon, Director and Senior Lecturer in Law, the Institute of Advanced Legal Studies. Nora, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Tim. So as Tim mentioned, welcome again, everyone. My name is Nora Neil-Lejon, and I'm Director of the Information Law and Policy Centre, one of the academic centres based at the University of London's Institute of Advanced Legal Studies. And it's my great pleasure today to moderate and introduce this distinguished panel, which will be discussing privacy in the metaverse. So just to quickly note that in terms of the format for this discussion panel this afternoon, once our three speakers have each presented, we will open up the discussion to the digital floor, so-called. So please include any questions you have in the chat box of your screens, and we'll do our best to address and answer all of those towards the end of the panel. So without wasting any time at all, I would like to introduce our first speaker for this panel, Lewis Rosenberg, who is CEO and Chief Scientist of Unanimous AI. 30 years ago, Lewis developed the first functional augmented reality system at Air Force Research Laboratory, the Virtual Fixtures platform. He then founded the early virtual reality company Immersion Cooperation in 1993 and the early augmented reality company Outland Research in 2004. He is currently CEO of Unanimous AI, a company that amplifies group intelligence in shared environments. He earned his PhD from Stanford University and was a professor at California State University, Cal Poly. He has also been awarded over 300 patents worldwide for VR, AR, and AI technologies. Lewis, I understand that your presentation for now is going to be a recording. Is that correct?
Exactly. Thanks.
Great. Whenever you're ready.
Oh, I think they're running it from their side.
Oh, excellent. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Lewis Rosenberg, CEO of Unanimous AI, and I'm going to kick off this panel entitled Privacy in the Metaverse. with a quick presentation about what I believe are the most important issues around the metaverse. First, a little background about myself. I've been involved in the metaverse since the early days of virtual and augmented reality. In fact, this picture is as me in 1992, developing the first functional augmented reality system at Air Force Research Laboratories, at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And so I've been involved in the metaverse and thinking about the metaverse for over 30 years. But really over the last 10 years, I've started to become quite concerned about the potential negative implications of the metaverse that's being built. And so with all that said, it's worth starting out by just asking, well, what is a metaverse? I get this question a lot. And the way I describe it at the highest level is that the metaverse really is a societal transition from flat media viewed in the third person to immersive media experienced in the first person. And this is a big deal. This is a change of what the experience of the user, from being an observer on the outside to a participant on the inside. I think it is also worth really pointing out that there are two types of platforms that will bring the metaverse into our lives. The metaverse can be a fully virtual world where people are avatars in this world. It's like you've seen in terms of advertisements from Meta and other platform providers. I would call that a virtual metaverse. But the metaverse can also be layers of virtual content overlaid on the real world, presented all around us as we go through our daily lives. That's the augmented metaverse. So that is the context. This now brings me to what are the risks? What are the risks? Well, to me, it's not the technology that I fear about the metaverse. It's the power that metaverse platforms will have over the lives of consumers. And I like to describe this in terms of the 3 M's of the metaverse, in terms of the dangers. Monitoring users, which is the ability of these platforms to do tracking and profiling. Manipulating users, which is the ability of these platforms to hit us with targeted content. And monetizing users, the ability of these platforms to sell access to each of us to advertisers or basically the highest bidder, based on the monitoring and manipulating that they can do. And so this ends up being this dangerous cycle. And it's worth pointing this out because we've seen something very similar happen in social media. And so with that said, I want to go through each of these 3 potential risk areas. The first being monitoring users. In terms of social media, we're all very aware that social media companies can track where you click, track what you buy, track who your friends are. In the metaverse, this is going to become significantly worse. In the metaverse, they're not just going to track where you click and what you buy, they're going to track where you go. Where you go in a virtual world, also where you go in the real world, in the augmented metaverse. They're going to track what you do. They're going to track who you're with. They're going to track where you look. If you're walking down the street with augmented reality glasses, they're going to know where you're walking. They're going to know what stores you look in as you walk down the street. They're even going to know how long your gaze lingers on different things. They're going to track your gait. They're going to know where you slow down, where you speed up. In fact, they're going to also monitor your facial expressions. Again, for tracking your emotions, your sentiment, your interest level. They're going to track your vocal inflections. They're going to even track and monitor your vital signs. These technologies are already being built into earbuds and other head-worn devices instead of smartwatches, so that platforms can monitor your heart rate, monitor your respiration rate, monitor your blood pressure, monitor your pupil dilation, monitor your galvanic skin response, even monitor EEG. Multiple companies building that technology into earbuds, and that's the direction that the metaverse is going in terms of monitoring users. Simply put, the metaverse, by its very nature, will monitor your whole life. What you do, what you say, what you experience, and by inferring from your vital signs and your facial expressions what you feel. Your emotions will be monitored by metaverse platforms. This is a very significant privacy concern, but it's also more than that. It's more than that because of what the platforms will do with this technology. What they will do with it is use it to manipulate users. They will use it to manipulate users. And again, we can compare to social media. Social media uses these tracking to do things like targeted advertising, targeted news feeds, targeted member invitations. In the metaverse, it will become even more dangerous. Why? Because the whole point of VR and AR technologies is to fool the senses. It's to blur the boundaries between what's real and what's virtual. And so advertising and propaganda in the metaverse is not going to be pop-up ads and promo videos like we get on social media. In the metaverse, the tools of persuasion will go from flat media to immersive experiences that are more believable, more persuasive, and therefore more dangerous. So what is advertising and propaganda going to look like in the metaverse? Well, I believe there's really two primary categories: virtual product placements and virtual people, AI avatars. Virtual product placements will be targeted experiences that are injected into your world as promotional content by platform providers on behalf of paying advertisers. And again, these will be naturally integrated into your experiences. So if you're walking down the street in an augmented world or virtual world, and you might see a car pass you on the street, pass you by, it might look like it's just a natural part of your daily life. And you might not realize, like, no, that was put there into your world by a paying advertiser to influence you. And in fact, other people might not see that car driving by. Maybe only you see it because it was targeting you. And the really dangerous thing is that these virtual product placements, unless regulated, will be indistinguishable from authentic serendipitous encounters. And so as you are going about your life, building up a model of what your community is like, you might think your community is a certain way, but somebody else, a platform provider on behalf of paying advertisers, is pulling the strings and manipulating your experiences. That's dangerous. And that is something that I believe needs to be regulated. And it goes beyond just virtual product placements to virtual people, AI-driven avatars, which again, will be injected into your world on behalf of paying advertisers. There will be passive experiences where maybe I'm walking down the street in a virtual world or an augmented world, and I overhear two avatars having a conversation about a product, about a service, about an idea. I might think, oh, I'm just observing my world. These are just other people in this virtual community, and not realize, no, that was placed there on behalf of a paying advertiser for me to observe as a form of persuasion. It will go beyond this from passive to active, where we'll have AI-driven avatars that ultimately engage you in promotional conversation. Again, they could look like anything else, any other person in your environment. You engage them in conversation, and you might not realize that, no, this was placed there by an advertiser as a form of persuasion. These AI-driven avatars will become indistinguishable from authentic members of the world. They will have data access to your history, the profiles that they've been building up by tracking you, your likes, your wants, your needs, your tendencies, your behaviors. They will have access to that when engaging you in promotional conversation. And they will have the ability to analyze your emotions in real time, your facial expressions, your vocal inflections, your vital signs. This is dangerous. If we all are very aware that currently AI systems can defeat the world's best Go players and chess players and poker players. What chance do we have as consumers if AI-driven avatars engage us in promotional conversation, are monitoring our facial expressions, are monitoring our blood pressure, have access to our full history, and are working to persuade us? They will be very skilled at persuading us to buy things we don't need or believe things that aren't in our best interest. My view is that they will pitch us more skillfully than any used car salesman, and this is dangerous and should be regulated. to sum up, my concluding remarks is that the metaverse will happen. It will transform society. I personally believe that will happen over the next 10 years. I think the problems will be similar, but actually much worse than today's social media. And I believe now is the time to think about metaverse regulation, because we don't want to have the same thing happen that happened with social media, which is by the time people started thinking about regulation, corporations had built an infrastructure and had been using that infrastructure and relying on that infrastructure for a whole decade. And so now it's very difficult to undo the problems. We can avoid that with the metaverse if we think about regulation now, before these ecosystems and infrastructures get solidified. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Louis. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. So that was a hugely impressive overview of the concept of the metaverse. You describe it incredibly broadly in terms of its whole conceptual future design. So we know that a whole slew of patents, for example, have been acquired by Facebook or Meta in terms of making all of the technical developments and the data collection that you were talking about a reality. But this is over the next decade, is that correct?
Yes, so certainly over the next decade, these technologies will be deployed. The capabilities exist today. It's really a question of when and how they get deployed, and more significantly, what business models get deployed. Because as you know, as I said, an advertising business model really will drive all metaverse platforms to take advantage of their ability to track people extensively and intimately, far more than any technology has ever tracked people, and also influence people far more personally than any technology has ever been has ever enabled. And so, it's really these formative years that gives us a chance to regulate, because once the business models are in place, it will get harder and harder to do that.
Yes, then you connected the operation of the metaverse, and it's quite broad terms in terms of virtual reality combined with augmented reality, because I think for now, I think the audience members are perhaps more familiar. There may be a few users, for instance, of Oculus Rift, which is very much focused on the virtual reality element that you mentioned, and less the augmented reality element. It's not the combination as yet, but you anticipate that will be a combined service that will be delivered in the not so distant future.
So that's a great question. Most people right now think of the metaverse as virtual reality, mostly because of the marketing activities of Meta and others. But industry insiders really understand that it's the augmented metaverse that is going to be the thing that transforms our lives. And I say that because in a purely virtual world, it is unlikely that people will spend extensive amount of time wearing headsets that cut them off from the world. Certainly for short duration activities, certainly for shopping and entertainment. And so within 10 years, I believe that people will spend a few hours a day in the virtual metaverse. But the augmented metaverse, where content is splashed all around you, you're wearing lightweight glasses, and the content is everywhere. That is really the evolution of the mobile phone. That's really 10 years from now, the phone in your pocket will be replaced by glasses, eyewear that you wear, and it brings all of your digital content just naturally into your world. And so, while certain social media platforms are evolving towards a virtual metaverse, mobile computing is evolving towards the augmented metaverse. And so the big companies like Apple, Google, Samsung, that control our digital lives through mobile phones in your hands, are really pushing hard to replace that with eyewear, and it's not that far off. Apple very likely launches their eyewear in 2024, 2025, and I think we can predict it could be similar to the transition of when they launched the iPhone in 2007. 2007, they launched the iPhone. Nobody knew they needed it. People were happy with flip phones. They thought phones were for having conversations. And once they launched the iPhone, within 5-6 years, everybody felt obligated to use an iPhone, because without it, you were missing out on information. When they launch augmented reality glasses, same thing's going to happen. Within 5-6 years, you'll feel like, well, if I don't have these, and I'm just missing out on content when I walk down the street. And so the adoption could be rapid. So I think we definitely should be thinking about the 2030s as really potentially augmented decade.
So fascinating. And of course, you mentioned as well the interference with privacy that these sorts of technologies, particularly in combination, their convergence will mean for users. And it's very serious. You outlined a whole slew of categories. They range from tracking people's movement, the content they access online, and beyond that into very sensitive health data, pupils' dilation, people's emotions, potentially their heart rate. Some of these patents that we've heard about are quite far-reaching. And I think the calls that you've made in terms of the regulation now of these quite intrusive technologies is very significant, because we can have all sorts of users that may be subjected to these systems, particularly if they become as mainstream as you suggest by 2030. They may be in offices, in homes, all over the world. And of course, there are particular risks in that respect. There are even more vulnerable individuals where safeguards are going to have to provide even stronger rules in place. Use by children, for instance, or use by those with disabilities. How is that going to be addressed? There are serious challenges now with dealing with vulnerable users with social media. There's been a real struggle in terms of how to provide those adequate safeguards. And that, very neatly brings us on to your concluding and very important point, in that now is the time to regulate. Now is the time to put the rules and safeguards in place for these sorts of very far-reaching and highly intrusive technologies, which I have to say, Luri, and I could go on talking to you about the technological elements of this, because it's so fascinating in terms of, how the metaverse will interact with the Internet of Things and smart offices and other smart environments. But maybe we can save some of that to later. So I can introduce our second speaker, who will be able perhaps to explore for us some of the legal implications that you've already highlighted in your first presentation. And this is our second speaker today, everyone, Elle Todd. Elle is a partner at Reed Smith LLP, based in London, and is widely recognised as a leading practitioner in digital and data law. Her clients range from the biggest international household names to disruptors and tech entrepreneurs. Working in data and tech law for nearly 20 years, Elle supports clients with data protection compliance in all of its guises, which I'm sure will include the metaverse in the next few years. She does this with a particular focus on privacy matters in the context of new technologies, media, ad tech, social media, and gaming. Elle firmly believes that regulation should not be viewed purely as a compliance obligation, and she regularly works with companies to come up with innovative ways of using data and digital compliance requirements to also better engage with customers, improve data sets, and embed strategy and compliance within organizations. Elle, you're very welcome, and we're really looking forward to your contribution today.
Thank you. Lovely to be here. So I should have some slides coming up, I think. Yeah, here we are. So it's like one of these wonderful exam questions, isn't it, that I'm sure are being set at universities around the country already. To what extent are data protection laws applicable in the metaverse, to the metaverse, and are they fit for purpose, or do we need other regulation? It's a really fascinating question. I think it's worth remembering that, of course, these questions come up all the time, always when we have new technologies. And a lot of the kind of debates are very familiar. A lot of sometimes the fear, genuine, and sometimes not as well. You know, it is that kind of cycle that you get with new technologies, but certainly the metaverse is presenting this kind of combination of a huge range of different privacy issues in particular. So I just wanted to kind of think back to some of those issues that Louis was presenting in his talk. And absolutely, I mean, gosh, the different data sets which could potentially be captured are huge, aren't they? And as soon as you've got more data and lots of different types of data, then immediately you start thinking, well, what are the kind of legal issues which are presented as a result of this? And so I've put up, just like as if I was doing that exam question, the kind of issues that anyone would be putting up who's familiar with kind of existing privacy laws. And there's a huge number of them. I'm just going to tease out perhaps some interesting points around a few of them, and then we can dig into more of them in the chat later. But first, accuracy. I think this is a fascinating one, really, because if you look just at that picture there, that's me at the weekend going into Decentraland. That's my avatar. I'm there in one of the default skins, so there are probably thousands of others in a similar outfit wandering around Decentraland. And of course, from an accuracy point of view, it doesn't look anything like me, does it? And what you can't see is the front version, which I'm sporting a very lovely moustache and eye patch. And of course, the other thing that you can't see from the avatar itself is that sometimes that was me, but sometimes during the course of the day, that was my 12-year-old son. So when we think about accuracy, usually from a data protection point of view, we're thinking about the rights for individuals to have accurate data about themselves as a right. But actually, as soon as you start thinking about the metaverse, a lot of the issues which are presented in terms of accuracy about, well, what about other people's right to have accurate data in front of them, you know, what you're seeing, or what about my right not to be accurate and to present myself in different ways? So it's an interesting kind of evolution of that focus on accuracy of data that we see in data protection law. Drilling out into a few more of them then, I think data minimization, you know, coming out of Louis' presentation is absolutely the key, isn't it? So, you know, we have this fundamental principle in data protection law, which is you should only be collecting and processing personal data which is needed for the particular purpose. And that, you know, has remained good for many, many years. It's not a new concept. It's not one which is just emerging now, but of course very open to interpretation. So what is necessary? What is the purpose? And I think what kind of generates a lot of the fear perhaps around the metaverse is many of us are not quite clear on what those use cases yet are. So you can, of course, have the use cases which are advertising based, but then if you look at something like Second Life, which has kind of evolved into something which is not advertising based, there's actually a huge array of those different use cases. And that's where we all get a bit nervous, is that kind of unknown. So therefore, we can't yet quantify what is an appropriate amount of data to be used. We've talked a little bit about profiling and advertising, and absolutely, I think that is going to grab the attention. And certainly when you start wandering around some of these metaverses which exist already, you know, you're confronted with quite a lot of kind of billboards and opportunities to engage with people and talk about advertising opportunities. But of course, we do already have laws in place for that. We have provisions around profiling, around targeted advertising. One of the issues, of course, we've seen over the years is that often they're quite technology specific. So we all are overly familiar, more than we'd like to be, with the cookie rules, for example, which were kind of created for a point in time around cookies and similar technology. So there's a real kind of need for caution around regulation, which is too technology specific in this area, because it can get out of date incredibly fast. But there's also, I think, perhaps some kind of more boring or general issues which come out of the kind of privacy issues here, which often get overlooked in my view. So a fundamental one is that in the metaverse, there isn't necessarily one platform, there isn't necessarily one owner or controller, but actually you've got these really fascinating handoff points to different controllers and different companies or organizations which may be the users of data, and that can make it a lot more perhaps scary or unclear, perhaps as to, well, at what point does one organisation have responsibility and then it moves to another. But of course, with all of these little boxes you can see on the screen here, you know, regulators would say, well, that's what the GDPR is. The GDPR is here to cover all those different issues and to be something which is relatively technology neutral in order to be able to flex for it. Of course, GDPR doesn't stand still. You know, we see all of us working in this area. I mean, every single day you have to be looking for what is the latest guidance, what, you know, in different member states, as well as the UK, what is coming through, what is the case law, what is the enforcement activity. And, you know, it's still relatively young legislation, but the pace of change has been pretty incredible. Just wanted to draw out this one area, which is children's privacy, which I think is particularly relevant for the metaverse, because understandably, that's where many of us bring our particular kind of concerns about risks for privacy, you know, drawing upon experiences from other types of platforms, including social media previously. So even in this area, for example, we've seen a huge volume of new guidance coming out in the last 18 months. Many, I'm sure, will be familiar with the UK Age-Appropriate Design Code, but here on the screen you can see there's many others as well. We've got the French guidelines, we've got the Irish guidance, we've got the Swedish guidance, we've got the Dutch guidance. So we've got a huge range of these kind of very targeted, you know, on a particular area of privacy and about technology risks for children, which would extend to the metaverse. The problem, of course, for individuals, for parents, for anyone working in this area and for platforms is just keeping on top of that can be very difficult. And of course, they're not converging on a particular position, but a lot's happening. I wanted to kind of move on a little bit from the kind of GDPR that, you know, many I'm sure are already really familiar with, and just reflect that actually one of the biggest things I've noticed in the last year is that we have started moving away from the privacy issues and the regulation being specific to data protection laws. So if you look at this table I've pulled together, the top two layers are perhaps what we'd all already be very familiar. So that law student answering that exam question would immediately be talking about the GDPR, the e-privacy, advertising codes here when we're talking about some of those advertising issues Louis spoke about. But actually what the really interesting development is that we're now seeing this bottom layer really coming through. So you can't just advise on privacy risks or identify the privacy risks for those first two rows anymore. You have to be looking at these other areas too. So we see privacy issues in consumer laws through the terms and conditions. We see competition regulators around those issues of who controls, who has the ownership and the rights to use the data which is being collected, through AI regulation proposals we're seeing in the UK and the EU, but also one that I know which has been a big topic of some of the other sessions today, which is around platform liability. So this is not privacy specific regulation, but looking at things like the Online Safety Bill or the EU Digital Services Act, you see very specific new proposals around targeted advertising or protecting minors, for example. So it's one of these areas where there's actually a huge race for regulation with almost this kind of competitive process going on from different countries, trying to kind of overlay these different types of regulations coming through. So with all that happening, I think it's worth just pausing again and reflecting a little bit on this, because I think there's a few issues which repeatedly come up with regulating, whether it's privacy or other regulations in the metaverse or any new technology. So one issue is that often these debates can get really academic. It's back to that legal, you know, textbook question or exam question, that you could spend hours applying different provisions of GDPR or different parts of laws to different technological scenarios, and often you will find something which you can apply, but it doesn't really necessarily bear any resemblance on what is enforced or what people care about in real life. So I take this back to the beginning of my career when I was a baby lawyer doing a lot of kind of internet law. You know, that's how I would have described myself back at the early days of my career. And there it was the same. So, you know, I would spend hours thinking about theoretical ways that you could apply theft law or crime to something like Second Life, or how you could apply auction law to something like, you know, an eBay type platform. And generally there were laws which were available. Often the issue would be that they are not applied, or they're not known about, or it's vague enough, broad enough that actually people don't want to take a risk on implying them, or seeing what happens, or taking these things to the courts. And I think particularly because of that fear of, okay, there might be something, but who's prepared, you know, who wants to fight, who has the money to take these actions. That's why we've seen this space really created for regulators coming in, rather than leaving it to individuals to bring those other legal actions. But the other thing to pause on here, you know, as a kind of closing remark really, is that with so much happening in terms of regulation of platforms at the moment, that we honestly don't know exactly what is going to work. And we need to be careful with some of these regulations for over-regulating where it is not needed, or creating so much noise that actually the really important things get lost in this. So to give a few examples, I think, you know, GDPR covered so many different things that actually you ended up with certain rights that we just don't see individuals you know, interested in, things like data portability, for example. Other things that I've seen being taken in the new regulations from GDPR are a focus on transparency, so obligations to constantly tell people what is being done with their data, which we all know can actually, you know, it's a lovely principle, but nobody reads these things. And also a new focus on kind of, well, let's get platforms to do lots and lots of paperwork and assessments, which again, I'm not sure personally is the way forward. So on that note, I guess the ultimate issue is you can have all these laws, and in many ways we have a huge number and more on the horizon than ever we've seen before. But you know, what are the right regulations? How do we know? And also, how do we actually make sure that we're enforcing those which are important to us? So I end with this screenshot, and apologies for the slightly blurry photograph. Again, this is from my experiences in, on the weekend. But you know, all of us know that you have to have a privacy policy. It's a fundamental of data protection law, isn't it? And we all know that, you know, children's issue in particular are really key in these different, you know, in the metaverse or any other platforms. But yet you'll still see things like this, even though the law is very, very clear. So here's just a screenshot where actually there wasn't a separate privacy policy, and you can just see a general massive shouty declaration by, you know, a child who wouldn't have even scrolled down to get to this point, saying that basically they're responsible for everything. So that's not a problem with the law, it's a problem of enforceability and knowledge. But I'll then end there, and back to you, Nora.
Thanks so much, Elle. I think you did a really impressive job of providing a very clear and detailed overview of what is becoming a very complex and complicated area of not just legislation, but also reams of governance. I don't think it's just the law students that we should feel sorry for. I think let's have some sympathy for everyone in compliance. This is a rapidly evolving field, so the pace would leave one just breathless. I thought the points that you raised regarding the GDPR and the e-privacy directive and how they've been implemented in the UK, for instance, these are all going to be subject to change. We know that there are changes forthcoming in UK data protection law. We know that in the EU, there has been a very comprehensive EU digital strategy. You mentioned the Digital Marketing Act and Markets Act and the Digital Services Act. We also have the Data Act, we have the Data Governance Act, we have the EU AI Act. It's a very comprehensive, absolutely. So it's a hugely comprehensive, very wide-ranging set of frameworks. And I suppose if we could be so bold to ask you in this context, what particular new frameworks emerging from the EU do you think will be the most relevant to the development of the metaverse? You mentioned the rise of data portability, and the Digital Markets Act has some provisions on interoperability, and they are hoped, at least, but as you mentioned, laws on statute books are one thing, effective enforcement and oversight is another matter. But just to draw it back to Louis' point about the power asymmetries that we'll have between major tech companies providing these metaverse services and content, between augmented reality and virtual reality, do you think there are any particular frameworks emerging from the current EU policy conversations that are particularly noteworthy or may be very helpful in allowing for greater clarity around current GDPR requirements? Or do they muddy the waters even more? How will it help us while the metaverse descends upon us in the next 10 years?
Yeah, I do think the sheer volume muddies everything, and there's just so much happening. I mean, it's because it's no longer in the domain of one regulator that you really do honestly have this almost race to regulate, and almost this kind of competitive attitude almost between different kind of areas of law as well as different countries to do things. I think in terms of what resonates and what's important, there are always going to be some areas which grab attentions. So if you've got anything on facial recognition, you have anything on kids, and you have anything on targeted advertising, that resonates immediately. So it grabs attention, and it grabs public attention, which often is really important for education. And of course, that's, there are other programs alongside regulation, which is so much of this has to be about education of users in terms of what their rights are and what the risks are. But that's the public facing kind of things which grab attention. I think behind the scenes, some of the perhaps more anodyne tools that regulators are starting to use are going to be really influential. So this shift towards, beginning of my career, it would have been platforms don't have responsibility, essentially. They self-regulate. But now these kind of very specific obligations, huge volume of different obligations on platforms. And then also, and some of them are quite paperwork based in all reality, but about justifying and setting kind of parameters, but then also combined with things like competition regulation, which is never going to grab headlines. It's never going to be, front page of newspapers that people are interested in. It's not the kind of exciting side of the metaverse, but that's where we also see a huge amount of regulatory attention coming through as well. And actually that will shape what happens in the metaverse from a risk and a regulatory perspective as well.
So rather than me discussing further with Elle, which is just so easy to do, she raised so many fantastically relevant and insightful points, I must give an opportunity to our final speaker of our panel to also share his contributions and insights with us before we get more immersed in more detail in the discussion section of this panel. And last but not at all least, our final speaker on the panel today is Tony Fish. He is Chief Digital Officer of Digital 20. 30 years of being an outsider, usually six sigmas from the norm. That is quite the tongue twister. Looking for trends that are just beyond any strategic plan. He is very focused on problems of governance and oversight in a digital world, and how to identify what may help with error correction problems. Definitely provocative and overly optimistic at the most inappropriate at times. Neurodiverse with a passion for risk. Well, this is very exciting, Tony. I cannot wait for your comments. Whenever you're ready, it would be great to hear your interventions on what's been raised by the previous two speakers and your own thoughts and insights on the metaverse. Thank you.
That's definitely what I'm hoping to do. And I was really enjoying Elle, and it was so sad that we got cut off. It was one of those tense moments where you're listening intently and it all just went blank, and I thought it was me. So I'm glad it wasn't just me. I first want to pick up, I think, on what Louis said, and it's not to bring criticism to it, but actually just to put a different lens on it. And he picked up on the 3 M's, the monitoring, the monetization, and the manipulating. And it's kind of like not new. I think that mankind has spent most of our entire time on Earth trying to work how we monitor people, just because that's what some of the things that we can actually do, that, you know, tracking and profiling is not particularly new. Yes, we can now do it at speed, which becomes a different problem. But, you know, we've always been into monitoring. We've always been into manipulating. And, you know, most of us have probably read some point or heard of The Prince and the Machiavelli book. And kind of like the entirety of the book is about how to manipulate. And there are so many books out there. In fact, I'm sure it should be one of the largest sections on the shelf, which is how to effectively manipulate somebody else. And the issue of monetization is, for us, an economics problem, which we're kind of like facing a real dilemma coming forwards. Some of the stuff he said about the blurring of the boundaries is so relevant, and it's the relevance between the physical world and the digital world. He raises one interesting question, which is how do we determine something's authentic? And I'll give you an example of why I really struggle with that. As Nora said, I'm on the spectrum of several neurodiverse scales, and therefore one of the things I've actually had to learn is empathy. It's not a natural skill that comes to me. And therefore, when I sometimes teaching an ethics and AI class, I ask the question that, you know, is a born with empathy authentic? And everyone agrees that that's a great thing. And then I start to explore that it's possible there's a bunch of people around you who have had to learn empathy. And then we ask the question again, is the humans who have had to learn empathy, is it less or any less authentic? And that throws a dilemma, a particular ethical dilemma for most people, because they've never concerned or considered that it could be learned. Then you raise the question, well, if the humans can learn it, why can't a machine learn it? And if a machine learns it, is that not authentic? And suddenly we're into problems of people have a particular lens or view on what they think is real. And the same will happen with these indistinguishable blurring boundaries, that we kind of like feel that some of the stuff we experience is real, but actually a lot of it's already made up and framed. We have a pile of tools, and those tools are in so many ways that the carbon to carbon interaction of privacy is kind of like really well known. What we're moving towards is carbon is using those 3 M's to use silicon to get to carbon, and carbon being human, silicon being the machine. And then we hit what we perceive, and this is where Lewis was going so strongly, that the silicon is going to have the interface to the carbon. And then effectively what we'll end up with is we all have personas, and that your silicon is going to tap to my silicon, and somehow we have removed the human. And I think this is where some of the delineation has to come along, which is, in a physical world, we have ethics, and in our physical world, we're now struggling with digital ethics. And the reason that's come along is because in our physical world, what we see, touch, and feel and believe in is created and constrained between the laws of quantum and relativity and our shared beliefs. And one of our shared beliefs is money. If we didn't have a shared belief in money, money would not exist. And therefore, most of our physical world only exists because we have a shared belief. And then we come back to this blurring boundaries and what's distinguishable and not distinguishable. Well, money doesn't actually exist. It is completely fabricated, it's completely made up. And for those who want to read Ravelli's work on time, we can easily equal and argue that time does not exist. Why is this important? Because we have these blurred boundaries. We have this physical world of which we have a perception of how we exist within it, but actually a lot of the things we talk about actually don't exist. They are made up, but they allow us to have a shared experience. Where we're going with this metaverse, it's a universe where we can see, touch, and feel and believe, but what is created and constrained in there is something between our imagination and somebody else's imagination. And that's what I think Lewis was getting about, what is indistinguishable. And the blurring is very much at the experience that the universe is either going to have tools or weapons applied to how we're going to interact. The issue we've got in the digital world is we get to digital ethics. And in a physical world, we have digital ethics. And therefore, what we've got to understand is what is the ethics in a digital world when we are fully immersed in a digital world? Because the interfaces change. because we move from the chemistry that we have as an interface into the physical world. And we move from the interface of my rights and our rights and individuality and society. And we move from an interface, which is the activity and exchange, into a fiscal world, into a wholly different world, which is data is now an interface into a digital world. And when we hit an interface, this interface, we actually have a series of boundaries which we don't understand. Within your mind, what you think is completely private, and that's limited because of your operating system as a pile of chemistry. Within us, in the way we behave in society, there's a boundary set, which is how we deal with effectively culture, law, and compromise. But there's a set of boundaries. In the fiscal world, we have a set of boundaries. In our digital world, right now, we don't have a set of boundaries. So we don't know how far or extensive it's going to be. I wrote a book 13 years ago, which was called My Digital Footprint. And at that time, when I wrote it, the subtitle of it is What Happens When Your Privacy Becomes Somebody Else's Business Model. At that moment, I'd just come off stage with the CEO of Google at the time, and he'd shared a series of thoughts, which is effectively Google knew better what you were going to do next than you yourself knew. And this was the kind of like premise of thinking about what happens when somebody gets access to all your data. And at that time, I kind of like believed that was probably going to be true. And over time, and I go against some of the fear mongering that comes around that the machine will actually understand better. And if you collect all this data, you can understand. And I've completely swapped sides. I've swapped sides 4 or 5 times, but right now, because of the gut-brain axis, because of our chemistry, and particularly because of the work I do in neurodiversity. So I sit on the Institute of Neurodiversity as a trust, kind of like, no, you can look at my gaze, you ain't going to find out very much because I'm on neurodiverse, which means I'm not average, I'm 6 sigmas out. You aren't going to discover what I'm thinking. You aren't going to discover because of my skin reaction. What you might discover is that I have a gut-brain axis which works differently. You might well discover that the nutrition that I take into my body means that my brain behaves differently. And actually, you don't quite know how it's going to be behaving because the DNA keeps changing. And the reason the DNA changes is because the food that you take in changes your enzymes and the enzymes that you need to digest food. And because of the type of food that you take in, your DNA keeps changing. And we don't want to accept some of these models. We kind of like have locked ourselves into believing that somehow we, through data, we're going to create something. Love Elle's presentation, and a lot of the other decks that have gone on today have been super interesting. I've been listening in. The things that kind of like, and she ended on this, and it was so sad she was cut off in this, what platform should we be looking at? And it was the age assurance thing. And I sit there as an investor. I've done about 100 investment events and run a couple of funds. And I sit there going, would I invest into an age assurance platform? And the chances are no, because of the liability you would have as a platform right now if you got it wrong. And investors aren't going to rush into that platform. And she picks this up by going, and it's a new set of words for me, I suppose, that the regulators are in competition with each other of what to regulate. And the question we've got in the economic framing that we come to privacy in is, what is the role of the regulator? And I don't think regulators actually understand what their role is right now. And this is why you are seeing competition amongst them about trying to find something to do in the future to create a new mandate. But because they don't have the existing mandate, they don't have the economic framing, and a lot of them don't have an economic framing because their framework today as regulators is just to make sure that businesses don't break the rules. What they don't regulate for is how to change the rules to a better world. And until we change the economic framing to probably closer to sustainability, we will carry on finding regulators who want to keep us in a certain way. And because of that, we carry on coming back to automation and decision making. And some of that comes back to data minimization. Elle picked up on this again. And you've got to question the purpose. But as soon as you start to question the purpose, it actually comes back to the purpose of the business. And when you go and read Section 172 of the Companies Act, you suddenly realize there's a bunch of directors, they are liable. You know, while a company has limited liability, the directors have unlimited liability. And particularly in D&O insurance, which is increasingly starting to write out some of the data policies, you've got a bunch of people who are going to carry the full liability of getting it wrong. And if they get it wrong, we've got a governance problem, which is kind of like why I keep coming back to, we've got to focus on the governance issues. And within that framing, we keep talking about data, and I still find we don't understand data in the slightest. And part of the reason we don't understand data is because we all have different ontologies, and we all come to, and this is us as individuals and us as businesses and us as ecosystems and us as verticals, come with different ontologies to the same problem. And the ontology is the way that you describe what the data is there for. And one of the issues definitely in data portability is if you take one series of ontologies and you combine them with another series of ontologies, you end up with a pile of phantom data, which is a phraseology which I described as quantum risk in data, because you now create data or outcomes of data which never existed in either data set, because you combine two sets of ontologies which should never have been combined. And because we don't tend to write down what the ontology of the data set is for, we don't actually understand how we can analyze the data. We don't apply an algorithm which is matched to a data structure and data type. And another one that's been picked up, which I'll end on really, which is about data accuracy, which we talk about data accuracy, but what we don't talk about is the other word of it, which is attestation. Do we actually have the attestation of the data? Do we know where the data come? Do we have the provenance and the lineage of the data? Because without attestation and rights, the reality is the data that we're carrying into this digital world that we get so worried about actually is completely useless. And this is where I think we still haven't got to the nub of what we're trying to do. And I ask a question, and I ask it to every single board that I sit on, which is, what are we optimizing for? And I start from that question, because if we can describe what we're optimizing for, we can actually start to work out what we're going to try and do. But fundamentally, and this has been picked up, and Nora's picked it up at so many points in her observations of this session so far, which is we can't optimize for one thing. We have to optimize for many things. So as soon as you optimize for many things, there's going to be compromise. And what we haven't found a way to get to yet is what we're prepared to compromise on in data. So I'm going to leave it and hand it back to Nora, who I'm sure is going to ask some questions.
Thanks so much, Tony. It didn't disappoint. It was incredibly insightful and provocative. And I think a lot of the points that you raised regarding the earlier presentations by Louis and Elle are particularly relevant. I especially liked your point about many of the issues being old wine in new bottles when it comes to a lot of the data ethics and regulatory challenges that we have already trying to govern the social media platforms and other tech uses. I think quite rightly you raised a very pertinent point that I don't think has been raised yet, and that is one of sustainability and the kind of power and data collection that these systems will use, and how does this factor into more green digital strategies that governments are pushing forward at the moment. I think that is a very important point to raise in terms of shaping that broader conversation that you have situated us in, which is what norms and social values do we want to define society in terms of how we allow these systems to be designed, and what we inevitably allow them to do on a technical level. So in that sense, I've just sent a link to you and the other speakers. Apologies to the audience. I wasn't sure, it's from a Financial Times article, so I wasn't sure how to send it to everyone. My apologies. I need to be better familiar with this particular platform. But essentially, in the image, in the article rather, there are two images, and they're from the patents that Facebook or Meta have acquired for the future development of the metaverse. And what is quite striking about the images taken from these patents, these particular specific images, is that they both focus on avatars of children. And both of those avatars, they focus on what looks very like children at play, playing soldiers in battle with shields. And then the other image is of a child avatar, and it explains, how the metaverse is intended to work in terms of that particular patent. So Louis explained this earlier on, the kinds of information it will extract in terms of eye movement, in terms of the emotions that are recorded from someone's interaction with content, a game, crucially other avatars. And this opens us up to the wider risk that I think that Louis was drawing our attention to, that actually exacerbate the current risks. So we're not entirely dealing with old wine in new bottles. We may be dealing with very new wine in new bottles. So in that sense, we've had concerns being raised, for instance, by Europol and by other security agencies, for instance, where they talk about how avatars provide a sort of level of manipulation and nudging that will just be incomprehensible to what's currently available in the technology, and that in terms of terrorist recruitment, that is particularly significant. In terms of the points that Elle raised regarding profiling and nudging, it would arguably be the case that avatars of children are going to be much more appealing to other children if they're allowed to use this technology. So I guess my questions for the panel would be, can we have children avatars in a hugely coercive and manipulative environment that's so pervasive? And is that something the law currently prohibits, or is that something where the law currently falls short? And just from a technological perspective, are these patents that we should be granting, is this totally contrary to all of these, ex ante safeguards we're supposed to have? The data protection impact assessments, the privacy impact assessments. There are so many impact assessments. I have currently lost track. I know now that there are fundamental rights impact assessments. And this speaks to all of the convergences that you've all mentioned between the technology and the laws and the frameworks and the technical standards. So based on the current technical standards and the current legal safeguards that we currently have, is anything in those patents currently prohibited, or is it socially, technically, legally, ethically acceptable that we have children's avatars in the metaverse?
I wouldn't read too much into the child avatars. Sorry, go Tony.
Yeah, the first one, the thing with patents, okay, is you've got to be able to defend the patent. So having a patent granted doesn't really give you too much. You've got to be able to defend it. And one of the issues that Lewis has done, and he quoted, 30 years of experience already playing in this market. So they would, a person who wants to defend against the Facebook patent, I'd turn around to Lewis and say, you're an expert in the art. Can you produce a notebook in the last 30 years that shows you've already thought of it? If he's already thought of it, patent gets turned over. There is no patentable piece. So there's no protection at that level, because reality is common knowledge of everything that people are talking about has been in this area a lot of commonality of writing for a long time. The reality is our sci-fi market and sci-fi through media and films has exposed an enormous number of the public to the commonality of what's coming. So putting this patent forward, and a number of these patents are tremendously difficult to hold up. And actually anybody going to court with a big patent at the moment is finding it harder and harder and harder because of these issues. The second piece with nudge, what I'm interested in is the economics piece. And if you are a particularly skilled individual who is a lawyer, a nutritionist, a dietitian, or somebody who mentors and helps me, you can't do it all the time. And what some of these AI bots are able to do is the continuous nudging to get people to where they want to be. And at that level, the whole economics work. So can you see this happening purely because of the economics? Yes.
Thank you, Tony. Could I please put our fantastic panelists under pressure and ask that they keep their responses to that provocation to just 2 minutes each, because we do have some questions from the audience and I really would like for you to be able to address them with the remaining time that we have. So if I go to you first, Elle, and then you, Louis, thank you.
Oh, I was just going to say very quickly that don't read too much into child avatars. Of course, I choose a better looking, younger avatar. So just because a picture of a child is being shown doesn't mean it's a child. The laws are there to protect actual children. yes, of course, there is an issue around children perhaps being groomed if they feel they're talking to another child when they're not. But again, there are laws in place for that and they need to adapt. And that's part of the education and regulation. But I wouldn't read too much into a kind of a stylized picture of an avatar into the patent drawings or elsewhere.
Thank you, Elle. Louis?
Yeah, in terms of avatars, I think that the more interesting issue, or the broader issue, is the ability for just deception in general when everybody's interacting through avatars. You don't know who they really are. They could be an adult posing as a kid posing an adult. It could be an adult posing as a child's friend using the friend's avatar. We talk a lot about digital twins. I just wrote an article for VentureBeat about what I call evil twins, which is there will be bad actors who will either replicate or take control of avatars and use that for a form of identity theft that we've never seen before. And so the issues to me is that there's so much potential for deception, whether we call it advertising and it's legal, or we call it a bad actor trying to do identity theft. That regulation is really important, and security is really important when we enter a space where almost anything is possible.
Thank you very much, everyone. So to the questions from our audience, many thanks to Tracy Woods for the following. What are your thoughts, this is directly to the whole panel, on how regulation can help businesses demonstrate trustworthiness and allow growth and innovation while building trust to their customers in the metaverse who haven't had the opportunity to build that trust yet? So perhaps I could get a 1-minute response from each of you on that very quickly. So rapid fire, so we can also address this other question. Can we start with you, Louis, and we'll go to Elle and then Tony. Thank you.
Sure. I think that if platforms make a real effort towards moving away from an advertising business model towards other business models that don't incentivize them to basically sell persuasion, which is their current business model in social media, if they can move away from selling persuasion because it's so dangerous in the metaverse, that could build trust and I think actually attract users.
Thank you, Louis. Elle?
Yeah, I think we're already seeing a lot of platforms doing some amazing work in this area, actually. So, if you look at something like TikTok, parent pairing, so there are lots of kind of quite innovative ways of kind of giving control to users, and that again is back to that education piece. So what can those platforms do? It is realizing that you've got the users and then you've got the parents and the other people who need to understand and get comfortable with it as well, even if they're not active participants. And so that role for giving, bite-sized information, different channels for explaining to people what the risks are. And I think a lot of that we're already seeing. I think we'll see more and more of it. And very quickly, it'll feel different. When you go into a metaverse domain where there aren't those protections, there aren't that understanding, it will feel very, very different for those who've not invested in those tools and that education. And that's a good thing, I think.
Thank you, Elle. Tony?
Yeah, I don't think regulation has a mandate at all to create trust. It has a set of frameworks which enable it to control what's happening, but there's no relationship to trust. One would look at Rachel Botsman's work, which is absolutely fantastic, and all you conclude at the end of any of Rachel's videos, books, and a regular post is absolutely, we haven't got a clue what trust is anyway.
Thank you, Tony. Ever controversial. So second question for you all, and again, really appreciate rapid fire responses so I can be the most efficient chair today for timing. So the following question is from Chris Coley, excuse me. I'm an Irish woman and that's the first time I've ever seen that particular surname, just to be clear. Thinking of regulation, there was a report in May of an avatar in Horizon Woods being assaulted. Should and how would these incidents be policed and by whom? So this is very interesting. We've got a converging here potentially of offline and online worlds and enforcement bodies. So let's go back the other way. Tony, Elle, and then Louis. So Tony, what are your thoughts?
I'm back to the difference between a physical world and a digital world. In a physical world, we spent 5,000 years plus learning a whole bunch of ways of behaving and methodologies to enable that behavior to come along. In a digital world, we've got about 3 seconds of nothingness, yet we're expecting the same level of responsibility. I just think we're trying to ask to do things before we've even discovered what's possible. And to Louis' point, the reality is the evil twin at every single point in the digital world is going to exist, just like it does in the physical world.
Thanks so much, Tony. Elle?
Yeah, I mean, we can't anticipate all risks, can we? But it's about, you know, kind of the platforms being responsible and responding. So in that example, I know there was a lot of development which was done afterwards in terms of kind of the sensory barrier around individuals using the technology. So there are things that can be done, but we can't anticipate everything. But also at the same time, that example is one where there are some laws which aren't specific to physical or metaverse. It's just a question of them being applied and whether there's appetite to apply them.
Thank you, Elle. Louis?
Yeah, I think, I mean, harassment's a difficult challenge. It's a difficult challenge on traditional social media. It'll be an even more difficult challenge in the metaverse. It's right now up to the platforms to police their own users. I don't envy them. It's extremely hard, but laws that govern just human behavior in the real world will increasingly be applied in the metaverse as we realize that the differences are disappearing.
Thank you so much, Louis. So we literally have 2 minutes on the clock, and I would like to use that time to very quickly give each of our panelists 30 seconds each to give us their concluding final thoughts, reflections on the panel today. So maybe again, Tony, if we could start with you, and then Elle, and then we'll finish with Louis. Tony.
I ask boards I sit on to ask 3 questions. Is this working for us? Who is us? And of whom are we asking the question? And when we start to unpack them, I think we're going to be in a much better decision-making frame as a board to understand some of the implications that have come up today.
Very philosophical and reflective. Thank you, but still important questions. Thank you, Tony. Elle?
Yeah, I think for me, it's better, probably slower regulation. I think now with the pace of change we talked about, we actually just need to see which of those lands of work. I see it as like almost like agile software development in regulation. You got to kind of almost do a sprint, see if it works, pause, and then reflect and move on. And I just don't see that happening in regulation, but it needs to.
Thank you so much, Elle. This regulation at the moment for this area, it feels like a marathon that suddenly turns into a rapid fire sprint. So let's all remember that for the law students in this space and for everyone involved in compliance. Louis, final word with you.
Yeah, having been following the metaverse from the beginning, I've seen a number of false starts where we thought it was going to happen, it didn't. I actually believe that it's going to happen for real this time. I think we're in the kind of the last 10 years before there's really a big change. And there's a lot of different things you can look at in terms of regulation, from harassment to other issues. The thing that worries me the most is the power that platform providers will have by virtue of being the middlemen in the process. And so I think it's worth everybody realizing that a platform provider in the metaverse will be able to essentially see what everybody's doing and then manipulate the world around them. And that's a power that no company has ever had. It will exist, and we need to regulate it, or it will be dangerous.
No, I think that point, Louis, about the power asymmetries that this particular technology offers to significant platforms is undeniable, and I do think that the risks and the ways in which we could regulate and govern that, we've explored that in this very rich and insightful panel today. And I hope that perhaps we will see each other in 10 years and we can share our thoughts on how everything has evolved, and to see what safeguards have been put in place to counter these risks, and then also to see where all of this innovation has brought us. Hopefully slightly slightly more robust safeguards for the types of data collection and monitoring that we've discussed today, and also more effective enforcement perhaps for these regulatory regimes, and greater trustworthiness in all institutions and organizations. So on that note, it's my pleasure to thank our truly distinguished and fantastic panel of speakers. It was an absolute pleasure to chair and moderate this panel today. And thanks so much for the excellent questions and to the audience. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the annual conference today. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Nora, Elle, and Tony. That was absolutely fascinating, wide-ranging and deep conversations. Lot to think about from there. So for our final presentation today, we have a case study on anticipatory compliance from Steve Wright, CEO and partner at Privacy Culture Limited. And as with all the speakers today, his bio is online. Steve, over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me okay. My presentation is predominantly about a case study that we've been doing. We've been working with the EDPS, which I'll come on to, and also it's partly an appeal. We need more organisations to take part in the next phase of this project, and so at the end of that presentation, if you would be kind enough to reach out to me, and we'll try and see if there's anything that you can help us with on this next phase. So I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes talking just about anticipatory compliance, what it means. But like I say, if we run out of time, then please feel free to come back to me via the contact details. So there we go. Right. So as I said, we're going to talk about, I'm going to try and unpack it for you. It's a phrase which has been used quite considerably across many of the organisations that I have the pleasure of supporting and working with, but also I want to talk about Project Bell and then really how you can get involved. Before I do, I need to make sure that the credit goes to the original team that were behind this project, the PanelFit project, led by the EDPS in Brussels. And you can see there a long list of the individuals that were involved with that, including the supervisor, EDPS supervisor. And what was interesting about what he had to say was he definitely sees anticipatory compliance or foresight or prediction analysis as a key pillar of how we can demonstrate compliance going forward. And I always think about this a little bit as the analogy of the finger in the dike, or trying to plug the holes, which we often do when we find out that we have leaks, or when we find out there's new stuff coming in. And what we're trying to do in a nutshell is anticipate what would happen if we didn't plug the hole, or if we allow, or what would happen if a particular, using that analogy, or particular winds or storms came and took us by surprise because we hadn't anticipated what impact that would have on us. So what is anticipatory compliance? Well, it can be brought into these three areas. It's the kind of measurability, the predictability, and the speed of change. And what do we mean by that? Well, at the moment, we know as an industry that we still struggle with actually measuring how privacy risk can be calculated, and more importantly, how effective are some of the controls or the mitigations that we put in place. The other, what we're also struggling to define, and for very good reason, because of the first point, is about how we can compare this across different verticals, across different channels, and across different industry sectors. Not to mention, obviously, the geographies and the different rules and regulations. And then finally, it's very much about the speed of change. And really, this is partly why we're I started Privacy Culture several years ago. Was about the speed of change and how how to make sure that the change that we're trying to anticipate, or the change that we need to make into our existing organisations, can be lasting changes that can really have an impact on the culture and on the people, and in particular, obviously, the attitudes and behaviours, because as our esteemed panel said before, you know, ultimately this is down to us, the carbon, to quote Tony. So it is a lot about how do we measure, how do we then use those measurements to predict what the impact would be, or of certain changes coming downstream. And I think Elle gave some brilliant examples earlier in her presentation. And then how do we take those changes, and how do we try to think about how those changes would have an impact on our environment that we have responsibility for as a DPO, CPO, or even the CDO. A little bit about us. We are, sorry, I won't talk about us. I'll come back to that if I have time at the end. Privacy Culture is an organisation based in London, and we are made up of various different privacy lawyers and privacy professionals, but also change and training and learning agents. So we work a lot with different organisations globally, here in the UK, but also in the States and in mainland Europe. And we came together to create a project there. So we worked with several companies, and this is really what I'll come on to in a second in terms of my appeal. What we wanted to do was take some of the data that we've been collecting using our Horizon platform for several years, and that data, I'll explain in a minute, but we wanted to take that data and then try to work out, almost in an anticipatory way, what would happen if we put this into a machine learning environment, and we ultimately trained the algorithm, and we tried to build what kind of risk profiling would need to be perceived in order to then put some of those anticipatory changes in place, which could have an impact on that risk rating. So that's the kind of model. This is a kind of explaining this, how we did this, working with both our internal data that we gathered and some of that external data. Now, one of the things which was interesting about this project was, in other words, if you've ever worked with machine learning, you almost have to work backwards. It's like sort of reverse engineering. So you come up with the answers, and then you try to reverse engineer if your data, when you put it into the machine model, will actually calculate or come anywhere near what you're predicting. And that's how come we were able to have quite a high degree of accuracy on predicting what the impact would be. So what we looked at was taking those data sets. We did some manual intervention in terms of where we felt the risk levels were. So we looked at different scenarios, we looked at different organisations, and we would, all using anonymised data, of course, we looked at different scenarios, and then what would be the most likely impact from an enforcement action based on certain activities. And that's how we built the predictive model. And then at the same time, we took some external data. Now, in particular, this was looking at the last 4 years of regulatory fines only in Europe. We didn't go further afield. We chose to stick to Europe. I mean, for obvious reasons, there's lots of data out there available, readily available, freely available. But we did contemplate looking at some of the other regulators, the FTC, for example, to see if that would could be used, and we would like to extend that model to include that data. But we felt at this stage, for just to almost do the proof of concept, we would stick with just the European data. So we took all of that, all those European fines, and we put that into the model. What that meant was we could actually start to then predict with a high degree of accuracy, as I said, what the risks were facing those individual scenarios. And we started to be able to predict what the costs would be for which country, and in particular, which articles would be violated just based on the profile that we'd built of those organisations, and obviously, therefore, what the fines or what the violations or which particular articles would then be used against that organisation, and therefore calculate what the level of fine might be, which, you know, for us this was fascinating, because what we were able to do was really kind of predict not only what these organisations were most liable to, but what they could be liable to based on the data that we gathered on them. So we built up the, if you like, an ecosystem or an environmental footprint from a data perspective, and we were able to understand what the risks were now, what they were most vulnerable to, and then in particular what they would be vulnerable to coming downstream with more regulation. So the wonderful thing about this is that we were utilising Azure Labs, ML Labs, and we were utilising a lot of data that we had gathered over the last 3 or 4 years. But what we do need, and certainly where we would be very grateful, is if more organisations took part in the next pilot. That would be really good. And part of the process of this is about cleaning the data and making sure that we distinguish between what is test data and what is clean data, and making sure that we validate that data before we actually put it into the model. What we want to be able to do is drill down even further into which industries, what particular job roles, what departments and what jurisdictions are most vulnerable to these particular risks or regulation as they become into force in the future. Now, to be able to give that level of accuracy, to be able to determine where the risks are in an anticipatory way would be revolutionary. And I think the thing about this, for me, was we've seen that the cybersecurity industry has done this over a period of many years with using things like the CVE library, but other data sources, and they've collaborated both globally and organizational wide. So there are various different forums where they share intel about the types of vulnerabilities and how they're exploited. And so what we're hoping is there's an opportunity for you to get involved in such a collaborative program, that we can use anonymized data, but we can actually start to build out some of those scenarios and test them in a sort of test environment that's modeled on the kind of your risk profile. Now, what I would like to say is there are some other data sources which we're looking to acquire into this model into the future. So this is the next phase which we're looking to appeal to you to get involved. So we've already got culture data. We're privacy culture. We've been measuring culture now for the last 2.5 years. We've got tons of data about things like attitudes, behaviors, level of knowledge, level of perceived control, and the culture. And all of that data is anonymized data. We've also got quite an extensive library now of benchmark data, so maturity data against things like the maturity of your processes or the maturity of your policies. And to be fair, a lot of organisations are a little bit reluctant to share this information because they're always nervous about how mature they are, and they don't like to compare themselves with others just in case they're below what they think the bar will be. But there are other data types which we'd like to bring into the loop. So we want to bring in other internal data things like the number of DPIAs or the number of privacy requests or even inquiries or DSAR requests. And we want to bring that data in so that we can really start to build up this data set, this rich, if you like, almost like the CVE library of different types of scenarios. And certainly this is what the EDPS wants to do. They want to build out what will be a number of different scenarios, a number of different case studies, so that this becomes open source and that people can actually check and validate. In particular, as I was using the analogy of plugging the hole, in particular, if you could use a scenario in the future, imagine this, where you take a standard scenario where it best applies to you, and you've got some sort of model answers about what you need to consider or how you could mitigate some of those risks. Another data that we'd like to consider is around learning data. So the results back from e-learning, the results back from the number of people who have performed e-learning quizzes or tests and things like all those sort of LMS e-learning type data. We want to put it in. As I said, we've already got the GDPR fines data. We also would like to bring in litigation data. So as you can imagine, there isn't huge amounts of this, but there is more and more increasingly here in Europe. But certainly for our cousins over the water, there's lots of litigation data that we could utilise, and we want to actually compare that against stock market data. So what's happening in the stock market as a result of various different trends or speculation, or the market is, you know, from economic forces is going up and down. So naturally that affects it. But what happens kind of post an incident, and then obviously we see this market fluctuations which gradually then recovers over a period of time. So we want to try and measure that and think about, well, if this incident happened, if this scenario was to happen, if we didn't put in place the various safeguards or controls, what would be the impact of that? And then the final one is about sort of, well, we were talking earlier a lot about metaverse, but the final one is about sort of sentiment analysis. Now, this is a little bit harder to quantify, but we believe we've got the right formulas to actually produce a sentiment analysis. And there are some good sources already out there, but we'd like to do a little bit more research into the sentiment analysis, and this is almost sort of like the trust barometer, you know, which comes out annually. That's a good example. But it'd be great if we had that data and all these different data sets, and we applied that into our model to start seeing what the risks are and whether or not we can filter those risks and predict, more importantly, what the impacts would be if we introduce a piece of regulation or some type of change. And now this is sort of not being done at the moment. So where we are, and certainly where we'd like to be, is into this, building out this sort of dashboard, working with a number of pilots across some different industry sectors and different types of organisations, so that we can actually start to see, well, look, and this is obviously just a mock-up, but this is what we're thinking. So you can actually start to filter by industry sector, you could select by your country, you can even select by which function, HR, IT, marketing, etc. But importantly about roles as well. And so therefore what you're doing is, in effect, is you're understanding with a greater level of scrutiny what the level of risks are, or what the risks are in terms of violation. And specifically, the algorithm can then start to predict which type of violations you're most likely to see. And hopefully, with the relational database that we're putting in place as well, we can then link that back to the types of media for your particular industry or your particular jurisdiction. And so this is again is just another mock-up of what we've built so far. We've got some pretty good accuracy, as I said, for certainly Europe market. But what we would like to do is take that further afield, and we need your help for that. So I'm just going to say very briefly, and I'm running out of time. How can you get involved, or where can you get involved? Well, essentially, you could only do this if, for example, privacy is actually embedded. You know, this wouldn't work necessarily, I don't think. Tell me otherwise. In an environment where it's relatively immature, you'd need to be an established organisation. Obviously, we'd have to make sure NDAs and confidentiality clauses were in place. But more importantly, how you're currently measuring, because that also gives a sense of maturity in your organisation. Because, you know, if you've got a privacy control framework in place and you're measuring that already, then we can actually build that into the scenarios for your environment. And you know how you currently monitor that, and measure it. I think that really how you're tracking it. So what tools are you using is advantageous, because we can either take a feed through an API, and then finally, you know, some of the tools that you would need that's going to support, because ultimately the idea of the pilot is to be able to, in 6 months' time, to be able to go back to your bosses and say, actually, we've built this model, we think this is a good idea, and we would like to support this initiative going forward. So where can you help? There are a number of roles. We have a team here at Privacy Culture, data scientists, etc. But what you can see here, there are a whole variety of different experts. Now, the question which I'm sure you're going to ask is, you know, how much would I need to assign one of my team? Well, we think there's probably only a few hours a week. There may be bursts of activities, but obviously that's voluntary, and that's about giving up time and giving us access to clean anonymized data. But clearly, you know, we'd have to go through some loops to make sure that everyone's happy with that. But there are a whole range of different roles that we need to make this successful, because this is a pilot. It's not going to cost you anything, but there are costs involved in terms of people's time and effort. But I think as an industry, what I'm really keen to do is really try to help us think about what's the types of legislation that are coming down, the AI legislation, you know, the many ones that we've heard throughout the day, and what's going to be the impact to my environment, and therefore how can I anticipate some of those changes and really respond in a way, or just slightly adjust my risk posture, or what we often hear is a defensible position. Which position do I need to focus on? And that's really important for those of you who are being pressured from budgets or from resources, or even just from targets. How can we make sure that this really helps you demonstrate your ROI and really helps you have a fantastic privacy program, and you know, at the same time make sure that you're able to think about the impacts locally and across your organization. So that's it. Thank you very much for listening. I round for questions, but as I say, please feel free to contact me, or Vivian, if you have any further questions. And thank you very much. Oh yes, so I've just been told if you could ask your questions through the Q&A function at the end. So back to you, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Steve. There's not any questions come through just as yet, so I think we only have time for one anyway, so I'll pose one myself. So it sounds like a really fascinating, very useful tool that's going to be developed. So posing probably your question back to yourself around where would be useful. I mean, given the potential scope of the EU AI Act, I can see that's one that's going to be definitely be available. That's probably going to be, you know, 3 years away maybe. So yeah, but definitely want to be working on now. But where else are you thinking that it could be useful? Because I can see a whole range of either, you know, cross sectors like GDPR, or sector specific things where it could really add value.
I think well, you've answered it right. This is the danger we have, Tim, is opening up the scope of this next phase of the project to too many scenarios. I think when I look back to the security industry, they did actually start very specific to industry sectors. They only started with, well, predominantly banking and finance sector, because there was lots of crown jewels that needed to be protected. So lots of bad people going after that data. So they started to share and collaborate, but also some of the big tech companies. And what I would certainly like, you know, the AI Act, you know, and many other, well, we mentioned about even competition law, but these changes that are coming downstream, I think once we set up the group, if you like, the user group, it would be a closed group, if you're a private group for the initial thing. And then once we've done the pilots, we could then publish our findings. And then my hope is that we can then make that open source so that people can all utilize this these different use cases, and then basically as an industry sector we can grow and understand some of those risks coming downstream and what they would mean to me. And look, budgets are always going to be tight. People are always going to be pushed to do more with less. So this is for me a sort of almost an anticipatory kind of defense, if you like, about where we need to be in a year's time, or 2 years time, or 3 years time, as you say, with the AI Act. But yeah, it's a good question, and that's why once we get these people on board, we can define the scope of that, and we can restrict it to particular sectors or particular jurisdictions.
Yeah, I mean, the budgets are always tight, but the potential fines for GDPR and the EU AI Act and you know, the online safety bill we heard earlier, there are some pretty scary fines and prison sentences around them, so that should be an incentive.
Hopefully that will motivate people to work with us. But I do appreciate him. It's really hard, you know, we've all got day jobs and we're trying to, you know, you're trying to do these things for the benefit of everyone. But if people could contribute, or if they've got people in their teams that could contribute, that would be really gratefully received.
Thank you very much, Steve. And I'm sure your contact details will be on the slides you sent over, and also people can connect to you directly. So unfortunately, now it's over 5 o'clock, so we have to finish off for today. So just to bring the sort of day to a close, I want to really sort of thank briefly all our speakers. So Sarah, Sabrina, Stefan, Anthea, Max, Mary, Anna, Paolo, William, Mark, Haley, Nora, Louis, Elle, Tony, and most recently Steve. And of course, Evie for doing a brilliant job chairing the morning. I also want to thank my BSI colleagues for the hard work in putting the conference together today. So BSI will be sending up a follow-on email after the conference with a link to the recording and the presentations used today. At the end of the conference, you will be taken automatically to a feedback survey to complete. This will also be sent again in the follow-on email if you happen to miss it. So thank you very much and goodbye, and we'll see you for the conference next year. Thank you.